Welcome back, councillors. I declare the meeting reopened. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, a program that I believe is significantly important to the quality of our environment, our air, our urban amenity and generations to come. I'd like to thank Councillor Davis for the opportunity to speak on this program. And to further add, I'd like to also say, Mr Chair, that our city is clean, green and sustainable and has had the ongoing aspiration for many of our residents in my ward for a number of decades. And I know these aspirations have been well supported by some previous mayors. So I'll start with Sally Ann Atkinson. Sally Ann Atkinson took the visionary step to purchase private bushland with the express intention of protecting the lungs of our growing city. Soon after Sally Ann, we saw Lord Mayor Campbell Newman acknowledge climate change in 2008 and had the vision to set our council on the path of carbon neutrality, something that Councillor McLaughlin achieved in his tenure. And he also began the 2 million tree program and introduced the city to the idea of a sustainable residential suburbs through City Smart and the Green Heart Fair. He also, which has been of great benefit to my suburb, established Habitat Brisbane. And I know today in my suburb of the Gap, there's 22 Habitat Brisbanes and almost 27 Habitat Brisbane groups across the ward. Lord Mayor Graham Quirk accelerated the bush acquisition program to almost acquire 40% of the city's bushland over a 4-year period. Now, I know some people on our left were mumbling something about 18% of the funds acquired under the bushland acquisition was used for buying bushland. Now, this is probably one of the single best reasons why those on my left should not govern this city. They don't understand the policy. Oh, I will acknowledge Councillor Strunk for being here this morning.
Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk, for being the only person on the left. Thank you, Councillor Strunk, for being the only person on my left to be here this morning to hear me mumble through this. But I do understand that somebody on my left yesterday mentioned that there was only 18% of our funds that we acquire through the bushland acquisition is used for purchasing land. What we do with this fund is we look after the land that we acquire. We maintain the land we acquire. We use that funds to get rid of the weeds, put up habitat fencing to allow animals to go through the area. This is what the fund is for. Now, if the councillors on my left can't understand the policy, if the people on my left don't understand the policy, well, there is a very good reason why they shouldn't be governing. I'll move on. Our current Mayor, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, established probably one of the things that I think will be a very, very long-lasting legacy for our city, and that's our Future Green Fund. And under Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner's tenure, we've seen the increase of street tree planting in our suburbs that are creating green shaded avenues, improving pedestrian pathways. Oh, Councillor Cumming, if...
Councillors, everyone's clearly in a good mood, but can we please
I'll take Councillor Mark's interjection. Councillor Cumming, I do know that you're a fan of public transport, and I know that sometimes getting into the chamber doesn't align with the train time, but we did go through the acquisition program up here, and we did mention that the fund is not used expressly for the purchase of land, but for its maintenance. Well,
Councillor Toomey. Yeah, that's right.
anyway, basically it came down to read the policy, my friend. Read the policy. I'll move on. Mr Chairman, as the Chamber would be aware, Brisbane is Australia's clean and greenest capital city. This is not something that has happened by chance. We didn't stumble into this circumstance. We didn't trip over anything. We actually planned it this way. And going through all the work that previous Lord Mayors and previous administrations have done, we can see this has been a long-term goal for our city. Each of our mayors has handed down a legacy for us, for future generations, that is continuing to flourish and continuing to prove beneficial for our residents and our suburbs. One thing that I would like to focus on is the Habitat Brisbane group. As I said earlier, I have almost 30 groups in my ward. Ones that I work with regularly are Men of the Trees, which I am president of. We have groups working in Capera, Ferny Grove, The Gap and Ashgrove. Some of the groups that are probably of particular note is Watercress Farm in The Gap, which is a very, very good habitat group. Corby Street in Ashgrove and Tennis Avenue Group in Ashgrove. Now, not only do these habitat groups volunteer their time and give their time to benefit our city, they also help in our aspirations to ensure that our creeks and banks and parks are of the highest standard when it comes to rehabilitation. Some of my groups pull in the social aspect. So the funding that we actually provide to our habitat groups, they use this, they come together, they do their plantings, they do their weeding, they do their maintaining, they're quite well resourced. The city provides for all their PPE, sometimes pumps to pump water. Water itself is also provided. This all helps, but these groups actually form friendships outside just the planting group. I know with Corby Street, they meet on a Saturday at about 4 o'clock. After that, it's beers. The whole street, 40 people, come along and have a couple of beers after doing some work in the park. It's absolutely fantastic. Tennis Avenue do the complete opposite. They'll come together on a Sunday morning, they'll do a planting for an hour, then they'll have breakfast. And I want to acknowledge Kelvin as probably one of the best person I know that can actually do quite a nice breakfast. Bakes his own little sausage rolls. It's fantastic. Merlot coffee, wonderful stuff. And these groups had been put out during COVID. The social aspect of them really suffered. But once all the restrictions were lifted, these groups just thrived, absolutely thrived. And I want to thank the Lord Mayor for providing funding to keep them going. But I also want to thank former Lord Mayor Campbell Newman for his vision in actually setting up these groups, because they are doing some fantastic things for our city. They're doing some fantastic things for our local environment. And I think it's something that we should celebrate. As a council organisation, we're committed to delivering environmental and sustainable initiatives. And we run a number of campaigns where we educate or help educate the behaviours of our residents. We use Green Heart Fair, for example. One of the most fantastic occasions that we celebrate twice a year. One in Councillor Davies' area, Councillor Hammond's area, and one in, where's Councillor Murphy? Councillor Murphy's area. I am yet to win the go-kart downhill race. I believe I need to cheat, basically. No, it's not a very big hill, but I'm not a very heavy man, so I'm always slow out of the gate. I will get there one day.
Councillor Toomey, your time has expired.
What a shame.
Any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, and I'll just kick off with 3.1.1.1, engagement for a clean, green city. There is an item in there, the Green Heart sustainability events. Now, those Green Heart events, I believe, have been taking place for a number of years, but it seems to be the event sites seem to be the same year after year after year, and I just think it's probably worth now having a look at maybe spreading the knowledge, spreading the education right across Brisbane now, and maybe choosing some other locations in other wards. I know in my community, of course, the environment is, or most of my community, the environment is pretty much the subject of their discussions, even around the coffee shop, whether it's the lake or a particular issue with curbside collection, which is very topical, as you can probably imagine. And so I just think it would be good for that to happen in other places. And so I just hope the chair or the acting chair will take that on board. Now, if we go to 3.2.1.1, the carbon credits. Again, we have been saying for a number of years, or ever since I've been in this chamber, carbon credits are certainly here to probably stay for some time, but I think it's behooves us to actually purchase those carbon credits for the work that's done here in Australia, in other areas. Ideally, those the zero carbon that we continually espouse, that this city is zero carbon. Really, most of that, or a lot of that, comes, of course, from these carbon credits. And of course, purchasing them from overseas for events or works that are done overseas, I think really is really does us a disservice. And yes, I'll take that interjection from Councillor Cummings that we do buy a number of these from China and the work that they do over there. Certainly, it's important that planting forests and things like that to sort of try to reduce the environmental impact of climate change is something that we would all support, I'm sure, except maybe Barnaby Joyce. I don't know. He seems to have a different sort of an attitude. But yeah, I know they're sort of off the reservation now. But anyways, I'll move on to another item which came to my attention with someone that actually sort of looks after my property, the garden of my property. He actually used to work here in Brisbane City Council, or was a field officer in Brisbane City Council, and he pointed out that the invasive species or weeds that are currently growing in and around my ward, because he does a lot of work in that area, and through to Ipswich, seems to have ramped up over the last couple of years. And I suppose I'm not a horticulturalist, but I'm told that, you know, once you go through a dry period, that's when the weeds actually survive. Some of the other grasses and plants don't. And of course, then we're in for a fairly large weed infestation the following year. Now, if you have a look at the amount of money that's actually been allocated to this program, the Wipe Out Weeds program, again, there is no fluctuation. It just seems to be the same amount every year. But I think really the environment or the climate will actually dictate, or should dictate, how much we spend each and every year. and I'm sure the experts could give us that advice, but it really just seems to be the same amount every year, whether there's any climatic variation or not. So again, bit like the eradication of the mozzies or the mozzie program is something that we've been talking about for a number of years, and trying to get the council, trying to get this administration to invest more money when needed, right? But it seems to be the same amount being spent every year, whether there's a variation in the climate conditions or not. The bushland levy, I know, is something that again we talk about, and I suppose the revelation, of course, that only 18% of that levy is actually to purchase new bushland is appalling. I totally agree with Councillor Griffiths. I'll take that interjection, Chair. And I was sitting here listening to Councillor Toomey and what he was, in his recitation in regards to the bushland levy, and I'm thinking that, if 80% is used to maintain, or 82% are used to maintain, and only 18% to purchase, that's a sliding scale downwards, right? Yes. There'll be less and less of the money that we take from the levy that's going to be used to actually purchase new bushland. And the maintenance bill will continue to rise and rise to the point where a few years down the road, of course, if we continue that formula, then virtually we'll have no money for purchasing new land anyways. So I just think the argument is really spurious, and in regards to the administration's argument in this area, we really need to invest in what was a really terrific fund when it was originally set up, and has proven to increase the canopy of the city over the years. And so it has done some good work, but it is decreasingly doing less and less every year. Moving on to delivering sports parks for Brisbane. Mr. Chair, I have two very large tracts of land that have actually been purchased by Brisbane City Council. I've said this before, but I'll repeat it because it is here in the budget, 3.3.3.1. The quite large, many hectares along Pine Road at Richlands and Waterford Road at Forest Lake / Ellen Grove, because it's Waterford Road sort of splits those two suburbs. These two particular pieces of land are sport and rec land. They were purchased for that. There was a plan for Pine Road for some soccer fields a few years back, and the funding was pulled for that because I think council was trying to get an agreement with one of the local sporting groups to take the management of that, the tenancy of that space, that we were going to put some infrastructure. We were going to establish, I think it was this one synthetic field and potentially two other practice fields that were not synthetic, but the agreement sort of fell through, and we really haven't done anything with it. We spent a lot of money on these two pieces of land, and we really, especially if we do get the Olympics, it's very important that these are probably developed to support whatever code it's going to be, to support that effort that this city is going to have in trying to, or Australia will have to try to facilitate those many groups and sporting groups from overseas that are going to need to use practice fields prior to the Olympics. And so I think it's really important that we look at developing those now, sooner rather than later. And of course, we're all looking forward to that announcement. Now, finally, scooter tracks. I'm getting one in Kathleen Park. I didn't particularly know what a scooter track was. But thank you. Councillor Johnson, I'll take that interjection. I had a look at the picture. The Lord Mayor put out a tweet, I think it was a tweet or a Facebook post, in regards to scooter tracks. And so I'm looking very much forward to that. It's something a bit different. I'm sure the kids around that area will really appreciate it, because the amount of development that's happened in and around this park that we've been sort of over the last couple of years we've been putting more and more infrastructure into the park will be very much appreciated, and I'm looking forward to sitting down with council officers on that. So I think I'll conclude my comments. I think I've covered everything I needed to or wanted to. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Maddock.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak in support of Program 3, Clean, Green and Sustainable City, a program, Mr Chair, that obviously continues to deliver very strongly for the suburbs, in fact all the suburbs, whether you're on this side of the chamber or on the other side of the chamber. But importantly also, Mr Chairman, this administration, this side of the chamber's strong commitment to the environment and making us the leading council in all of Australia in regards to our sustainability policies and the work that we're undertaking. Mr Chairman, when we were here yesterday and we were listening to councillors opposite speak about what they're not getting in the budget or the amendments moved by Councillor Johnston in the things that she would like to achieve within her ward, those listening would think that they weren't actually getting very much. And in fact, they were acting, Mr Chairman, like the Lord Mayor has not provided them with anything, really, in their wards. They're just bereft, Mr Chairman, of anything within their ward that serves the community or provides for improving our local wards. So, Mr Chairman, it's not a hard task. You just need to look through the budget book. And I know that might be difficult for those opposite. I know that, you know, obviously there must be some kind of spat at the moment as to who the leader is, because Councillor Johnston seems to be doing a lot more talking and a lot more opening. In fact, it was interesting, Mr Chairman, that Councillor Johnston did open the debate for this program yesterday when the opposition leader didn't, and I'm not sure whether he was in the room or whether he was off reading a book or whether he was or had allowed her the opportunity to do so. But whatever the conversation going on in the caucus room at the moment, Councillor Johnston obviously seems to be the winner. And Mr Chairman, that is actually reflected in the budget book, because when you look at what councillors opposite are receiving, I had to sit down and have a drink of water, maybe something a little harder, when I saw how much actually Councillor Johnston is receiving in her ward in comparison to some of these other councillors, and actually in comparison to some of our councillors on this side of the chamber. I raised my hand, actually, Mr Chairman, to be one of those councillors as to what Councillor Johnston is receiving in comparison to the rest of us. And you heard from her go on and on and on and on about things as she was going. But let's talk about the truth, Mr Chairman. Let's actually talk about the things that Councillor Johnston is getting within her ward. And I don't want to miss out on the other ALP councillors in the chamber as well, if time permits as well. So, Mr Chairman, when you look at Tennyson Ward, you would think when you hear Councillor Johnston speak there is nothing going on. But the reality is that there are so many projects going on, it's stunning. There's actually new parks being delivered in Chelmer Recreation Reserve. There's planning, design, commencement of construction for the refurbishment of Chelmer Oval to be delivered through a funding agreement with the local sports club. That's $1.163 million, Mr Chairman. Whoa. $1.163 million towards that recreation reserve. I'm not getting that. Any other councillors on this side of the chamber getting $1.163 million? No, Mr Chairman. Dog off leash refurbishments down at Fairfield Park, Fairfield. $179,000 towards that particular project. The fence repairs. Sorry, Mr Chairman. The councillor interjects. Poor darling, she didn't get one. What did she say? Allegedly, for a long period of time. But she gets one now, but it's still not good enough, Mr Chairman. It's just not good enough. Never satisfied at all, Mr Chairman. Complains when she doesn't get anything and complains even more when she does. Now, Sherwood Arboretum, of course, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I don't think it's appropriate to call Councillor Johnston poor darling. I think that should be withdrawn.
Councillor Maddock, would you mind withdrawing?
Happy to withdraw it, Mr Chairman. I don't think she's poor and I don't think she's a darling, so I'm more than happy to withdraw it. Now, Sherwood Arboretum, Mr Chairman, really, of course, a signature park within all of Brisbane. Of course, $750,000, not a small amount of change that goes towards Sherwood Arboretum, but of course Councillor Johnston acts like no investment in local parks and signature parks within her ward. Memorial restoration going on within Yeronga Memorial Park, Mr Chairman, of course, for one of Australia's oldest and most recognised memorials. Upgrading of facilities and parks. Ken Fletcher Park. Now, I know she doesn't want to talk about Ken Fletcher Park, Mr Chair, but Ken Fletcher Park continues
to be invested in, $183,000 invested by this Lord Mayor, again within parks, within Councillor Johnston's ward, because his priorities are towards delivering a clean, green, sustainable Brisbane and making sure that our parks are committed to. Wharves and jetties and pontoons down at Horace Window Reserve, $355,000. The Walter Taylor Bridge embankment at Chelmer, Mr Chairman, $505,000 committed to making sure that that embankment is supported and restored. Now, this one gets really good, Mr Chairman. We had Councillor Johnston yesterday go on about flooding and how there's nothing, literally nothing being invested in her ward to deal with that issue. And she goes back to the previous report after the 2011 floods and making sure that she wanted to get those things, but acting like literally nothing is happening in her ward. Mr Chairman, all councillors would be surprised.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Yeah, fine. Councillor Matic.
Point of order.
I'm more than happy.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, Councillor Hammond is repeatedly interjecting. The last one was can't stand the
not
truth.
interested. Thank you.
And I note...
Councillor Matic. Councillor Matic, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, I'm more than happy to take what Councillor Johnston just said, that she...
You have to turn your microphone on. Councillor Johnston, you have to turn your microphone on.
Do you know what? People noticed that you turned my microphone off. I had librarians telling me yesterday that you turned my microphone off.
I'm not interested in whatever game you're playing. I'm not interested. There is work to be done.
I'm making a point of order
about... Fine. What's your point of order? What is your point of order?
Councillor Hammond has been repeatedly interjecting and making inappropriate remarks about me. You apply the meeting's local law to me and you name me all the time. So why are you not applying the local law to Councillor Hammond, who is repeatedly calling out and interjecting across the chamber?
Councillor Johnston, you've been interjecting the entirety of Councillor Matic's speech and I have not called you out once about it. But now that I understand the keenness with which you wish that rule applied, I'll recall that in the future. Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. And
point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. If it's a spurious or vexatious point of order, I will sit you down.
My point of order was about Councillor Hammond's behaviour in this place, and I'm wondering why you've not made a ruling about Councillor Hammond's behaviour.
As I said, I'm dismissing your spurious and vexatious point of order.
No,
Councillor Johnston, it isn't about you. It's not about you. Please calm down and just debate the budget. Councillor Matic.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
No.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Mr Chairman, it is inappropriate to tell a person who is exercising their responsibilities under the meeting's local law to calm down. That is a gender stereotype. I find it offensive and I ask you to withdraw it.
I tell the whole room to calm often. Councillor Matic.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I've made a point of order asking you to withdraw an offensive comment that you made about me, and I'm asking you to do so.
I'm not withdrawing it. Councillor Matic.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Mr Chair, I refer to the meeting's local law in respect to repetitive and vexatious points of order, and I ask you to rule on Councillor Johnston's repetitive and unnecessary points of order, please.
Councillor Johnston is absolutely misusing points of order to make points beyond the rules and beyond the debate. Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Now, Mr Chairman, if we just go back a few minutes beyond just the pointless...
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
No, Councillor Johnston.
I dissent in your ruling and I'm entitled...
There's dissent in my ruling that we have work to do. Is there a seconder? Councillor Cassidy. All right, all those in favour of the dissent, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston. There is no seconder. Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. After all of that, let's go back to one important point. Now, I raised the issue about drainage construction and the comment by Councillor Johnston that she said there is nothing going on in her ward, that we never invest in any...
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented again.
No. Councillor Matic.
Mr Chairman, I'll happily take that interjection because Councillor Johnston has just suggested that her comment was actually incorrect. So she is actually saying that there is investment within her ward within the issues of flood resilience. So previously she was saying there wasn't. I made the comment about it, and then all of a sudden she now says that I'm misrepresenting her. So for the record, Councillor Johnston is actually telling the chamber that there is investment within her ward within the issue of flood resilience. And Mr Chairman, it's absolutely true. There's drainage construction works undertaken in Christensen Street at Yeronga in the amount of $669,000. Now, this is about flooding residential properties being worsened by development and numerous complaints received from residents. Now, this is the point that she raised yesterday. She said that there was infill development occurring within her ward and we were doing nothing to deal with growth in her local area and localised flooding. There is relief drainage works that are proposed to minimise flooding to habitable floor areas in Lake Street townhouses. So, Mr Chairman, this is what Councillor Johnston's about. This is what she comes into the chamber with. She comes in and presents one side of the story, but doesn't actually present all of the story. She doesn't actually show that this Lord Mayor is committed to all the wards within this city. She doesn't actually show that this Lord Mayor is committed to making sure that her residents are properly being dealt with, that this Lord Mayor takes into consideration all sides, and that there are drainage, important construction and flood resilience works being undertaken in her ward year upon year upon year. It's just that I'm raising this year's. What about all the works that have occurred previously? This is what we get from those opposite, Mr Chairman. This is what we get from Councillor Johnston, making sure she comes in here to tell her own story so that she can make tweets about it. This is what we get, Mr Chairman. But the reality is that this side of the chamber and this Lord Mayor is committed to making sure that we do that. And, you know, when we talk about tweets, we talk about that contribution that Councillor Johnston makes, Mr Chairman, to the chamber, and her green contribution. And she spoke about Oxley Creek yesterday, and we will get to that as well, Mr Chairman. Fascinating, her only contribution to make to the green agenda is that she tweeted yesterday that Kermit the Frog is 42 years old. Happy birthday, Kermit. Congratulations, Councillor Johnston. Your contribution to something green is meaningful for all of Brisbane. But of course, Mr Chairman, also there is the work around major waterways and vegetation management, and there's work undertaken at Hall Avenue and Pratton Street. And again, there's more works being undertaken under stormwater drainage rehabilitation at Anley Road, Anley, at $282,000. Now, Mr Chairman, when you add up all those figures, and it's pretty easy, it's in the budget book, Councillor Johnston's just received $3.583 million within this budget. 3.583 million. I'll take that.
That's a lot of money.
How many councillors would like to take that? Oh, thank you. So there you go, Mr Chairman. Fact versus fiction. And Mr Chairman, when you look at Maruka, for example, and we had Councillor Griffiths yesterday moving motions on all kinds of issues, there is significant work being undertaken within his area. And let's talk about the one important thing that they both share together, and that's Oxley Creek. Now, Councillor Johnston has never, ever, ever, nor has Councillor Griffith, said one good thing about Oxley Creek from when Graham Quirk first launched it. All she can ever focus on is the management group, but never the outcome. There is significant work, in fact, $1 million of work on his section of Oxley Creek that's going on right now as part of the overall catchment. Any councillor in this chamber would love to have that. We've all got creeks and waterways. None of us have that kind of investment, Mr Chairman. These are the fallacies of those opposite. These are those opposite that just go on with the petty stuff and don't want to talk about the big stuff because it doesn't meet their agenda. Mr Chairman, this Lord Mayor continues to invest in the sustainability of our city, making sure that we are the leading nation in the world, in Australia, to make sure that we are delivering these outcomes.
Councillor Maddock, your time has expired. Councillor Johnston, you have a misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you. On both points of misrepresentation, Councillor Maddock said that I'd said there was nothing going on in my ward. That is fundamentally untrue. Yesterday, I...
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnston. You've made your point.
No,
Are there any further speakers? Further speakers? Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Please turn your microphone on.
Please stop turning my microphone
What's your point of order?
When I am speaking.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is you did not allow me to correct the misrepresentation which is allowed under the meeting's local law.
You've made your point. You've
I did
said
not.
it was not true.
I did not get to
Councillor
correct
Johnston,
the
this isn't an opportunity
misrepresentation.
to
Mr Chairman,
debate
you
the
are
point.
applying the
Fine,
rules
you have,
in a different way
20
to
seconds.
me
You have
than
20
other...
seconds, starting now.
Excuse me?
Make your misrepresentation.
Your behaviour this morning is offensive and I do not know why. I would like to make my point of misrepresentation. Thank you. Councillor Maddox said that there was nothing going on in my ward. That's not...
Councillor Johnston, that's enough.
Point of order,
We've
Mr. Chairman.
wasted a
Claim to be
minute on this.
misrepresented.
We've wasted a minute on this. Please make... Councillor Johnston, we've wasted a lot of time. Please make your point.
Thank you. My point of misrepresentation is that Councillor Maddox said there is nothing going on in my ward. That's not what I said yesterday. And I moved an amendment saying that there was no backflow valves happening and called on those to be delivered in the south side.
Thank you. Now, councillors, section 52(1, a councillor may, with the permission of the chairman, make a personal explanation in relation to some material part of the councillor's former speech made during the course of the current meeting, which the councillor considers may have been misunderstood and misrepresented. For the rest of the day, there will be no permission from the chairman, no misrepresentations for the rest of the day.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor
Mr. Chairman,
Owen.
in accordance with the meeting's local law, Councillor Johnston just made a statement before saying that your behaviour this morning was offensive. I believe that that is an adverse reflection on yourself as chair, and I ask you to rule, please.
It's obviously an adverse reflection and obviously untrue. All right. Further speakers, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, specifically Program Outcome 3.2. So as some background, the United Nations has said a promising movement for carbon neutrality is taking shape. It's therefore an honour and a privilege to stand to speak on Service 3.2.1.1, reducing Brisbane's carbon footprint. This is an important element of the Sherwood Council's 21-22 budget. I also welcome the responsibility of highlighting and putting on the record the Sherwood Council's commitment to pollution reduction and carbon reduction listed in Service 3211. When we talk about the road ahead, we should remind ourselves of how we got here. History speaks for itself. John Howard went to the 2007 election with the promise of an emissions trading scheme. In early 2009, Kevin Rudd cut 13 greenhouse programs. In late 2009, the Greens political party bewilderingly voted against a pollution reduction scheme. Brisbane City Council is carbon neutral, and as we heard this week, 70% of the world's economies have committed to achieve net zero emissions by the middle of the century. So I applaud the Prime Minister's commitment to Australia's policy of net zero emissions as soon as possible and preferably by 2050. Australia is committed, to quote the PM, to ambitious and accelerated efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible and by 2050 at the latest, recognising the importance of significant action in this decade. How good is Australia following Brisbane's lead? As you can read in Outcome 3.2, Brisbane City Council became carbon neutral in 2017. I remember Lord Mayor Newman being passionate about carbon reduction. I remember Lord Mayor Quirk being proud of attaining the distinction of becoming carbon neutral. And I know how proud this Lord Mayor is of continuing this and keeping us as the gold standard in the country. Brisbane City Council is, of course, Australia's largest carbon neutral government organisation. And it is critical to note that we are the only certified organisation in the entire country with an operating landfill and large public transport service. And that is important because Brisbane City Council is Australia's largest local government authority in terms of population and budget. And we know from Program 3 that Council achieved carbon neutral certification against the Climate Active Carbon Neutral Standard for organisations in February 2018. Well, that's when the paperwork was signed, but the real work had been going on for years. We are getting it done. We're not waving banners. We're not gluing ourselves to the street. We are getting it done. And let's talk about how the Sherwood Council is getting it done. Service 3.2.1.1 demonstrates Council's leadership in energy and carbon management. The Sherwood Council will continue to deliver cost-effective carbon reductions across business operations. We will deliver at a scale that maximises value for money and environmental benefits. Not only will we work towards maintaining our carbon neutral commitment, the Sherwood Council is working towards reducing our community emissions. Our consumptions and emissions start from the little things and stretch to world-class, game-changing initiatives. On the small end, the Sherwood Council has upgraded 25,000 old-fashioned light bulbs into low-energy LEDs. We've done this in places like Oakman Park in Taringa and Robertson Park in Indooroopilly. What many Queenslanders don't know is how the Sherwood Council recycles all the oil from our bus fleet. And that includes all the buses at the incredible Toowong depot. The oil is then used as a general lubricant, which reduces the need for what they call virgin oil. And of course, that takes the pressure off our fossil fuel requirements. Dinosaurs walked the earth once, and I'm told most of them are now dead. 78% of the Sherwood Council vehicles are low emission. We've heard at great length one of the Sherwood Council's greatest initiatives, the Metro, will have vehicles that are 100% electric. That means 100% zero tailpipe emissions, and that means cleaner air, less pollution and better livability. And it's initiatives like that, Chair, that have put Brisbane on the list as the 10th most livable city in the world. Like the residents of the wonderful Fig Tree Pocket, this side of the chamber is thrilled about that. Why haven't I heard a peep about being the 10th most livable city in the world from that side of the chamber? Is it because it doesn't suit their narrative? Is it because the Sherwood Council is getting it done and Brisbane's reaping the benefits? Chair, to highlight the importance of Service 3.2.2.1, I want to share a pertinent fact. On Australia Day this year, I installed my third solar panel system on my home. This 11.5 kilowatt system includes a 6.5 kilowatt battery, which powers our house past midnight. This one system has generated more than 2.5 megawatts of electricity since January. That's the energy usage of 2,000 homes for a day. So it would make you very proud, I'm sure, Chair, to know that this council has installed 2,200 kilowatts of solar panels on council assets. That includes libraries, facilities and bus depots like Toowong. That is a huge generation of clean, green, renewable energy, and the Sherwood Council uses that kind of energy in facilities like the Indooroopilly Library. Further, we're reducing emissions by reducing green waste going to landfill. In fact, this council has reduced such landfill by 40%, which helps reduce emissions. We're also diverting organic waste with composting hubs at 23 locations across the city, including St Lucia and Taringa. And you'll soon see FOGO pilot to make this stat even better. And I'm sure you know, Chair, that Sherwood Bus Depot in Tennyson Ward and Eagle Farm Bus Depot in Hamilton were awarded 5 Green Star ratings for their environmentally friendly, sustainable design. Elements include solar panels, rainwater storage, stormwater harvesting and bioretention basins. I also need to mention that the Sherwood Council is changing how asphalt is made to further reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. The heating system and the insulation of the asphalt bins is being upgraded to make production more economical. And that is important as Council rolls out hundreds of kilometres of new roads and resurface roads in our Smoother Suburban Streets program. Chair, we cannot, of course, realistically make our emissions a flat zero. I suggest that as long as we have landfills and without significant changes in scientific processes, this would not be possible. And that is why other action is required. That is why the Sherwood Council purchases renewable energy and accredited carbon offsets to negate direct and indirect greenhouse emissions. Through the Australian Government's Climate Active initiative, Brisbane City Council has offset more than 1.8 million tonnes of carbon emissions. 1.8 million tonnes. If we only offset carbon emissions by planting trees, we would need to plant 10,800,000 trees to offset that. Clearly, that's not realistic. Carbon offsetting is a way for organisations to cancel out carbon emissions so that they are not completely able to eliminate by investing in projects that reduce or remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. It is an internationally recognised way for organisations to manage their carbon emissions that cannot be completely eliminated. There are numerous different projects generating offsets in Australia and around the world. Under our certification, the Sherwood Council is required to use offsets that result in genuine emissions reduction. And when we purchase Australian carbon credit units, the benefits go directly to Australian communities and our environment. Council purchases independently verified carbon offsets to negate the residual emissions from its operations after emissions reduction initiatives have been taken into account. However, our program is literally so big that we're oversized for just the Australian market. and that is why the Sherwood Council purchases offsets from a range of projects, including early season savanna burning in far north Queensland and the Northern Territory, and reforestation on marginal farmlands in northern New South Wales. Other projects have included wind, solar and biomass generation. The Sherwood Council always gives preference to projects that support wider social, economic and environmental benefits. The Sherwood Council is using its purchasing power to support the Australian renewable energy industry and further negate the greenhouse gas emissions associated with our electricity use. Residents of Brisbane should be very proud that the Sherwood Council and its direct action on carbon emissions. Maybe everyone else can try to catch up.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise to speak on program 3. Well, I think it's safe to say that we all love our green spaces. They provide an area for our residents to connect with each other, to exercise and enjoy the beautiful wildlife. Often when I'm out and about, I mention to people that close to 40% of Brisbane City Council's footprint is natural areas. It's a statistic that people question, as it does honestly sound too good to be true. But it's not. And we're not stopping there in carrying out Sally Ann Atkinson's vision. In this year's budget, we've allocated nearly $59 million to continuing to improve our bushlands and community initiatives, like helping to educate locals through our environmental centres and our school visits. Sorry. Recently, I joined with the kids from the Cannon Hill Kindy as we explored the nearby creek. The staff from the Boondall Wetland Centre did a fantastic job. They honestly had all the kids on the edge of their seat. And I will certainly be promoting the terrific programs that we do offer to more of our schools, because it was a great morning. Now, another part of the program is looking for new sites across our city where we can rehabilitate our green space and habitats. And in this year's budget, there was an additional 1.1 hectares purchased on Kate Street in Carina and Doughboy Ward. And on the other end of Kate Street this week, I'll be holding another one of my community planting days. So if you're looking to do something on Sunday, come on down. I know you'll all love it and get your hands dirty. And we'll also have a gecko wildlife show after. Bit of fun. Yes, you can. Actually, maybe I should organise that. But our environmental offset program only commenced in the 2015-2016 financial year, and Council has now established over 252 hectares of koala habitat in 39 sites across our city, with over 200,000 trees planted. But these environmental offset programs, they play a vital role in helping Council achieve its 40% natural habitat cover on mainland by 2031. But honestly, we're smashing it, and I think we'll get there before then. Now, one other thing I know our Lord Mayor is very passionate about is improving our parks and its facilities. And where do I even start? His vision for Victoria Park, the Oxley Creek transformation. Well, maybe I'll start with his commitment to the suburbs of our city, and in particular Doughboy Ward. In the outer Brisbane suburbs of Doughboy Ward, we are so lucky to have amazing green space, varying from the Menippi Golf Course, which is currently under construction, the wetlands where you can find the Doughboy crab, and yes, Doughboy Ward is named after a crab, if you're wondering. Yes, well, there you go. And also the 51 local parks that call home, and which everyone gets to enjoy, including the Murray Recreation Reserve, which we've heard a little about, but I am very, very excited. It will be Brisbane's first dedicated cycling and all-wheeled park. A few weeks ago in the chamber, we heard from Wynne. Honestly, how inspirational was he? He learnt to roller skate in his 60s, and sometimes I think I'm a little too old to take something up, but his story was a bit of a wake-up call. But Wynne is right. This new space will not only provide incredible opportunities for our community, but become a one-of-its-kind facility in Australia, attracting closed-circuit criterium cycling and speed skating events across Australia and internationally when the borders open up. And also, I do actually love its proximity to the velodrome at the Sleeman Sports Centre. I think it couldn't have been placed in a better spot. Now, some of the highlights from this incredible upgrade to the reserve include a 1.6 kilometre criterium, a pump track, and we know from the Bracken Ridge and the Darra pump tracks they are extremely popular, so I'm excited to get one in the Doughboy Ward. We also have a BMX track, coming along as well, so that will be popular for the older kids. There will also be a 2-storey clubhouse which will allow spectators to view races and to enjoy a cup of coffee with the installation of a cafe area. It will also provide a clubhouse for the Balmoral Cycling Club and the Speed Skater Group. But one of the best additions will be the community meeting rooms. Residents and community groups will be able to access the rooms via a code. This will be a big win for many of my service clubs who are always looking for a place to meet for little to no cost. I now understand why the detailed design is such a long process, but over the last 2 years, this concept has completely morphed into what I believe is one of the best parks in Brisbane, and it is something that the Sherwood Council and the projects team are extremely proud of, and I can't wait to see works getting started. Like all of us, I know we'll all be meeting with our asset services team in the coming weeks, and I'm very excited to meet with mine, because we're going to be chatting about some of the other exciting upgrades, such as a new dog park in Joe Bradfield Park. A few of my colleagues actually warned me about building a new dog park, but I'm very glad I am, because we actually had a phenomenal response rate. We had about 100 people respond, and only one person said no, and that's because he wanted upgrades to a school zone. I get that. But we're also building a new gym in Kyanama Park. Councillor Mackay, you inspired me with your Ninja Warrior, like I'm sure many of us, and I'll try to one-up you. Not quite sure if I can do it, but I'll try. Okay. Last night I shared the exciting news also with, 2 nights ago, with Hemet residents that they'll be getting a new scooter track, and they were overjoyed. And I'm sure your residents of Wynnum West, Councillor Cummings, will also be very excited by the news and be down there a lot. But every councillor in this chamber, honestly, should be the envy of other councils. We have the direct opportunity through our staff to fix issues and improve facilities every single year. When speaking with other councillors from around Queensland, they are stoked to get one improvement, such as a dog park or a new playground, but we get multiple. We get the opportunity to not only upgrade our parks, but our footpaths for our residents and our schools, install solar for our community groups. We have an incredible opportunity, and I think sometimes we forget that. But as a young father himself, the Lord Mayor is focused on making the Brisbane of tomorrow better than the Brisbane of today. Lord Mayor, you have 19 councillors behind you, because we believe in your vision to improve our green spaces, our parks, our waterways, and the 100% carbon neutral status. I not only recommend Program 3 to the Chamber, but I am very proud to be a part of Team Schrinner and our vision for the suburbs.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank the administration councillors for their participation in this debate, because they've clearly taken the time to actually read the budget properly, to listen to the budget information sessions and actually understand what is being delivered across Brisbane. Because, Mr Chair, the councillors across the chambers, especially councillors Cassidy, Griffiths and Johnston, made quite a few misleading statements during their contributions, with a few uninformed and predictable comments repeated by Councillor Strunk. You know, if you don't have anything legitimate to say, then just make something up. That appears to be the way that that those opposite feel that you should contribute to a debate in an area that affects and is important to most of the residents in their communities. Everyone loves their parks. Everyone likes, you know, to go down and spend time with their families, you know, and use the wonderful amenities that this program delivers. I would like to address some misleading comments made about the Oxley Creek transformation. Firstly, the suggestion that bringing the project into the Brisbane Sustainability Agency waters down the project. Well, that might come as a bit of news to the Oxley Creek Transformation Chair and CEO, both of whom will be taking up those roles within the agency, and they're very, very excited about it. This will, coming together, provides more resources and focuses on Oxley Creek, absolutely not less. And speaking of, the suggestion that the project has had a reduction, well, that of course is wrong too. Our $100 million commitment remains. We are now firmly in the project delivery phase, which means funding will more closely align with projects that are on the ground. There is $7.8 million in the Oxley Creek transformation line this year, plus $900,000 in the parks budget in 3.3 for Archerfield wetlands. So that's around $8.7 million in total for Oxley Creek. And I know Councillor Johnson has had difficulty in reading the budget this year, but $8.7 million is a bigger number than $5 million. So is the $6.5 million, $5.4 million and another $5.4 million that we see in the forward years. Right. So we've also had some mistruths about backflow valves. Just because you say something enough times, Mr Chair, doesn't mean that it becomes true. We prioritise funding for drainage projects based on the number of households that are affected and the frequency of flooding. And backflow valves that protect a few to zero properties against infrequent events just don't sit as high in a priority citywide. Regarding Councillor Griffiths' comments, if this is what it means to miss out in Maruka Ward, I really don't know what else to say. As Councillor Matic went through a list of items that are being delivered in the Tennyson ward, I have a page here just in this program of wonderful upgrades happening in the Maruka ward, including installing fauna fences in Nathan, replacing toilet facilities in Stimson Park, Maruka, reconstructing cracked and displaced concrete paths adjoining a skate facility at James Freeney Park at Acacia Ridge. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Moolabin Park in Maruka. There's an Moolabin Park at Maruka. We're upgrading a playground to current standards. It's going to be moved away from the fig tree where it currently is because of the root problems. And there's $225,000 going into that upgrade. We're upgrading facilities in parks in Acacia Ridge, Rockley, and another at Acacia Ridge at Mortimer Park Road. And then there'll be some more power supplied to a shelter there. We've got at Keith Street, Maruka, relief drainage works to minimise localised flooding in 2 properties. And at Evans Road, Rocky, Waterholes Creek, Salisbury, there's $33,000 going into major waterways vegetation management. So that, amongst other things right across the budget, means that Maruka Ward residents are benefiting from the Sherwood Council's budget for 21-22, and anything that is said to the contrary is simply not true. But of course, we're also delivering that major project at Archerfield Wetlands, which is a significant investment over a number of years, and I really feel that Councillor Griffiths is looking forward to that, and it's a shame that he didn't talk that particular project up during the debate. Regarding off-road cycling, there were more mistruths. There's $500,000 on top of our existing funding to manage trails, to help implement a range of initiatives, including trail care and funding for sustainable off-road cycling infrastructure. If we left it to Councillor Griffiths, he'd just put his hands over his eyes and ignore the damage from illegal trails and let illegal trail construction just continue without any plan for sustainable infrastructure, which is what this strategy is all about. So the idea by providing funds to deliver the strategy means that we won't have listened to the consultation is absolutely ridiculous. We specifically haven't identified locations yet because we are still listening. We will complete the review and we'll allocate funding in the coming months. With regard to Councillor Cassidy's comments, I know and I totally respect that Iron Bumpin Lagoon is an important matter for Councillor Cassidy and the surrounding residents. However, the Council has been undertaking technical investigations to determine what options are available to resolve or reduce the frequency of blue-green algal blooms. And the advice that's been received, which has been provided to Councillor Cassidy, that if desilting works occurred, there is a 75% risk that the revetment wall will fail. And with this contingency in mind, we would require a budget allocation of close to $4 million to deliver this project. So at this time, we are not going to be able to proceed with the project, but we will continue to maintain the lagoon through the Maintaining Lakes in Parks Service, and the advice I've received is that there hasn't been a blue-green algal bloom event in a long time. Regarding Brighton Foreshore, the Lord Mayor has committed to delivering a plan and community consultation for Brighton Foreshore this term, and that's exactly what we'll do. We have a number of commitments to deliver this term, and they can't all be delivered in the first half of a 4-year term. So, in a surprise to me, we again heard more complaints about our carbon neutral commitment. Well, not really a surprise to me. Chair, it won't be a surprise to anyone in this room either that there's no border control on greenhouse gases. Those officers just cannot stand the fact that the LNP administration is leading the way on this. Beyond that, they simply do not understand carbon accounting. They think that if we plant a few trees in their ward that we don't need to participate in the global carbon marketplace. They can spin it as much as they like and distort the facts as much as they like, but it's only because they feel so exposed on this topic, on this matter, that we are completely outclassing them as an LNP Sherwood Council on environmental matters, completely outclassing them. This has been a budget, Mr Chair, for Brisbane suburbs, no matter what you hear those opposites say. Park improvements, environmental initiatives all over Brisbane from Wacol to Cowan. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank a number of people for their contribution to the Program 3 budget, to Divisional Manager Andrea Kennefaik, who today at 4 o'clock will be retiring and going on some wonderful journeys, I'm sure, in her retirement. News Branch Manager Tim Wright and the Program 3 budget team of Dave Henry, Kate Weiss and all of the other officers supporting them. To the staff in the Lord Mayor's office and to my team, Dean, Gemma and Fiona, and my ward team of Tanya and Zach, thank you. And a special thank you to Councillor Fiona Cunningham, who has done such a brilliant work in this program area in setting the scene so that we move forward to a clean, green and sustainable city, doing everything that we can to make Brisbane even better in the years to come. So I again commend Program 3 to the Chamber.
We'll now put the motion for the adoption of the program Clean, Green, Sustainable City program. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, the Future Brisbane program, please.
Mr Chair, I move that for the Future Brisbane program, the services of council, the allocations for the operations and the projects and the total project expenditure as set out on pages 64 to 73 for the years 2021 to 22 through to 2024 to 25, so far as they relate to Program 4, be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hammond, that the Future Brisbane program, the services of council, the allocations for the operations and the projects and the total project expenditures as set out on pages 64 to 73 for the years 2021 through 22 through to 2024-25, so far as they relate to Program 4, be adopted. Is there any debate? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I proudly rise to introduce Program 4 to the Chamber, Future Brisbane. And I personally think there's no more important program than the future of Brisbane right now as one of the fastest growing capitals in the nation. We are already expecting 3,000 people a month to move here by 2041, but this has been compounded and fast-tracked by a whole range of COVID-related factors. A strong economic response to the pandemic, our lifestyle, climate and city shaping projects, both public and private, is what people are being attracted to. The South East Queensland Regional Plan outlines that Brisbane needs to accommodate an extra 386,000 new residents by 2041. This equates to 188,200 new dwellings in that time. And unlike the opposition, we aren't ideologically opposed to development. It is a crucial piece of the puzzle for the growth of a city. The number of Brisbane residents living in apartments is continually growing and will one day match the number of people living in single dwellings, I am sure. And that is why this budget funds the necessary technology to keep up with these changes in our city and allows us to monitor and draft in light of the major population growth we will be experiencing. Overall, there has been an increase in our capital and expense as well as revenue budget lines, with a total available budget of $107 million, close to the $69 million and close to the $69 million anticipated in revenue. The Sherwood Council will continue to be the leader when it comes to neighbourhood planning and approving good development in this capital. This will become increasingly important as we anticipate the announcement from the IOC regarding the host city for 2032 Olympics. Contrary to the interjections I'm already hearing for the Deagon Ward councillor, who has his eyes wide shut when it comes to the significant progress and the proposal to host the 2032 Olympics and Paralympics opportunity that we have here in Brisbane. In fact, it was Lord Mayor Graham Quirk as the chair of South East Queensland Council of Mayors who kicked it off, and this has been 6 years in the making. It didn't just happen overnight, and it's a tremendous amount of work. It has been a very large part of what the city city planning team have been focusing on, just not for the last couple of years, but in particular in the last 6 months. The Olympic Games reform agenda was only released at the end of last year for the roadmap for future Olympic movements, and it achieves to align the delivery of the Games and the long-term planning goals of the host city and region. And that's exactly what we have been doing. And that is why Brisbane is currently looked on so favourably by the IOC. We have a bold infrastructure agenda which is ahead of schedule in the light of 2032, and we have all levels of government working extremely well together in coordinating the IOC proposal, which is currently with them for review. The master plan for the Games includes 17 competition venues within the Brisbane local government area and 16 venues within 5 kilometres of the CBD. The long-term benefits for the city will be transformed far beyond the scope of the event venues. And as the Games will help revitalise our entire city precincts, it will be something that will boost our region and invest locally in our suburbs for years to come after the Games as well. But we're not sitting on our laurels and just waiting for something to happen in 2032. We are making sure that we're making our suburbs look and feel as best as they possibly can, and really taking the advantage that we've seen out of the COVID lockdowns, where people have really re-engaged with their local communities. I know that all councillors from both sides of this chamber are very fond of their village precinct projects programs, the small-scale but capital works projects that are designed to beautify our local shopping strips to help bring them back to life. It boosts local spending, it brings locals to the neighbourhood to get their weekly needs. Little things from garden beds, tree planting, public art, creative lighting, bespoke seating and street furniture. It all results in people taking pride in their local shopping areas and becoming well loved for the outcomes in the suburbs as well. We have a number of projects currently underway which are scheduled for construction this financial year, roll into and continue into the next financial year. That's the completion of the Manly Harbour Village and the completion of Ashgrove West, with the delivery of Paddington, Camp Hill and Cooperoo. At the completion of these projects, there's also launch events which are designed to showcase the local businesses and build a sense of community. Shortly, we will launch the Taste of Darra. I know Councillor Strunk is looking forward to that. It's for the completion of the VPP at Station Road late last year. The increased tree planting also in these projects helps cool our neighbourhood streets and builds on our subtropical climate. And talking about our subtropical climate, we are making sure that we are incentivising green buildings right across the city. We know we spend a lot of time outdoors. We don't require heaters and fire pits for most of the months of the year. We have on average 300 days of sunshine, and the humidity rarely drops below 70%, except for these couple of weeks we have right now, which means we need built form to reflect that climate. We introduced the Buildings That Breathe guidelines a few years ago, and there have been some excellent developments that have come online which reflect these principles. In last year's budget, we announced the Green Buildings Incentive, which encourages development industry to build new, well-designed, green and energy-efficient buildings. That policy is now drafted and is there for our applications, our construction industry to use. To date, there have been 22 expressions of interest in the scheme, with $10 million allocated in the forwards to deliver on that incentive as well. For residential buildings, they must meet one of 5 criteria: achieve a 5-star Green Star rating from the Green Building of Australia, obtain UDIA's Developmental 6 LEAF certification, and depending on the number of stories in the building, meet a specific target of the Buildings That Breathe design guide. They could also do it by achieving carbon neutral certification or achieving a minimum green plot ratio as well. There's many ways that they can achieve that incentive, but we're hoping that we'll see a much better outcome for the built form in the years to come. We also have our rolling program of neighbourhood plans and city plan amendments. And again, I am sure, Councillor Maddock, that we'll hear about how bad they are for their suburbs. But the reality is we can't deliver the infrastructure, we can't plan the infrastructure if we don't know where the growth is going and we ground truth exactly what is happening out in the precincts in and across Brisbane. We'll continue this year on finalising the Brisbane Downs, Sandgate and Districts, 8 Mile Plains Gateway, and progressing Nathan and Salisbury Moorooka neighbourhood plans. The Brisbane Downs neighbourhood plan will be released for public consultation, including a state government interest check. The 8 Mile Plains strategy can go out for consultation as well to inform the actual neighbourhood plan. Sandgate Plan has recently closed public consultation, and officers will now be going through all the submissions to amend the plan accordingly. Nathan Salisbury Maruka draft strategy has just gone out to public consultation, and I'm sure we'll hear the furphies from the councillor for Maruka compared to what he said at the planning meeting last Friday to what he said in public since then as well. We won't be committing this year to any new neighbourhood plans other than the ones I've just listed. We are focusing on the ones that we have got here, and obviously with any announcements made in July and what that looks like going forward, we need to really think about where we would start any more. We also have, in terms of city plan amendments, 6 packages underway. Amendment G for rooftops, Package I for zoning changes in Camp Hill, Package L, which is a whole range of design elements, including stopping cookie-cutter townhouses and preserving our Queenslanders. It also has spaces between homes, ensuring minimum setbacks between property boundaries. And finally, Package L, supporting the delivery of the universal housing and new homes. Technologically wise, we are working on the Future Development Services Enablement Project, which is the replacement of DART, which so many councillors in this place would be familiar with, but it's been with us since 2002 and it is time to move on. So it's a large project for the back end for not only the city planners, but also for the compliance officers as well. In addition to this, the next generation urban growth model is going to be funded to address the need for high quality predictions and scenario testing on land dwellings, floor area, population, employment and infrastructure supply across the city. In last year's budget, there was a number of new initiatives that we introduced to help stimulate the building and construction industry. $2.3 million in fees were waived for over 1,900 projects, and there was an 18% increase in applications compared to the year before. The house and home teams were set up with a strong team of assessment managers, and that has helped them decide so many of those that have come through within 30 business days, a fantastic, strong result. We have fast-tracked assessment processes so that we can make sure that mums and dads and the smaller buildings across the city can get out there and get moving. So tradies and contractors and subcontractors can have money in their pockets to spend in their suburbs. It is a very cyclical idea of making sure you support the economy through building and construction industry, and clearly we're about to hear one that those on the other side do not support as well. Infrastructure charges, which is not very sexy on paper, but it's something that we need to make sure that we maintain, we monitor and we do the progress. The LGIP was delivered just recently with over 1,000 local projects considered priority for council, and we will continue to make sure that the infrastructure charges revenue is spent on that trunk infrastructure we need in the growth team. The building and construction management team, I just did a recent committee presentation on that. That is our forward-facing unit, which is proactively monitoring building sites in Brisbane. They're doing a fantastic job to make sure they get to the nub of problems very early so we can prevent any of those long lingering issues as well. As I mentioned at the start, planning is so important when it comes to managing a growing city. We need to put the policies and the frameworks in place. We need to protect the Brisbane backyard, make sure development fits within its surrounds and facilitate development which is clean, green and sustainable. I want to thank all the council officers and commend Program 4 to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane. And can I start by saying, excuse me, that it's really disturbing to hear the Deputy Mayor say that this council is undertaking good development around the city. Good development, for example, does not include allowing a major commercial development on a heritage-listed sport and recreation site, which is what's happened in Yeronga. That's appalling behaviour. The fact that the development officers behind the scenes, without any consultation with our community, gave this private developer approval to undertake works that created the destruction of the green was just outrageous behaviour. There was a court case about this several years ago, and the judge was very specific about the importance of the McGregor Green as the first evidence of
Councillor
bowling.
Johnston, could you just point to in which section of the program 4 this is in?
Yes, I'm referring to Brisbane's development, approving quality buildings and infrastructure, and I'm arguing why Brisbane is not developing quality building and infrastructure. Let me be clear. When council officers in the planning division make behind closed doors decisions that enable the destruction of heritage-listed sport and rec land, that is not a good planning outcome for our city and is not one that I support. That is what has happened at Yeronga. All for profit. This is not a not-for-profit thing, this is a commercial development. So I'm very concerned that Councillor Adams believes that's good development because she believes that good development is what happens in Brisbane. I'm also very concerned to hear, in answer to my questions about rooming accommodation, which is a significant concern across the city, that Councillor Adams, during the information requests, went on to say, in answer to my question about this rooming strategy she's been talking about, that Council was undertaking a review of the low to medium density unit dwellings in, I think it was package J of the city plan amendments. When I questioned her that low to medium density isn't low density, she then got really confused and then had to clarify herself in a second question. There is no rooming strategy happening. All she did was simply blame George Street, the state government, because apparently the big meanies up the road at George Street are making it very hard for Councillor Adams to do her job. And that is to allow democratic debate in this chamber about rooming accommodation. So I don't believe that it is quality development to allow de facto units in low density areas. And the fact that the LNP councillors are blocking an amendment that's been on the books now for months and months is not good development. So I'm very concerned that Councillor Adams is a little bit delusional about what's actually going on in the suburbs. And
Councillor Johnston, no, I've caught it. Councillor Johnston, you've in the past become very upset when people have suggested that you were delusional, and now you're suggesting that others are. Can I please ask you to withdraw that?
Sorry, I'll withdraw delusional, and I'll certainly say out of touch. Councillor Adams is massively out of touch with what's actually going on in the suburbs. So it is really concerning to hear her talking about good development when that's not happening. Now, the other things, just briefly, in program 4, you know, the LNP like to stand up and say everything that my ward's getting. I dare Councillor Maddock to stand up and do it in program 4. Come on, let's go. You wanna do this? I'm more than happy to have a debate. There is no money for village precincts, despite the fact that Annerley residents supported a village precinct project through Annerley Junction, and we petitioned to do that. I think it's probably about 4 years ago now, was one of the first petitions put forward, strongly supported. When the LNP changed skips to village precincts but didn't bother to tell anybody else except their own people, and of course Enoggera Ward was the first beneficiary of that. They haven't quite worked out that the more money they spend in these marginal LNP wards, the lower their vote goes, but that seems to be the correlation over the last few years. So there is no investment in village precincts, there's no investment in lighting, there's no investment in artwork, there's no investment in livable and local suburbs. There's no investment in anything in this program. So let's be clear. When the LNP administration stand up here and say, "Oh, Tennyson Ward's getting all that," you know, that's not true. It's just fundamentally untrue. They like to say that I'm misrepresenting what's in the budget, and I know Councillor Davis did that as well. But perhaps Councillor Adams will stand up and she'll outline in her summing up speech all of the projects in her portfolio that are being delivered in Tennyson Ward. I don't think she would have the guts to do that. I think that you'll find that she is simply
Point of order. She. We're talking about Councillor Adams. I'm not quite sure.
That's right. Look, Councillor Johnston, as you know, I think you are addressing the comments to and through me, and just be conscious of other councillors, please. Councillor Johnston.
All right, so just to be clear about this now, is no one allowed to say he or she?
No, that's not what I said at all. Councillor Johnston, please
that's
continue.
What I'm just clarifying, if that's the issue. If no one's allowed to say he or she, I appreciate that's not the case. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. So certainly I think Councillor Adams is a little bit out of touch with the type of development that's going on in my community. And it is really concerning to see areas of low density being assessed for impact high density commercial development. And that is just outrageous. That's what's going on the high side of Graceville at the moment. That is a development currently under assessment. This council is clearly facilitating it. They haven't said no, and they are going to allow 3 low-density residential blocks in a character residential area to have a large commercial development built on it. So it is very concerning to see the way in which this administration fails to enforce and respect its own city plan. So not my city plan, because I didn't vote for it. I think it's a terrible document. It has been the single most damaging thing that this administration has done in the time that they have been here. City Plan 2014 is an abomination. It has led to poor development outcomes all over our city. And I remember when we were told that they were removing GFA, but it'd be fine because the setbacks would protect people. But, of course, you can get a siting variation and setbacks are reduced all the time. This administration has allowed unfettered fill in residential areas, and it is causing massive distress to residents in my ward who end up lower than their neighbours by over a metre in some cases. And this is causing enormous distress to residents right around the city, but particularly in my ward because we are very low-lying and it is problematic. There is not any effort by this administration to actually deal with these complaints. There is none. They say it's a civil matter between you and your neighbour. Meanwhile, council has approved in many cases, or they've approved it by exempting it. They've approved putting fill on a site that raises the height of the land by 1 to 2 metres, but there's no requirement to put drainage in. None. So, of course, the water is going to fall on the highest property and run off to the lowest property. But there is no action by this administration to deal with this problem. Over and over again, they say that's a civil matter. No, it is not. Councillor Adams and the LNP have allowed this type of development and fill to happen in Brisbane, and it is not appropriate. It is causing pain and distress to the residents of Brisbane, and it needs to be rectified. So when this administration stand up and say they're all about good development in this city, that's not what we see out in the suburbs. We see units being built in low-density areas. We see low-density character residential properties being turned into major commercial developments. We see heritage-listed sport and recreation sites being converted into major commercial developments. We see regularly fill that causes massive distress to neighbouring residents because of the fall of the land and the lack of drainage that is required on these sites. We see character homes being knocked down and
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Any further speakers? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rose to speak in support of Program 4. But before I start, can I just express my disappointment to you, Chair, that, you know, all I had to say was you can't handle the truth, and all I've heard from the Councillor of Tennyson is degrade the Deputy Mayor and anybody else in her path. If that happened from us on this side of town, this side of the chamber...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I don't believe this is an appropriate way to converse across the chamber, not through you, to another councillor and attack her, attack her personally. I believe that is not...
Okay, thank you. No, I don't want to call people names here. Councillor Hammond, I appreciate your rebutting the points of another councillor. Please do so very quickly and then move to the substance if you can.
I just find it very disappointing if we say something half of what she says. We are...
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just checking. Is that okay?
You often check things. Councillor Hammond.
But she feels it's okay to attack us on this side of the chamber without any defence from us over here. I just find it appalling. I'd also like to make a comment. Councillor Johnson was talking about some sport and rec land, I believe. You know, it's important that we look after our sport and rec land, absolutely, but I understand the place that she was talking about, and I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will elaborate on this later, was a bowling club that went into a childcare facility. So another thing I would like to add is Councillor Johnson was talking about overland flow. This is managed through our DA process. It absolutely is. It has to be managed, the drainage issues and overland flow through their DA applications. However, as Marchant Ward has seen, there is some developments that happen through private certifiers. And they can lawfully, the private certifiers can lawfully approve these things because it falls within state government law. So let us be serious about when we're talking about drainage and overland flow. It is addressed if they come through council. It is addressed through their DA, the DA process to manage these issues of drainage. Look, future Brisbane is such an important part. Brisbane has a massive task of supplying 386,000 new dwellings, as Councillor or the Deputy Mayor said, by 2041, due to the state government's South East Regional Plan. Now, we never ever hear about the state government forcing all of South Queensland to prepare for the massive growth that the South East region is going to see. All we hear from those opposite is that this side of the council's forcing this growth into our city. That is not true. It is important to grow our city responsibly. We can't just simply open up new land like some of our other local councils can. We can't keep on opening up new land because that land is not available unless we're going to take away from that precious natural land that we want to preserve for future growth across our city. Like the Deputy Mayor said, we are seeing many changes due to COVID-19, which has introduced new factors like people working from home, people looking at their housing and changing their property landscapes. And this is having effect on housing costs and development across our city. We are also seeing we have seen and we're going to continue to see people flocking to the southeast, and that means Brisbane as well. Who would blame them? We do live in the best city in the world, the 10th most livable city in the world. Who would blame them for flocking to Brisbane? We are a clean, green council. This is why our neighbourhood plans are so important, so very important. I've lived through 2 of them. I know there's a couple that are coming out at the moment and getting worked on at the moment. You work with your community to see what your community wants to see and what they won't see. We just saw that in Sandgate. They did not accept the higher density in some areas, 7 or 8 stories or whatever it was. But we heard that Minister Hinchcliffe came out and praised the 5 stories in particular areas, and now Councillor Cassidy is in agreement with the Minister about that growth. Sandgate is a very special suburb to myself as well, as I spent a lot of time there growing up in that area. The Chermside neighbourhood plan changed dramatically When we had that, and talking about neighbourhood plans here, our award-winning neighbourhood plans, it changed dramatically the area. When I spoke about it in previous areas, I think it was program 2, where the Minister Lucas at the time forced growth into the area. So those opposite say we don't communicate. We do communicate, but at the last minute, just before an election, Minister Lucas forced an area to go into medium-high density because it was a employment hub. He also forced growth up around the hospital and other areas because they were going to do the Northern Busway, which we're still waiting on. We've got the Band-Aid busway, of course, but we're still waiting for the busway that was promised many, many years ago to come. And that's why that growth was put there. Now, let me just say something about the busway. I'm all for public transport, believe me. But the busway was going to go up to the hospital. That's why that area was upzoned quite dramatically without consultation with Mr Lucas. It was just council, just do it and tell the residents what's happening. Problem with that particular program was you have to have public transport to support growth, but also to support the employment needs for an area. And that means having proper bus timetabling to allow people as shift workers to actually get to work on time. But one of the positive things about our neighbourhood plans is look at our area, Chair. You've got a new community centre in Windsor. The Lutwyche area have a new park. We're seeing the growth down the corridor, down that Gympie Road corridor. We are protecting the backyards of Grange, Gordon Park, some of our Lutwyche, Albion, Windsor areas, some of our Chermside areas, Stafford Heights. We are protecting those for the growth that's coming through. I'd also like to talk about briefly on Major Amendment Package G. This is probably, Councillor Adams, one of my favourite, because it's allowing rooftop gardens, which makes our city more clean and green, and these developments across our city, as they come on board, more attractive for people to live in and sustain our community and growth. We have seen, because of the incentives that we've got for our clean green initiatives through Future Brisbane Program 4, we are seeing some spectacular developments come through that are taking in our environment, especially in Councillor Howard's area. The green initiatives they've got, the space, how inviting, how inclusive these new developments coming. And that's because of these amendments that we keep on putting through to make our city even better tomorrow than what it is today. And that's why, Mr Chair, that is why people are flocking to Brisbane. I don't want to hear those opposite put down our great city anymore, because our city should be brought up, should be praised the way it's moving. All they want to do is bring it down. This is the best city in the world. This is the 10th most livable city in the world. And Program 4 is something that is so important that we should all support and work together with our community. Thank you.
Further speakers?
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for morning tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hammond. The Council now adjourned for a period of 15 minutes for the purpose of morning tea, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Welcome back, councillors. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane. Mr Chair, we all know that the LNP put themselves first in this city every single time, but there is a group who is a close second in priority, and that is developers in this city. This LNP council will always put them before the residents, and that has been proven
Point of order,
time.
Mr Chair.
Point of order.
I do not want to hear 10 minutes of imputing motive from Councillor Cook.
It started the way it's going to continue. That's not a point of order. Councillor Cook, please be mindful of your responsibilities under the Act. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Under the LNP, we see 15-storey hotels approved next to small residential unit blocks and daycare centres in Spring Hill. We see character homes demolished in Toowong, Kangaroo Point, Maruka. We see developers riding roughshod over the community's needs.
Point of order to you.
Councillor Cook, take a question.
Councillor Cook, will you take a question?
Not right now.
Councillor Cook has declined. Councillor Cook.
Residents are being exiled from the planning process in this city. Residents are actively ignored by this LNP administration. This LNP council patronise and berate residents when they try to speak up. LNP councillors call residents scaremongers and tell them to be careful what they wish for if they dare oppose development in this city. Plans for sporting and recreation precincts are forced upon local communities without any meaningful or genuine attempts to consult with residents first. In other parts of the city, the community organisations are kicked out altogether. We know this LNP administration likes to talk big about standing up to rogue developers. We know they will reject an application and then roll over in the Planning and Environment Court when challenged by developers. So instead of fighting tooth and nail against developers, this council hammers out a special deal behind closed doors. We know it, developers know it, and Brisbane residents are starting to realise that all is not what it seems when it comes to development in this city. And what happens when the residents, speak out? As I said before, they are called scaremongers. They must be political party members. They couldn't possibly just be regular residents of the city fed up with the developers running rampant under this LNP administration. The LNP would have you believe that they are out there defending the heritage and saving backyards, although, Mr Chair, we haven't heard that line for a while. Yet during this budget, it has been disclosed that they have a fighting fund of only $2 million on legal appeals. And yes, that might sound like a lot when you hear the figure, but then, when you find out that there are currently 120 cases before the court, and you break down that figure, you will know that that equates to, on average, $16,000 per case. Now, Mr Chair, that doesn't get you very far in the legal world, where barristers alone can cost between $4,000, $10,000, $20,000 a day, Mr Chair. That is the case in this city.
Councillor Cook. I was calling you again. I've asked for calm. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. During the budget information sessions, Councillor Adams said that Council was told to mediate by the court, that she didn't want to be in contempt of court. Well, Councillor Adams, no one has asked you to be in contempt of court, quite the opposite. The residents of this city want you to not only comply with your legal duties in court, but also stand up for residents of this city when you are there.
Councillor Cook, can I ask that you refer comments 2 and 3 to me, please?
Thank you, Mr Chair. How are you able to properly assert your legal rights and properly argue these cases when you grossly underfund the department who is meant to take up these appeals and fight on behalf of the residents of this city? This leaves residents being forced to fork out thousands of dollars, in my ward, forced to hold garage sales to fundraise for their legal cases and dedicate hours and hours of their own time to be heard by this LNP councillor in court against developers. On the other hand, Mr Chair, we have over $63 million in discounts for developers. So we deprive the residents of that money in revenue, and then we allocate $2 million to fight the developers in court. This council's priorities are all wrong, which brings me to decision-making and accountability in this LNP administration. Quite frankly, Mr Chair, there is none. When we ask to stop closed-door meetings with developers, the LNP say no. Today, we heard the Deputy Mayor say that policy and process were important. Well, not when it comes to meeting with developers behind closed doors, Mr Chair. It's not important then. Another area in this program that lacks any transparency...
Councillors, please allow the councillor to be heard. Councillor Cook.
Mr Chair, it's lovely that the Mayor has decided to join us for this debate. It's great to have his contribution to this debate today.
I've just asked for the Councillor Cook to be heard in silence. No tete-a-tetes on the floor. The councillor is speaking. Councillor Cook.
We have not heard from the Lord Mayor of this city once during this debate over the last 2 days, but he's here today and he's making a valuable contribution to just through the interjections.
Councillors. Councillor Cook, please continue.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Marks.
Seriously, you can't have a councillor calling the Lord Mayor a coward.
All right, there is to be no name calling. I really didn't want to come back to this. No name calling. Consider this a warning to all councillors. If anybody calls each other names such as that again, they'll be asked to leave the meeting. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So another area in this program that lacks any transparency is village precincts projects. During the budget, the Deputy Mayor described the allocation of funds to these programs as, and I quote, a captain's call. That's right, no data, no analysis, cherry-picked by the Lord Mayor himself. So despite...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
We're not doing that today. Councillor Cook.
So despite hundreds of local Bulimba residents calling on council to upgrade and fund a village precinct project on Oxford Street via a petition, the residents of this city need not worry about that. Don't bother asking council for anything because it's a captain's call, as quoted by the Deputy Mayor of this city. Don't look at where COVID and economic development and economic downturn is actually occurring, because the captain of the LNP, Adrian Schrinner, knows best. Don't tell him what locals think, because like much in this city, he will tell you what's best for you and your community. We also found out in the budget that activations for village precinct projects have been done. The ones that have been done are going to cost residents $300,000 to activate those precincts. That's 3 precincts, Mr Chair. So on average, $100,000 per event. Surely we do not need to spend that much to show the community how these spaces have been activated. Mr Chair, no new neighbourhood plans being started this year, despite residents across the city crying out for change to protect the character and heritage of their local areas.
Okay. Please, councillors, please show some calm and allow Councillor Cook to complete her speech.
And some of the existing neighbourhood plans delayed and carried over. They can't even get the job done, Mr Chair. There is nothing in this program for the LNP to be proud of, and if they were genuinely listening to the residents of this city, they would know that. Sadly, we are going to see more of the same from this LNP administration. It's LNP first, developers second, and residents last.
Further speakers, Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of Programme 4 of the 2021-22 budget debate on future Brisbane. I would like to start by commenting the good work by our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Krista Adams. And I must say it is another fascinating speech by Councillor Cara Cook. I must say when I was listening to the previous speech, I feel there's something called lawyer's arrogance. because what I hear is that there's someone on the other side of the chamber actually talk down on the residents of Brisbane. Because they believe Brisbane residents are ignorant, they don't understand the importance of neighbourhood plan and the importance of developing Brisbane City. And can I tell you, the people are discerning. There's one factor shows how people of Brisbane are discerning. Is that last year they re-elected Sherwood Council with 19 councillors. Yes, so the people of Brisbane understand that we need change and we need neighbourhood plan, just as Councillor Cook said, they're crying out for it. And in here, we are here stand up for our residents and to make sure that Brisbane residents have good housing choices and affordability. And that is what Future Brisbane is about. Mr. Chair, Brisbane is at the heart of Australia's fastest growing region and a popular destination for both interstate and overseas migrants. The latest Livability City Index ranked Brisbane one of the top 10 livable cities in the world, which is the result of proper planning and good governance. That is something the Sherwood Council is proud of and has continued to deliver for the best outcome for our city. And this program is the centerpiece of our city planning. Mr. Chair, Brisbane City Plan 2014 is Brisbane City Council's plan for the future development of Brisbane. It guides how land in Brisbane can be used and developed. It also helps plan for infrastructure to support growth and create more diversified economy while continuing to protect our city's enviable way of life. Mr. Chair, before I elaborate more on my interest on other city-wide benefits contained in this program, I would like to first speak on the ML Plans, a gateway neighborhood plan, which is something really close to my heart. Mr. Chair, neighborhood planning produces locally specific plans that create better places for Brisbane. Council undertakes neighborhood planning. Well, you can interject. That's it. Council Karaku just say something people of Brisbane is crying out for. Well, Council undertake neighborhood planning to ensure local areas are great places to live, facilitate economic prosperity, and provide the range of infrastructure and facilities required by the economy and also our community. And that the benefit of neighborhood planning include providing communities with opportunities to have a say in planning at a local level to guide future development, coordinating council's programs and priorities for specific area, providing land use strategies that assist achieving the Southeast Queensland Regional Plan 2017 benchmarks, implementing the strategic intent of City Plan, providing assessment benchmarks for development assessment that are locally specific. Mr. Chair, ML Plan's Gateway Neighbourhood Plan is the blueprint that achieves good balance that guarantees the future growth of the area while keeping an enviable lifestyle that local residents will continue to enjoy. ML Plains is part of Brisbane's new global precinct. It is strategically located at the junction between Southeast Freeway, Gateway Motorway, and Logan Road. There were stories about where the name ML Plains is coming from. According to my research, ML Plains is 14.38 kilometers southeast of the Brisbane Central Business District. And the name ML Plains was given early in its settlement, and it refers to the area's flat topography and the MLs to 1 mile swamp, which is now Wollongabba. ML Plains is conveniently located at the junction of many arterial roads and motorways. It is only 20 minutes from the city, 25 minutes from the airport, and 45 minutes to the Gold Coast. The Metro Depot and the terminal station are both within this neighbourhood plan. This is significant, in fact, the biggest investment in Brisbane's public transport history, not only create jobs and business opportunities, but will change people's travel behaviour forever. ML Plains is also the home to Brisbane Technology Park, RACQ, and a number of office parks. It's an important employment hub for Brisbane and an economic powerhouse for Brisbane's future. The Brisbane Technology Park is the largest business park in Queensland and is ideally located just 15 minutes from Brisbane's CBD. Originally a Queensland government initiative to foster the growth of and collaboration between companies in knowledge-based industries, this technology park is now home for over 200 companies, employing in excess of 10,000 people. A further development is set to be delivered over the next 10 years. And I'm sure everyone will be familiar with RACQ, especially when you are in trouble. It is a mutual organization and Queensland's largest club, providing roadside assistance, insurance, banking, travel, and more to its approximately 1.75 million members. It has 19 retail stores throughout the state, but has its head office conveniently located in ML Plains. Mr. Chair, Emerald Plains is also blessed with a significant multicultural religious precinct, whether it's the Korean Church, Chinese Taoist Temple, Bosnian Mosque, or Sikh Temple. Emerald Plains showcases how attractive and inclusive Brisbane is. This neighbourhood plan reinforces the unique characteristics of Emerald Plains and the strength of transport convenience, employment potential, vibrant multiculturalism, and a blissful environment. Mr. Chair, it is anticipated the draft Emerald Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan will release for public consultation. Submissions received during public consultation will be used to refine the draft neighbourhood plan, as Councillor Adams just stated. And the next steps following a review of the submission are Minister's consideration for adoption and final adoption by Council. Mr. Chair, I would like to speak on the village precinct projects as well. As Lumley Street, shops at Upper Margaret has been identified as part of the project, the village precinct project facilitates and delivers placemaking initiatives, public arts and creative lighting outcomes of varying scales and types across Brisbane. The service advocates for design-led city through design advice, policy, and strategy development, and design tools and guidance to deliver design excellence. The purpose of these projects is to create livable places, stimulate economic activity, attract investment, tourism, and promote Brisbane's subtropical lifestyle, and contribute to Brisbane's reputation as a vibrant and attractive city of local places, culture, and creativity for people to live, visit, work, and invest. Through the delivery of village precincts projects, we work closely with local traders and communities to create context-specific outcomes that reflect and enhance local heritage and character. It addresses social, economic, environmental, and design issues, and opportunities to deliver improved local centres with enhanced attractiveness, amenity, safety, and accessibility. Through the delivery of our public art and creative lighting projects, we make a significant contribution to Brisbane's reputation as a curated city and to the development of our creative economy. We manage and maintain the existing public art collection and curate and install a diverse range of new permanent and temporary works, and creatively light the city to contribute to its vibrant and active nighttime economy. These projects enhance the Brisbane's identity as a creative and innovative city and provide a sense of occasion and celebration and enable people to discover our city. Mr. Chair, Brisbane is on track to prosper towards 2032 and beyond. The Sherwood Council has the vision and leadership to deliver a better future for our city. And I'm proud of this budget. I'm proud of the Sherwood administration. And I'm confident this budget will lay the foundation for a brighter future for our city. I commend the programme to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Mr. Chair, this program Future Brisbane. I heard a developer say at a recent breakfast I was at, this is a pot of gold. And this is a pot of gold for the LNP, for council, and but not for residents. And unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we are seeing here with this council one of the most pro-development governments Brisbane has ever seen. And it happened in 2014 when they got hold of City Plan. And they had a day after City Plan, or the day City Plan was brought to this chamber, they had a developers' breakfast. And the developers got to hear of all the little gems that they were getting.
Councillor Griffiths, it's 7 years ago. Can I please ask you to focus on the program in front of us, please?
We do hear about the Sawley administration from 20 years ago. What we did... Yes.
No, Councillor Griffiths, please give your own speech. You don't need coaching. You're quite a capable councillor. Please provide your own speeches.
I can give my own speech. In terms of, I will say, but City Plan is still in place, so it's still relevant. What we saw at that breakfast was a reduction in car parks for units. We saw increased density and loss of setbacks, and we saw removal of advertising and notifications on the majority of developments in this city. Developers got what they wanted. Sorry, are you being directed, Mr. Chair?
No, I'm not. But also, I mean, that's several terms ago, and I have asked you to come to this term and this budget.
And the city plan is contained in this document. The city plan is contained in this document.
All right, please proceed.
Just 3 weeks ago, I went to another breakfast at Salisbury, and that was about the Salisbury-Maruka-Nathan local plan. And that was where one of the developers said, this is a pot of gold. Your suburbs are a pot of gold. We've finished with the inner city. We're now coming out your way. Well, I've been to all 3 sessions. I've written to 2,000 homes affected by this plan, and I've written to everyone in those suburbs. And can I tell you, Mr. Chair, residents are angry. They're angry with this council. They don't trust this council. They don't trust the LNP. We know in this plan that we'll lose 200 character homes that will be allowed to be demolished or removed if this plan goes ahead. 200 character homes that have been protected up till now.
Councillor Adams, please don't interject.
200 character homes will be lost from Salisbury and Maruka to make way for 3 to 8-storey buildings. People don't want that. They want their character protected. In fact, in this document here, it actually says we're going to keep protecting our character homes in the suburbs. That's what our own document says, and yet in the Maruka Salisbury Nathan plan, we're doing the opposite. I won't stand for it. Residents won't stand for it. We should not be losing our character to increased density.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Griffiths take a question?
Will you take a question? He's declined. Please continue.
You get the opportunity to speak. People are getting medium and high density where they've only known low density. There are no new housing options for the elderly population. There's no housing diversity. There's no infrastructure, no library, no parks. Maruka Bowls Club is sadly still in disrepair. Salisbury Scout Hall could be bought. Rocky Waterholes, Stable Swamp Creek, Moolabin Creek, there's no plans there. And just on top of that, Council sneakily releases its industrial strategy, which will impact on major industrial areas through Salisbury and Maruka. No wonder people are cynical about this council and this administration. I'll be supporting protecting all our character homes. I'll be supporting getting infrastructure that goes along with development, not after development. And I will be fighting for that library because council need to be putting in more services when they're putting in more density. I understand the need for density, like on Ipswich Road, but I don't understand the need for loss of character, and I believe it's important to listen to residents. Most disturbingly, but for me, was at one of these sessions, I was approached by a resident and former employee who advised me that they were directed to change for Tennyson Ward and remove items from the PIP and LGIP. I found that extremely disturbing.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
If there are accusations of that level, they should be reported to the authorities. That is outrageous. This place has no...
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Adams. As I say, there is no protection in this place, and
I am
and
just
all
repeating
councillors
what
are.
a resident told me.
No, councillors. No, Councillor Adams. Please.
I just want to say,
Councillor Griffiths has been provided advice.
Yes,
about his circumstances.
I'm concerned about the ethical way this was done, and I certainly would encourage that resident to report it, because I believe.
Councillors, all councillors, look, typically, I understand program 4 does get people a little bit keener than other parts of the debate, but please do not reflect adversely on other councillors. If there are serious allegations, there are obligations on all councillors that we know. And Councillor Griffiths, please be mindful of your role, or your rights and responsibilities.
All I can say is residents don't trust this LNP council, and many residents have experience of how this LNP council works. With regards to the village precinct project, that is a complete fail. Both Councillor Johnston and I have both been working hard to have Annerley recognised, but has been put in the freezer by this LNP council, along with the library, along with Ipswich Road. Once again, it's a failure by this council in relation to Annerley. As was aptly said by Councillor Cook, this program is LNP first, developers second, and residents last.
Further speakers. Councillor Matic.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise in support of program for Future Brisbane and to speak about the program, but I think it's important also, Mr Chairman, to speak about some of the issues that have been raised by councillors opposite. And again, Mr Chairman, it's great to always listen to fairy tales from those opposite, because you know, you do like a bit of a story to mix up with the facts that come from this side, Mr Chairman, and the theatrics that we get from those opposite, because, you know, otherwise they have literally nothing to say. It's really fascinating, Mr Chairman, starting with Councillor Johnston, as we do, because she actually was the first speaker again. I honestly don't know what's happening in that caucus room over there, but Councillor Johnston has obviously taken over. There is a coup. It hasn't hit the media. If they're listening to this at all, someone should report on it, because obviously there is a new Team Johnston going on over there, Mr Chairman. But, Mr Chairman, I go back to program 4, and I think it's really interesting hearing from Councillor Johnston as the first speaker, given that when she was appointed to the committee, Mr Chairman, she resigned. She actually resigned from the planning committee that she was appointed to, yet stands in the chamber now and speaks strongly and passionately about development in her own ward. Ironic, really. Caucus is now going outside, Mr Chairman. They've got Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Matic, on topic, please.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Mr Chairman, it's fascinating to hear Councillor Johnston speak when she said that there was absolutely nothing. She said that there was no investment in anything, she said, within this program area. Nothing in artwork, nothing in village projects, nothing going on at all. In fact, the way she was speaking so emphatically, Mr Chairman, about the program area, she sounded like she wanted a neighbourhood plan in her own ward. I suggest that perhaps the chair should speak to her about which neighbourhood plan she would like, because when she spoke about not having anything in her own ward, I think she quite clearly indicated that something that she would really, really like to see as a neighbourhood plan. But, Mr Chairman, again, of course, nothing is further from the truth in regards to what was mentioned by Councillor Johnston in the chamber. There is, as always, Mr Chairman, a significant investment within this program area across all of those different areas, in the village precincts project, in creative lighting, and in areas around public art, including managing the public art collection, Art Force Brisbane, the outdoor gallery, the art platform, and Brisbane Canvas. Mr Chairman, this administration, this Lord Mayor, it continues to be committed to providing all of that investment in the activation of our key precincts, in public and open spaces around artwork, about proper design and planning that reflects the local community. All of these things are an important part of what this administration delivers under what is the Queensland government's, which the ALP has continued to ignore for literally a decade now, Mr Chairman, the ALP government's South East Queensland Regional Plan. And what this administration over years has had to deal with to deliver on those outcomes, and they are non-negotiable, Mr Chairman. And all of us as councillors are always focused on getting the best outcomes for our communities through the neighbourhood planning process, and making sure that we get the improvements we need to go with the density. And, Mr Chairman, that is an ongoing process that this administration has continued to do, dealing with all of the constraints and all the restraints of state government legislation and the obligations that we face. Now, Mr Chairman, it was really fascinating to hear Councillor Griffiths, and this is classic Councillor Griffiths. For those few councillors that remember in the old days when Councillor Cooper was the chair, Councillor Adams was the deputy chair, there was a neighbourhood plan going out in his ward, and he is literally repeating now the lines, the venom, the stories that he spoke out then. But I hope Mr Chairman, that we do not get a repeat performance of what happened to both Councillor Cooper and Councillor Adams at the time when they attended a public meeting that was driven by Councillor Griffiths. It was an awful, awful experience for any councillor, let alone a female councillor, to have to go through what they did, given what he represented to his community. And we're seeing it again with this neighbourhood plan that he is talking about. Maruka, Salisbury, Nathan. This is a repeat performance of the past. Talking about character houses, 200 character houses within his own ward, Mr Chairman, being removed. Mr Chairman, that is absolutely ridiculous. There are overlays, there are plans that sit across all of our wards across the city, and officers put character houses at the forefront. In fact, this administration has gone so far as pre-1911, Mr Chairman. This administration continues to protect the heritage and deal with the issues of character housing in all our areas. And I, like every other councillor in this chamber, constantly review all of the DAs that come into our ward, make those suggestions to the officers, put forward the arguments around character, because we all want to see it retained within our local areas. Councillor Griffith's statements are absolutely hideous, and to say that this administration does not support character is a complete untruth. It is a complete denial of reality, and he has been in this chamber longer than I have, and he knows the history, Mr Chairman, and he knows the measures that this administration have put into place and the things we do day in, day out to protect character. But Mr Chair, it's interesting that he heard this comment by a developer of breakfast. Hopefully he didn't receive a donation from that developer, because of course that is against the law. It doesn't stop him from getting support from his union mates, but that's a different story. But Mr Chairman, this administration does not kowtow to developers. This administration does the right thing by its community. It's really fascinating to hear the comments of those opposite, and I'm really interested in the comments of Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook, who is an experienced solicitor, still has her practising certificate, as I understand it, and understands the law. Corrected? Councillor Cook has corrected me. She no longer has her practising certificate, but she is a seasoned professional lawyer and understands process and court work. And yet I heard from her comments before that I'm really confused about. Councillor Cook spoke about two particular issues that seem to conflict with each other. Firstly, she spoke about the appeal process and how supposedly the officers undertake that process but don't drive it hard enough. Now, what she's inferring, Mr Chairman, is that somehow there should be political involvement within that process. Now, absolutely, Mr Chairman, that's a no. That would be a no from anybody at any level of government. There is state law that prohibits that action, and there are also standards within this organisation that have existed prior to that state law about councillor and political involvement within the appeal process. But Councillor Cook wants us to step up as politicians and tell the lawyers in the courtroom to go against law, to go against precedent, to go against the mediation process, to go against whatever the judge is presenting at the time, and just step in and say, I'm going to ignore everything that's being said, I'm going to ignore law.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cook.
You have stopped the ability to claim to be misrepresented, which does open this chamber up to some pretty serious legal implications, given the statements that are being made by Councillor Matic in relation to me personally and comments. So I cannot correct the record. So they remain on
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Thank you for your point of order. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cook.
Councillor,
No.
The Deputy Mayor,
you're not going to find a workaround.
The Deputy Mayor has just
Councillor
told me
Cook.
to sit down and suck it up.
Councillor Cook, I didn't hear that, but no, don't play this silly game. Look, I appreciate that some of the things that have been said are not things you'd like to hear.
It's impugning motive. It's borderline defamatory.
This is not,
perhaps it is defamatory.
No.
Defamation,
Okay,
when it's
that's
true,
it.
Mr Chair.
No, Councillor Cook, please sit down. That is not a point of order. I hate using the gavel, but please listen to me when I speak. Councillor Matic, please return to your speech.
Mr Chairman, Councillor Cook said that there should be more involvement within that process, that officers are somehow buckling. So what she's attempting to say, there should be more political involvement, so that it should be properly funded.
All right.
So the councillor is saying that they should be properly funded, which they are, and they have the budget to provide. But what she's saying is if they had more money, then they would simply ignore precedent, law and process.
It's not a discussion.
Now, but at the same time...
Councillor Cook, please cease interjecting.
At the same time as somehow wanting officers to step up more within the court process, she's also... She's also saying, Mr Chairman, that councillors should have a process to engage with developers in conversation within their own wards. So we're not doing enough within the courtroom and we're not doing enough within the day-to-day processes.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
No, Councillor Owen. Councillor Cook, I consider that you're displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(5) of the Meetings Local Law 2001. I hereby request that you cease interjecting and refrain from doing so into the future. Councillor Matic.
Mr Chair, I'm just simply repeating what Councillor Cook has said. So, look, in regards to that issue, they are properly funded, they do their jobs, they understand what they're doing, and it is not appropriate for that kind of involvement at this level in that process. And as for dealing with developers who come to see you to speak about an application, policies and guidelines already in existence already set out what you should be doing. And as a qualified practitioner of law, I would think that you are probably one of the most capable people to be able to have that conversation at arm's length. But, Mr Chairman, I need to move on to another issue that the councillor also spoke about, which was about funding. And it's quite hilarious when she speaks about the fact that, about the Village Precincts project, because her own colleagues opposite, who are sitting there very quietly, have made no comment about the fact that they are also benefiting from that project. Completion of Manly Harbour Village, Wynnum Manly Ward. Sue's Corner in Boondall, Deagon Ward. Are they not village precinct projects that you're benefiting from? Creative lighting. Oxford Street, Bulimba. Completion of the 5 creative lighting artwork elements between Duke Street and Hawthorne Road. 190k over 2 years. That's pretty good eating, Mr Chairman. I wish I had that. No, and again, activation events. Again, the quietest councillor of all. Manly Harbour Village, later this year, Wynnum Manly Ward. So there are projects, Mr Chairman, going on in ALP wards all the time, of which obviously Councillor Cook is not aware, or colleagues aren't telling you about. And interestingly, when you look at the period over the last 8 years of all the lighting projects, 1/3 of them are in ALP wards, Mr Chair. So to say that, to make the comments that they've made that they're getting nothing, to make the comments that they're being missed out on, yes, a lot of their precincts are petitioning for it. Yes, everyone would like one. There are many, many precincts within our own side over here that have not received the Village Precincts project, Mr Chairman. But that doesn't mean that you stop lobbying for it. That doesn't mean that you continue to fight for it. That doesn't mean, Mr Chairman, that you don't look for opportunities within your Suburban Initiative Fund, your Enhancement Fund, to look at what you can do within your local community. It doesn't stop you from applying for grants like I did, lobbying the federal member and the state
Councillor
member.
Matic, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in regards to the future, Brisbane's future or future Brisbane budget, and I'll just commence my comments by saying that Brisbane is probably one of the most unique cities in the world, and I worry that I really worry what is really happening to this city. I've lived here almost 50 years, and I can assure you that I've seen a lot of good transformation of the city over those years, and I've seen a lot of not so good transformation. The opening sentence of this program, the Future Brisbane program, provides planning and growth management to ensure the city continues to prosper and well-designed, distinctive subtropical character. Now, you'd be really hard-pressed to look across this city now and see that subtropical character in any substantive way anymore. It's really been hollowed out by developers, large and small. And it's really sad to see that this has actually happened to this once I considered probably one of the friendliest and the nicest cities to live in. And I grew up in one of those cities, and when I came to Brisbane, it was just very much like the one I grew up in. But the transformation has just been phenomenal. Well, Mr. Chair, after living here for more than 50 years, it's in my ward. It's happening there. You only have to come out to the Forest Lake ward and have a look at the areas of Richlands and Duwandala to see what's happened out there. They're talking about neighborhood plans. The neighborhood plans for those two areas were really pretty much, when I looked at them anyways, it didn't happen in my time, but there were the documents when I arrived in the office, and I had to read through them. And honestly, what those neighborhood plans said should happen in the area, after consultation, obviously, with the community, it doesn't bear any resemblance to what's actually happened. Especially in the Duwandella area, I had a lot of representation from residents who had lived in that area for many, many years, and the high-density townhouses that have actually happened were not part of the neighborhood plan in any substantive way, and once they started happening, well, we capitulated that one because they'll just go off to the P&E court and quite rightly say, well, you allowed it to happen here in this particular street, 100 to be built or 70 to be built, so why shouldn't the developer be able to do that elsewhere in the neighborhood? And so we capitulated that one. And the same thing is now happening to a certain extent in Ellen Grove as well, which is really sad. Luckily enough, the environmental overlays are protecting a large portion of Ellen Grove at the moment. At the moment, I say at the moment. We've allowed developers to run roughshod over our neighborhood plans, ignore and reject out environmental overlays. Many care little about the character and the heritage of our city. They really care about the bottom line. Now, not all developers are this way, but there are some really sizable developers, and I, of course, won't mention them by name, that have really just trashed a lot of the areas around Brisbane. Recently, a development was, well, not so much recently, this goes back to 2018. We had a property in Richlands, and the owner of the property wanted to develop the site. But there is a quite substantial environmental overlay that happened. He did apply for a development, and then they started to proceed to remove the vegetation, the significant vegetation off this site, prior to any development being approved, by the way. One of the residents saw this happening and rang my office, and in 2018 as well, and council officers went out there and gave him a cease and desist order because there was significant vegetation in this development. Now, he then, about a year later, sold the development on to another developer, a much larger developer, ones that got deep pockets and plenty
Point of order, Chair.
Plenty of.
Councillor Murphy.
I mean, we've heard plenty of trashing of developers and particular developments. I just wonder when we're going to hear about the budget or any of the opposition's thought on future Brisbane program in this speech.
Yeah, the point of order is relevant. Councillor Strunk, can I ask you to focus your comments on program 4, please? Councillor Strunk.
Well, I think I am, Mr. Chair. This is a current development that's actually happening right as we speak. Honestly, this is what's left of the significant vegetation that was on that site. I drove past it about a week ago and was just totally incensed because council officers did the right thing. They went out there and told them, the original developer, you cannot remove the vegetation that's on this site in any substantive way. But it's happened. It's happened. I even have documents here that actually council officers have written to me, specifying the fact that we have a report by the ecological accountants or consultants that basically say the requirements the council put on this development should be followed, and they've just rejected it, and they've just gone ahead. So I will be writing to the chair because I think the chair will be really interested in this case.
Won't do anything.
I hope something will happen, but the vegetation's gone now. It's a clean fell site now.
Like character.
Right. And so I'm really, honestly, future Brisbane, I really worry about what that future is going to be, because out my way, I constantly get residents talking to me about the townhouse sites that continue to be built in those green space, in those greenfield areas, and it's not getting any better. And in this particular site, there's something like around about 180 of these already in existence, and this site's probably going to be another 100. So if you can imagine wall to wall down this road, it's literally going to be wall to wall townhouses. Yep. And some of them are pretty good looking, and then some are really marginal. And that's the problem as well with my residents. All right? Now, when we come to village precincts, I was the beneficiary, of course, of one of these in Bio Street a couple of years ago, and it went pretty well. I had been part of one of the process of one of those being rolled out, but it was an interesting process, and I think the outcome was pretty good for the space in front of the shops that Brisbane City Council actually owns, and of course the upgrade of the lighting and everything really helped that space as well. But I think we probably, as a model, we should probably revisit that and have a look at trying to incentivize the owners of the properties. In this case, in Bio Street, there was multiple owners of multiple shops, and try to incentivize them, to try to encourage them to do up the front of the shop, and of course the awnings off the businesses as well. It would really go a long way, and I think it's pretty tough out there for small business. I know they haven't got thousands and thousands of dollars just laying around, but I think we should actually have a look at some way of incentivizing.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
Quite generally, will Councillor Strunk take a question?
Councillor Strunk, will you take a question?
Yes, I will.
Have you heard about the Shopfront Activation Grant Program where they were running in Program 7, exactly what you're talking about?
Councillor Strunk.
Okay.
Program 7.
Councillor Strunk, you've got 15 seconds. So.
Okay. I've got a flashing red light here.
Yes,
okay.
That's right, yes.
Yes, I have heard about that, but as I say, I think we should really do more in this space to incentivize.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise today to support Program 4 Future Brisbane. And I refer to the budget document where it clearly says Council is ensuring Brisbane remains a great place to live, work and relax, and also raise a family. I've often stood in this place and referred to the fact that my ward, being the southernmost ward of the city, is one of the fastest growing in the entire city. And I've just done a bit of reflection as to the different suburbs in my ward and how they've been growing over the time since I was first elected in 2008. And back on the 4th of November 2010, one of our regular council reporters, Tony Moore, actually did a story talking about Brisbane's suburbs of growth and decline. And in fact, he quoted data from Queensland Treasury back then saying that Parkinson and Drewvale were Brisbane's fastest growing suburbs between 1999 and 2009. Fast forward another decade, and once again, I have one of the fastest growing suburbs in the city, predominantly Pollara, but also Heathwood. Now, Mr. Chair, this is a very important program because this Stringer Council is about making the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today. And to do that, you can't just sit on your hands and hope that something wonderful happens. You have to plan, you have to design, and you have to construct infrastructure. Now, in that process is a very integral part which is called the council budget process. So in order to plan, design and construct, you also need budget funding. And that is the purpose of what we are here about today, to talk about the budget funding that supports those very important facets of delivering future Brisbane. I would like to reflect on 4.1, planning for a growing city, and in particular on page 65 of the budget document, and I quote, "The city plan incorporates the LGIP, which identifies the infrastructure necessary to support and guide the growth of the city to 2026 and the long-term infrastructure plans which identify infrastructure that is needed after 2026. Now, I'd like to extend my thanks to all of the council officers in this program area that have been working diligently behind the scenes with the local LGIP amendments that impact my ward. And Councillor Adams, I can say through you, Mr Chair, that my residents are extremely supportive of the proposed LGIP amendments. In fact, we have had hundreds, and I repeat, hundreds of positive, supportive submissions lodged relating to the 2021 LGIP amendments. And the reason behind that is because residents who are moving into the areas of Heathwood and Pollara, the growth areas now, understand the importance of saying, yes, we back what the Sherwood Council is trying to do. We back the Sherwood Council in their desire to develop infrastructure and make sure it is there to support this growing community. So when we reflect on those LGIP amendments, we are talking about a significant amount of investment that this Sherwood Council has proposed for those growth suburbs. Now, unfortunately, due to the Electoral Commission changing the boundaries, Pollara went out of my ward between 2016 and 2020. But I have made sure that once it returned, that the residents in this growing space have had the support and advocacy that is needed for a growth area. So we are talking about $3,997,760 for the upgrade of the Ritchie Road, Wadeville Street intersection. We are also talking about $931,116 for bikeway connections from Bede Road to Craft Road. Local access recreation corridor parks of $4,110,847. Natural channels, culverts, pipes and wetlands, $19,924,706. Now, these are important infrastructure improvements that are needed to cope with the massive growth that has been occurring throughout Pollara. And in fact, we've hit approximately 4,500 housing lots that have been developed and subdivided over the past few years. Now, that is phenomenal growth in any terms. And whilst a decade ago, the infrastructure was allocated to the newly established suburbs of Parkinson and Drew Vale, now it is the turn of Heathwood and Pollara. And I think that that situation is slightly getting lost with those on the other side. From time to time across the city, there will be certain areas that need financial support via the budget process. And we have to look at this city from a big picture perspective, as well as being parochial as councillors for our local area. There are ways and means to advocate for our local communities, and by screaming at somebody across the chamber, howling them down, as we saw whilst Councillor Matic was speaking, that is not the right way. Councillor Matic was outlining the many ways that a third of this city's project are going to opposition wards. But did they want to hear that on the other side of the chamber? Unfortunately, no. This budget is about all of Brisbane. This program is about future Brisbane. This program is about creating better suburbs right across our city. And can I say, it is our city. We are all Brisbane City councillors. We cannot just be ward-centric. We have to consider that this is the Brisbane City Council budget. We have an obligation to serve all of the people in our city, but also be parochial for those in our local community. And I would like to say that there are many, many council officers that play a very, very big part in this program area. Whether it's from the road network planning area, whether it's from the plan sealing area, the development assessment area, the engineering area from a hydrological perspective, there are a lot of complexities that abound with any development application. And I think to just put a blanket, we don't like it, as the opposition tend to do, over a process that is undertaken by the council officers in an objective and professional manner is not helpful to what our residents need across our city. So I say to everybody on the other side, please consider that you are Brisbane City councillors, that this is about our city and making our city contain better suburbs, and we want to see the Brisbane of tomorrow better than the Brisbane of today. I commend this program to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on program 4, Future Brisbane, and I tried to follow along as closely as I possibly could to some of those greatest hits from LNP councillors on that side. What I gleaned from their contribution to the debate so far is that Councillor Huang thought residents are ignorant. Councillor Hammond said that she doesn't support new public transport infrastructure for her ward. That's exactly what she said. She said she didn't support the North. She said that. She said she didn't support. Yeah, she's just confirming that now. She doesn't support the Northern.
Okay, Councillor Hammond.
It was the Northern Transitway, I believe, Chair. It's just that Councillor Hammond doesn't support the Northern Transitway.
Councillor Hammond. No, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Hammond. Please do not call people names.
Oh, she wouldn't have said that, would
I consider you displaying unsuitable meeting conduct. Do not speak while I'm speaking. In accordance with section 21(5) of the meeting's local law, I hereby request that you cease calling people names and refrain from exhibiting that conduct. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Matic had a list, he's not here right now, he had a list, I think, that was of dot points that the Lord Mayor must have sent him to attack Councillor Cook on what Councillor Cook had said in her contribution, particularly around this LNP administration starving of resources to the planning team and to City Legal in terms of defending council's decisions in the Planning Environment Court. And Councillor, he's back. Come in, Spinner.
Councillor. Right. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I thought he might have had another go. No, he's riveted.
Please allow the councillor to be heard in silence. Councillor Cassidy.
And the point that Councillor Cook was clearly making, Chair, was that the funding that this administration is allocating in terms of resources to defend decisions in the Planning Environment Court is not enough. And it's clearly not enough. We've seen that. We saw that out in Doughboy Ward, where the local councillor went out and said, we absolutely don't support the development of the polo grounds. Went out to that community, and said, no way does the LNP council and that councillor, Councillor Atwood, support that development. And then it goes to the Planning Environment Court, and then what happens? Council rolls over in the Planning and Environment Court. We see that time and time and time again. So the point that Councillor Cook was making, which is a great point, is that if more resources were given to those council officers to defend those decisions and actually take those cases all the way and actually follow through with the public statements that these LNP councils are making to the community, people might have more faith in the planning process. They might have a little more faith in the planning process. Now, Councillor Owen touched on that about the neighbourhood planning process just then, in amongst a long speech about the Electoral Commission once again, and about Palara. That's going on like a broken record in here over the last 2 days, Chair. But Councillor Owen said, we on this side often say we don't agree with the process of neighbourhood planning. Well, I agree with her on that, and I think that's probably the only time I've ever agreed with her in my time in this council. We do not agree and we do not support the neighbourhood planning process that this LNP council push on to the people of Brisbane. I've experienced that over the last 2 years in the Sandgate and District Neighbourhood Plan, where a draft strategy was released to the community without much fanfare. It was put out there very quietly. People had to dig through the council website to find what details were included in that, and it was not supported by the community because it didn't come from the community. The community didn't want what was in that draft strategy, and Councillor Griffiths is going through that right now. And so we've been saying for a long time, of course, Councillor, I agree with you that the neighbourhood plan, we say the neighbourhood planning process is broken because that's what the community is saying. The community is saying that to us, that they don't feel like they're getting a meaningful consultation about the development of their suburbs for the next 10, 15 and 20 years. And that's the problem we've had with this neighbourhood planning process. We often hear LNP planning chairs get up and say that it's an award-winning neighbourhood planning process. You know how many awards that neighbourhood planning process has won? One award when it was first developed, and then after everyone saw the kind of neighbourhood plans that it was producing, it hasn't won an award since then. It's gone backwards at a rate of knots, Chair, in terms of outcomes for our community. So we see this LNP administration talk about listening to the community and talk about consulting the community. You have local councillors going out there to neighbours on neighbouring development sites, like Councillor Howard up at Spring Hill recently, and say, we don't support this development, we won't support this development, and then it gets approved. Out of the polo grounds in Doughboy, we see that. They say they don't support it, and then it gets approved, and there are behind closed-door deals done. So when it comes to the planning of Brisbane and the future of Brisbane, we are deeply concerned about that. We hear these councillors over the last 2 days get up and say, well, Councillor Hammond said Brisbane's the best city in the world, then said it was the 10th best city in the world. She's a little confused about that. But that livability index that was released just recently said that because of Brisbane and Queensland's lockdowns and because of the state government's response to COVID, Brisbane at the moment, right now, is a very livable place to be. They didn't like that. Well, we know what the LNP's views on border closures has been over the last 12 to 18 months. They wanted those open borders, of course. But that was the reason, Chair. That was the reason that livability index put us in the top 10. But all of that is at risk from the LNP at every level, clearly. Clearly, we just heard that today from those interjections at a state level, where they're getting their marching orders from when it comes to Queensland's COVID response. And going forward, the future of our city, whether it's investment in our suburbs, whether it's how our suburbs are planned and developed, that is all at risk under this LNP administration.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And look, I'm glad that Councillor Cook has a couple of few young children. I'm not sure about the other councillors, because their ability to make up fantasy stories are absolutely amazing. What I've just heard from the opposition, and every single one of them that spoke on this side, was the talking down of our city. Shame. The talking down of the city. It's not the best city. It's not even 10. It is being, like, quote from Councillor Strunk, what's happening? Just trashed. You should see it in Richlands. It's just trash. He actually talked down his own ward as being trashed. I couldn't actually figure out what was happening. You should see what's happening, he said at least 10 times. I haven't figured out what's happening is. But these are the people that don't want to see us go for the Olympics and now are talking down the city for the last hour and a half. It is disappointing, it is embarrassing, and it is why there's 19 of us sitting on this side after the election last year and a diminishing number on that side as well. I'll just go through some of the points that were brought up by those opposite, and I thank the councillors on this side for their clarity and their recognition of the work that the council officers do to make sure that we're a livable, exciting, refreshed and reinvigorated city after COVID, to make sure we can be challenged and meet the challenges of possible Olympics in 2032. Councillor Johnson brought up the rooming accommodation. Again, I will say what I said the other day, and I won't go back to her paraphrasing as she tends to do, and I am not going to blame the state government. I am literally going to say the state government is the Planning Act, and they approached us in 2018 to say that they will be regarding the residential definitions in the new planning regulations. And there's been no further information from that time. So we started a housing strategy. And there's been many councillors on my side too, very concerned about rooming accommodation, as I said to Councillor Johnson in good faith in the info session the other day. But we now have informal information the department is looking at the scope of residential definitions review. Nothing external at this time, but why would we continue with a housing strategy, come out with a draft strategy when they change all the definitions? For example, rooming accommodation as of right in low-density residential. Not even code accessible, as of right. That's building certified, people, and that is not our policy, but that's what we're expecting from the other end of George Street. So we are halting, at this point of time, the housing strategy until we get clearer ideas of what the review of those definitions actually look like. Councillor Cook wouldn't take my question about the 15 stories beside the childcare that she beat up, or the Toowong house that came down. Both of those were approved by the state government. The 15 stories in Spring Hill was beside a state heritage site. What did SARA say? Setbacks are appropriate, the respect to the building is appropriate, no conditions. Wow. What did they do about the Toowong house? I pleaded, the residents pleaded, I wrote to the minister, to Minister Scanlon, please stop work on this character house, and she refused. She refused, and I'm happy to table that letter. I don't have it with me here now. It was so disappointing. And unfortunately, the house came down within 24 hours. We do not roll over in P Court. And I just can't believe, I think Councillor Maddox summed it up best. For a lawyer to sit there asking for more money for lawyers is just laughable. Absolutely laughable. Is there a conflict of interest from her barrister husband with asking for more money for lawyers? I just put that out there, Mr Chair, but I have to absolutely refute that I used the term captain's call in an information session. What I very clearly said is that the Lord Mayor made announcements at the election that we went to the elections on for our village precinct projects, and we got elected on for the village precinct projects, and they're the ones that we're rolling out, the ones we committed to. So that's how it works. I did not say the term captain's call, and I totally refute what she was saying about that. And then, of course, Councillor Cook, through you, Mr Chair, indicates that we can't get the job done because we're rolling over the neighbourhood plans. Can you imagine? This time last year on a Teams meeting for Chambers, if I had mentioned we were going out to consultation in the next 6 weeks during COVID for the Nathan Maruka Salisbury neighbourhood plan. Can you imagine the outrage? But apparently I can't get it done, even though I couldn't consult last year. Because I assure you, the segue to that is that we are not doing neighbourhood plans in the dark. They are there and we speak to the community. The last one for Councillor Cook. She needs to listen a bit more carefully when she asks a question. She indicated that VPP events were $300,000. I said no. My answer the other day was about the Brisbane Local and Livable program, which is very different to the VPP end of events for the activations for those streets. Very, very different. But the Maruka Nathan Salisbury Neighbourhood Plan. Councillor Griffiths mentioned twice the pot of gold. I didn't hear the comment, but I know exactly who said it. It was Mr Fred Drake, who owned the industrial land in West End that they did West Village on. Remember that West Village, Lord Mayor, the one that we made 15 stories? They stood up and screamed, State called it in and made it 18 and 20. That was the land that Mr Drake had, and he saw the possibilities that this could happen in Moorabbin Creek. You know what I told Mr Drake on that morning to his face? Not going to happen in this area. I also said exactly the same thing to Councillor Griffiths, but don't let the truth get in the way of a good make-believe story. And Councillor Matic is absolutely correct. I do have PTSD from the lynch mob that Councillor Griffiths and his staff brought down to the Acacia Ridge from that neighbourhood plan, and it is playing out all over again. 200 character homes.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston. You have a point of order?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Adams is making defamatory statements about Councillor Griffiths. She just called, and not only Councillor Griffiths, but residents who undertook a lynch mob. Now that is just completely defamatory,
I understand the point of order you're making,
and must be withdrawn.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Adams, please have some consideration for the tone of the language you're using.
He was on the Channel 7, whatever that
Councillor Griffiths, point of order.
I would request that that statement is withdrawn. It's untrue. It's wrong.
Councillor, I understand. Councillor Adams, will you withdraw the comment?
Absolutely not. He defamed me non-stop for 10 minutes. I will not withdraw that statement. The photos in the papers of the people that stormed that room.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
The councillor clearly said lynch mob. There was no lynch mob.
I have provided an opportunity for a withdrawal. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And then, of course, we are now hearing the hyperbole of 200 character homes being lost. Again, absolutely false. And again, a discussion I had with Councillor Griffiths on that Friday morning, if he wants to give the whole story. Yes, we recognise the character houses. They are protected. Councillor Griffiths said himself, my staff was standing beside me, I would be happy for character infill. I said, I think that would be a great outcome. We can have a look at the opportunities for infill, for apartments, for small housing and all that diversity that Councillor Griffiths is talking about, and protect the houses. I mentioned to him it's excellent that he's on the Heritage Advisory Committee because he will be able to have a first-hand say when they come through too for the neighbourhood plan. But doesn't fit the narrative when Councillor Griffiths wants to go out there and rally the troops and upset the people like he did in Bradman Avenue 10 years ago. He is doing it again. But then we also hear from Councillor Cook that she wants more neighbourhood plans, and not doing any more neighbourhood plans is something that is not good enough. So I can't keep up. I literally can't keep up. At one moment, they are being pushed onto people, the quote from the leader, but then the deputy leader says there's not enough of them. So I'm not quite sure which one it is when it comes to neighbourhood planning. What I do know is that we will not back away from making sure we plan for the growth of the capital city and ensure that we take into the framework the LGIP and the LTIP and the opportunities we have from Brisbane at 2032 as well. Last but not least, I want to take in the bit of the time that I have left a thank you to council officers. I have to mention Councillor, she should be, Ms Andrea Kennefake, again on her retirement as of, I think it's actually tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure she'd like to go 4 o'clock this afternoon, Councillor Davis, but tomorrow afternoon, her guidance, her support and her leadership of CPAS for the last nearly 10 years, but she has been in council 28 years, which is no mean feat. Congratulations, Andrea, and best of luck in the new phase of your life. I also want to thank my branch managers, Di Curry and John Cowie, who's now acting in that role as well, and Peter Harwood, who do a magnificent job of making sure we manage the multitude of issues that do come our way in city planning, in development services and through the delivery of these projects to invigorate our city day in and day out. It is a big job, as Councillor Matic and Councillor Owen said, to make sure it's balanced across the city, but that is what we will do. We will protect the Brisbane backyard. We'll make sure the new developments fit the surrounds. We will facilitate clean, green and sustainable development. It is clear we're expected to cater for 386,000 new residents. We are well on track to doing that. And again, I want to thank everybody in the council who supported the program. We have got strong funding, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I look forward to implementing the policies and the projects that will invigorate the capital city and make the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today.
I'll now put the motion for the adoption of the future Brisbane program. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adams and Councillor Hutton. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. We'll proceed to a vote. All those in favour of program area 4, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. And those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. Clerks, please read the results when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 6 against.
The ayes have it. We will now proceed to the Lifestyle and Community Services Program. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that for the Lifestyle and Community Services Program 1, the services of council, the allocations for the operations and the projects and total project expenditure as set out on pages 74 to 101 for the years 2021-22 through to 2024-25, and 2, the allocation for the operations for the service 5.5.3.1 cultural facilities management for the years 2025 to 26 through to 2027-28 as set out on page 285 so far as they relate to program 5 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers. The Lifestyle and Community Services Program, the services of council, the allocations for the operations and projects and total project expenditure is set out on pages 74 to 101 for the years 2021-22 through 2024-25, and the allocation for the operations for the service 5.5.3.1 cultural facilities management for the years 2025-26 through to 27-28 as set out on pages 285. So far as they relate to program 5 be adopted. Is there any further debate, Councillor Howard?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeking the further following information regarding this motion, and that is why the Oxley Australia Day pool party and citizenship ceremony was not funded in the list of suburban festivals as recommended in my budget submission.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I entered the debate to speak in support of the budget for Program 5. I'm proud to be a member of the Sherwood Council, a team that has delivered for Brisbane 17 consecutive years of responsible economic management. Because Brisbane has benefited from 17 years of strong financial management under the LNP, this Program 5 budget is able to continue Council's investment in our communities and ensure that every community across Brisbane has access to local community facilities and library services. That every resident and visitor to this city is able to celebrate our rich culture with Council's continued support for local events, festivals and activities, that our quality of life continues to thrive and our community spirit continues to be strengthened. Mr Chair, despite the impacts of the pandemic, the Shrinner Council delivers today the 18th balanced budget for the residents of Brisbane. A balanced budget delivering a record investment in Brisbane suburbs. As the Lord Mayor said on Wednesday, this budget is unashamedly focused on Brisbane suburbs, and I'm proud to join the Lord Mayor in delivering an historic investment in our local communities. We know that our community organisations are the lifeblood of this city, and over the past year we've delivered financial support to hundreds of local volunteer community organisations. Over the past year, we were able to inject millions of dollars into our local community organisations, including $3 million of dedicated COVID-19 recovery funding to 329 community organisations. That crucial funding made the difference between the survival or fall of our community organisations, and it was great to hear from so many community organisations that told us firsthand how valuable the Lord Mayor's COVID-19 direct assistance program was in ensuring they were able to survive and thrive through the pandemic. Chair, only the Shrinner Council can be trusted to deliver for Brisbane's communities. Today, I'm proud to join the Lord Mayor in delivering the biggest ever community grants program in the history of Brisbane. Never before has this council delivered so much for so many, and the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants program is the biggest ever grants program this city has ever seen. More than $3.2 million of dedicated funding for community organisations in every suburb of Brisbane. Chair, the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grant program provides an historic investment in Brisbane suburbs, and this new program will fund more projects, more upgrades and more equipment for more community organisations than ever before. And that's not all. The Shrinner Council is delivering investment in our communities with a record amount of funding for community organisations in this budget, with more than $5.7 million in grants in this program alone. That's even more than our last budget before COVID-19. This $5.7 million in grant funding is in addition to more than $50 million delivered in this budget to support community organisations right across Brisbane, including more than $5.5 million in accessibility upgrades for the Algesta Scouts in Cullenvale Ward, a new accessibility upgrade for the Acacia Ridge Leisure Centre in Maruka Ward, and Bulimba Junior Sports Club will also benefit from an accessibility upgrade in the next year. We've also allocated more than $2.4 million for community facilities delivery, including funding to deliver a brand new community centre in Windsor. We delivered more than $3.5 million to transform the historic Whitton Barracks site into a brand new community hub for the residents of Walter Taylor Ward, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Councillor Mackay to open the new community hub in 2023. We're delivering $7 million in maintenance upgrades and works for community organisations right across Brisbane, with almost $4 million in support from the Morrison government. We're delivering more than $8 million in upgrades to sporting fields across Brisbane, including a $270,000 investment in Raymond Park at Kangaroo Point in the Gabba Ward, and a $750,000 upgrade to Giffen Park in Cooperoo Ward. We're delivering a further $9 million in upgrades for local community clubs through our Community Facility Improvement Program, including new changing facilities for the Brighton District Football Club in Deagon Ward, a new $30 million multi-purpose car park and synthetic turf facility to support the continued growth of women's sports in the historic Downey Park Sports Precinct, and a massive $1 million refurbishment to the historic Hands on Art Paddington substation. We are continuing funding to support our cultural organisations, including our national award-winning Museum of Brisbane, the Brisbane Powerhouse and Sunpack. Our long and proud history of supporting community festivals and events continues, and we continue to deliver more to see and do for Brisbane residents in this budget, with a record $4.78 million for festivals and events in every suburb of Brisbane, including Brisbane Festival, with continued funding for the Street Serenades program so that Brisbane Festival can be enjoyed in every corner of the city. More than $1.6 million for suburban community and multicultural festivals, and I'm incredibly proud to announce that we will be funding more than 150 suburban festivals in this budget, another record-breaking initiative for the suburbs in 2021-22. This budget continues to invest more than $68 million to deliver Australia's largest library service, with funding continuing for every single library service and program that Council offers, including the outreach programs that have become more important than ever before. Funding for Council's home library service continues, a vital program that has made sure that vulnerable members of our community don't have to miss out on the joy of reading, a service that now supports more than 1,000 residents that don't have the ability to visit our libraries. Funding for Council's postal service to the blind continues, so that enjoying a book is something that remains accessible to every Brisbane resident. The Lord Mayor's Writers in Residence program is back in full swing this year, with COVID restrictions easing, and we already have an exciting slate of authors booked over the next year. And again, Mr Chair, it is because of the Sherwood Council's responsible management of Council's $3.6 billion budget that we have been able to deliver and continue to deliver bigger and better libraries all the time. Over the past 17 years, this administration has delivered 23 new and upgraded libraries for residents right across Brisbane. And again, the Sherwood Council's commitment to library service continues. More importantly, Chair, we are doing this in an environmentally friendly way by delivering cleaner and greener libraries. Bracken Ridge Library is just one of the many libraries the Sherwood Council has invested in renewable energy as part of the largest carbon-neutral government in Australia. In fact, Chair, in the last 12 months, we've installed over 200 new solar panels across Ashgrove, Holland Park and Mitchelton libraries. But we're not about to stop there, Chair. The Sherwood Council is continuing our investment with more to be delivered over this term. With $11 million in funding allocated to deliver a brand new library for Everton Park, and it was great to see the amazing new designs revealed by the Lord Mayor and Councillor Davis last week. Once completed, the new and improved Everton Park Library will deliver more space and an even greater range of library activities and events for everyone to enjoy. And so, Chair, there really is no better friend of libraries than the Sherwood Council, a stark contrast to Labor, who left behind a legacy of closing down libraries, even going so far as to take a wrecking ball to the Acacia Ridge Library, something which I know Councillor Owen fought hard to put a stop to, but unfortunately Labor did not heed Councillor Owen or the residents' calls to protect that library. The contrast could not be clearer, Chair. Labor's policy is to demolish libraries. Our policy is to build and protect libraries. The Sherwood Council has never closed a library and will continue to deliver more library upgrades and new lifestyle and leisure opportunities for the residents of Brisbane. Mr Chair, we continue to invest more than $6.9 million in Outcome 5.3, Active and Healthy City, to continue our commitment to ensuring Brisbane is an active and healthy city. Council will continue to fund in this budget a range of free or low-cost healthy lifestyle activities in accessible venues across the city by investing more than $700,000 in our Active and Healthy Parks program. We continue to invest more than $15 million in Outcome 5.4 social inclusion to ensure Brisbane is an inclusive city in which diversity is valued and Brisbane residents, regardless of ability, background or circumstance, are able to fully enjoy living, working or visiting this great city of ours. We continue to support our First Nations communities, and in the coming financial year we will continue working with our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities to deliver the Reconciliation Action Plan and continue facilitating sustainability through innovation and best practice in community development that helps preserve and recognise Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural heritage. We continue to strengthen the relationships and connections with communities from every culture and language and provide opportunities for them to engage in and shape the life of our city. Because under the leadership of Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, every Brisbane resident matters, no matter who you are or what your background. And we know that our multicultural communities are what makes our city so wonderfully vibrant. And so this year we continue to invest more than $800,000 in supporting multicultural and refugee initiatives. We continue to provide the leadership that our city needs in addressing homelessness and affordable housing, with more than $3 million allocated to tackling those issues head-on through our Lord Mayor's Pathways Out of Homelessness grants, continuing to make a difference where it's needed most. With continued funding to important programs like Beyond DV and Lillian's Place and the important work they do to support women and children escaping domestic violence. We continue to invest in our youth with more than $1.5 million allocated to continue supporting the Valley's Visible Inc. Youth Space, Youth Week and the Lord Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Initiatives like these are so important in supporting our city's young leaders and creators. And of course, Mr Chair, we continue to invest in our award-winning contact centre with more than $34 million in Outcome 5.9 customer service delivery so that residents continue to benefit from the award-winning services that they provide. Mr Chair, our award-winning contact centre, I really can't say that enough, and business hotline are industry leaders in customer-focused service. Service 5.9.1.1 not only provides continued funding for our 24/7 contact centre business hotline, Light Up Brisbane, Hanger Bridge Banner, Festival and Events Liaison Office, Filming Approvals Liaison Office, Customer Service Centre, counters and kiosks across 5 locations and a multitude of contact channels. And can I say, Mr Chair, I'm always hearing from residents and business owners about the wonderful work that our business hotline does in particular. The business hotline, through its filming and event services, will continue to ensure Brisbane is a vibrant, creative city by assisting the entertainment and arts industries to navigate inevitable changes in requirements for events and filming consents when restrictions are further relaxed in Queensland. The business hotline will continue to provide a 24/7 priority hotline, 133BNE, for new and existing business customers. And the business hotline liaises across council to provide customers with a single point of contact and end-to-end assistance on a range of activities. Mr Chair, can I please take this opportunity to say thank you to the hundreds of passionate and hard-working council officers that truly are dedicated to a better Brisbane and work every day to deliver for the residents of Brisbane. I commend Program 5 budget to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Landers. Point of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for lunch for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that this council now adjourn for the purpose of lunch for a period of 1 hour, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Councillors, just a reminder, we're on Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. I would like to reinforce that the Chair's existing ruling regarding the point of order for misrepresentation stands. Are there any further speakers?
Yes.
We are, yeah. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. It's not often we get to this, I'm so sorry, excuse me, it's not often we get to this program number for debate. This is, I think last year we got into the speech and then it got to 5 o'clock, but this is the first time in 13 years we're actually going to have a debate on Program 5. There are a few things that I'd like to put on the record. Firstly, the council libraries program is contained in this item, and our libraries are one of the fabulous services that Brisbane City Council provides. And, you know, I'm very lucky in Tennyson Ward that we have the Corinda Library, we have the Fairfield Library, which adjoins my office, and the Annerley Library, which was in Tennyson Ward for a long time now, just on the other side of the road in Maruka Ward. And all of our librarians and staff do an absolutely amazing job. I note that this year there's some funding to fix the air conditioning at the old School of the Arts building where the Corinda Library is housed. That's the old Sherwood Shire Town Hall, and I know that air conditioning will be welcomed by my local community because it can be very hot in the old building. However, there is still no funding to provide additional days for Fairfield Library. Fairfield Library is located in a major shopping centre on the south side of Brisbane, and it's closed on Sunday and closed on Monday. It really needs to be open, I would say, 7 days a week, but as the administration has voted against 7 days a week a few years ago, I've now got a new push on to fund it at least 6 days a week. So really it needs to be open on Monday. That would be of great benefit to the community because Annerley Library, I think, is also shut on Monday, so there is not a local library that's open on Monday in my area. So you do have to go into the city, or you could go to Indooroopilly, but there's not a local library service nearby. It would give more employment to additional library staff. If the hardworking staff at Fairfield Library are listening, I don't expect them just to do more. This council would have to invest some money into employing some extra library staff to support the opening for an additional day a week. I just also, and I want to thank them very much for all of their hard work, particularly at Fairfield. There's been a few problems there in the last few months, and it's been a difficult time for the staff. And because we're co-located with them, we see and hear those problems. And I'm very pleased, you know, that they, you know, that they're such wonderful people and they do such a good job for the residents of our city. So, excuse me. I do want to make a little mention of sports field remediation. I'm so sorry, please excuse me. Again, there is no money in the budget to improve the Walter Thompson Oval at Chelmer. The oval has been identified as in need of remediation. The council officers have done the design and planning. They have identified all of the works that need, and the project is fully costed, designed and ready to go. It's just that the Lord Mayor and his team do not support that project. That field has been closed now for 7 years because council deems it to be unsafe. For decades, it has been used for junior sport in my area, and all types of junior sport, as well as recreational sport as well, those informal groups that like to kick a ball around or play soccer. It's critically important that council funds the projects that are recommended, and it is unfortunate the council have chosen not to do so. For the Oval at Chelmer. I would like to just clarify a couple of things, and I'll hold Councillor Howard to account. Firstly, this is the program where she was unable to say what was happening in a number of the items in the budget. And Mr Deputy Chair, I know you took my question on notice yesterday, and perhaps you've got an answer for us today. Because this is one of the programs where Councillor Howard was unable to say what the budget money was being spent on, and she said it repeatedly in answer to questions on notice in the information sessions. And we know from the written advice from the Chief Legal Officer yesterday that he believes very strongly, he's recommended that we should know exactly, I think is his word, exactly what we're voting for. So, you know, I think it's of paramount importance that Councillor Howard explain where the money in this budget is going and to what projects, and she's not done that in the information requests. There are very specific funding amounts in here though, which is interesting. I also note Councillor Howard has said in her speech today that the Lord Mayor's new grant that's announced in here, which I think is about $3 million, is going to go to every single suburb. Now, I'll be very interested to find out how that's going to happen, because during the information requests again we asked how that funding was going to be delivered, and Councillor Howard said the guidelines weren't done yet. So we don't know. We don't know if it's a grant application, we don't know if it's to us, we don't know if it's to council, we don't know if it's coming through this council, but there's a lot of money there, and there's this vague promise that it'll be available everywhere. Well, we've not been told that in the information requests, and there is very little information available about it now. But more importantly, I just want to spend a few minutes talking about the Suburban Community Festivals program. And I did ask Councillor Howard a question at the beginning of the session today, which she didn't answer in her speech. And that was about the Oxley Australia Pool Party and Citizenship Ceremony. For several years now, I've been asking for that to be funded under the Festivals program for $5,000. Councillor Griffith supported it through his Lord Mayor's Community Fund. I've supported it through my Lord Mayor's Community Fund. Councillor Hutton has put in some money last year through her community fund. And last year, my office prepared the grant application for sponsorship, which was onerous. No wonder groups don't do this very often. And they extremely successfully in January ran a major festival, I would suggest probably one of the only one of its kind in Brisbane in the middle of the COVID global pandemic. They did so successfully, taking into accounts all of the community health requirements. It was a lot of hard work, and I know Councillor Hutton was there and she saw this as well. So I've been asking for this to come on to the festival's funding for a few years, and again in my budget submission this year. So I was somewhat surprised to see the number of community festivals almost triple to 150 community festivals, as we heard from Councillor Howard today, and $1.6 million being allocated to community festivals. So there's been a massive, massive increase in funding for community festivals. Now, of the 150 community festivals being held or funded by the LNP around Brisbane, would anyone like to guess how many are in Tennyson Ward? One. That's the Sherwood Community Festival, which has been going for 25 years. So, in my budget submission, I asked for that funding to be continued, and I asked for $5,000 to go to the Oxley Australia Day Pool Party and Citizenship Ceremony, and I asked for $5,000. Now, that has very modest. Thank you, Councillor Cumming. Now, out of 150 community festivals that have chosen, the Lord Mayor has chosen to be funded today, he could not find $5,000 for Oxley, a suburb that is split across 4 wards, Tennyson, Jamboree, Forest Lake and Maruka. He's ignored my request in my budget submission, yet he has funded nearly 3 times the amount of community festivals around Brisbane. But there is not a single additional cent for Tennyson Ward. Do you know what? That's 5 or 6 festivals on average per ward. Now, some wards have always got more than others, and I'm looking at Councillor Cassidy, because I seem to remember from the former councillor that Deagon got a lot of festivals. But for 5 or 6 to be funded on average in every ward, and for this administration to fund just 1 in Tennyson Ward, 1, and then refuse to fund 1 more festival for $5,000 that would benefit 4 wards, Tennyson, Jamboree, Forest Lake and Maruka, is just appalling behaviour. And Councillor Howard has not had the courtesy to explain why she chose not to fund this festival. So, I will be moving the following amendment to the budget. Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. I move that this council allocates $5,000 from Program Service 5.1.2.1, City
Councillor
Entertainment.
Johnson, your time has expired.
Yep, I'm moving an amendment now.
Okay.
City Entertainment operating expense to fund a new suburban community festival in Program Service 5.1.1.1 called the Oxley Australia Day Pool Party as this important festival covering Oxley across 4 wards including Tennyson, Jamboree, Maruka and Forest Lake has been overlooked by the Lord Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. And I am sending that through.
Thank you. We'll just reset your clock, Councillor Johnson. Just give us 1 second.
Yep, that's gone through.
You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Chairman. I will try and be brief here. And I thank Councillor Strunk, who covers part of Oxley, for supporting this. And I know that I've spoken to Councillor Griffiths over the lunch break, and he's supportive. And I hope Councillor Hutton will take this opportunity while I'm speaking to speak to her Lord Mayor now in the chamber and say what an important festival this is and why it's important that it's funded. So let me be clear. I'm not asking for money from anybody else's events to be put towards Tennyson. I'm asking for general operating revenue from the city entertainment budget, which is actually there for festivals. I'm asking for, out of a budget of $3.622 million, $3.622 million, I'm asking for just $5,000 of that to be allocated towards the Oxley Australia Day pool party and citizenship event. Now, as I've indicated, it is such an important event. It covers the suburb of Oxley and 4 wards, Forest Lake, Maruka, Tennyson and Jamboree. This year there were some 1,700 people who went through the festival. And the Bowls Club, the Oxley Sherwood Lions Club, the Country Women's Association, the school, the guides, the scouts, a myriad of local businesses, we all put in to make it work, and it was extremely difficult on that committee to get everything right for this. And, you know, this event cannot run without funding. Now, I will still put in some money out of the Lord Mayor's Community Fund to support this, and I also support them by producing a flyer and postage for the flyer. But what I'll just say is this festival cannot run without some core funding from Council. There is over $3.6 million in the city entertainment budget, and what I'm asking the LNP to do today is to allocate $5,000 of that towards the Oxley Australia Day pool party and citizenship ceremony. This is an event that's run for several years now, and as I said, I hope Councillor Hutton will stand up and speak to how important this event is, because she was there and she knows. And I certainly hope that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard will recognise that this is something that I've been asking for in my budget for many years. And this year, when Councillor Howard has tripled the number of suburban festivals on offer around the city to 150 festivals, that the LNP have funded just 1 in Tennyson ward. So it is critically important that this festival is funded. It benefits 4 wards, not just my own. It's a very small amount of money, just $5,000. It does not impact on anybody's projects. And I urge all councillors to support the amendment to the budget.
Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Well, we won't be supporting the amendment because I'd just like to say that it hasn't been included in the suburban community and multicultural festivals in 5.1.1.1 because, as you'll see, it was sponsored. We sponsored the event for the first time in 2020-21, and we always, when we do that sponsorship, we want to see the ongoing delivery success over a number of years through the sponsorship program before recommending a multi-year agreement. We would encourage the group to apply for sponsorship again this financial year, and it can be considered for inclusion in the suburban community and multicultural festivals budget in future years. Thank you.
Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favour of the proposal put forward by Councillor Johnson. This event was in my ward.
for a number of years, at least 2 terms, and it has been being funded through SIF grants, and obviously for them to grow and to improve, they need stable funding. It's fine for them to say to groups they need to become self-sustainable. Many groups can't become self-sustainable with their festivals. That's why this proposal to move it into the proper grants process so that it receives ongoing funding is really the way to go. They're a very hard-working group of people. They're trying, and as they're trying to keep that bowls club afloat. And as we know, many bowls clubs are failing. They are working their best to do that. Very community-minded, very community-committed, but they do depend on funding from council to keep this event going. If we're serious, if we are really serious about keeping our bowls clubs alive and our community clubs alive, this funding is a lifeblood for them. So I think it's a reasonable request and totally support it.
Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, and I thank Councillor Howard for having the courage to speak. I appreciate that she stood up and she has given a reason. I do not agree with her reason for the following. I would like Councillor Howard to confirm that all 150 events that she is sponsoring in the suburban community festivals have run successfully for multiple years using sponsorship funding, and none of these are first-time festivals being funded. I suspect, and I'm going to follow up on this, and if she said that to me in here, and she is now funding through the budget festivals for the first time that have ever been funded, other than through the LMCF or sponsorship funds in these 150, that means she's deliberately deciding to fund those festivals but not the Oxley Australia Day citizenship and pool party. And given the amount of festivals that have been added to the list this year, 150, which is nearly 3 times previous years, I suspect there will be many festivals that are appearing in this list for the very first time. So I urge Councillor Howard to reflect on what she's just said to me, and I have a compromise. I am happy for this to be for 1 year. If it is that Councillor Howard feels that a club that's been successfully running an event using the Lord Mayor's Community Fund and sponsorship funds for the best part of a decade doesn't have the experience to deliver a 3-year rolling event, I am more than happy for this council to do it for 1 year. I didn't actually ask for a term in this, so I'm just urging the Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard to reflect on what's just been said in this chamber, because I will be going away from here and checking every single one of these 150 suburban festivals. And if I find any of them are on there for the first time, then there will be further action taken. This is a good compromise. This is a good compromise. It will ensure that the festival can run next year. It comes out of a budget that's not allocated for a specific purpose. It comes out of a budget that is allocated for the purpose of entertainment. It benefits 4 wards, as I have outlined. It is a small amount of money, $5,000 out of a budget of $3.6 million. I think that's the equivalent of about 1 or 2 of the Living in Brisbane's, and we can run a festival that thousands of Oxley families and surrounding suburbs come to on Australia Day, where we help create new citizens, where we have a community event that supports local clubs and local groups, where we can make it just a little bit easier for people in Oxley to experience community life, and it's for a very small cost. $5,000 is a very small investment in the suburb of Oxley, and I would just say to Councillor Howard, I'm about to wrap up, I urge you to reflect on what you have just said. This is $5,000. It can be for 1 year, and if it goes well again, which it's done every decade, it's done every year for the best part of a decade. I actually think, did Milton Dick actually start it? It's been going, I'm not sure, but since I got Oxley, I've been supporting it. So I would just say to the LNP, this is just one of those issues where you've just got to close your eyes, forget that you hate me, and vote for something in Oxley that is going to support community life across 4 different wards, because it's a small investment that will mean the world to a community group and a club that do it tough. Do it tough. And I just think that this council can afford to spend $5,000, and it can afford to fund 2 community festivals out of 151 in Tennyson Ward. I urge all councillors, including Councillor Hutton, to support this amendment.
We'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No? Thank you. Sorry, those against say no. Come on.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ring the bells, please. Yep. Deputy Mayor's out. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Those against, please say no, raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you are ready.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 18 against.
The amendment has failed. We'll return back to program 5. Any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on program 5 and in particular outcome 5.2, libraries for an informed community. And I'd like to begin by congratulating the Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard on delivering a balanced budget that continues this council's ongoing commitment to Brisbane civic places and spaces and libraries. For 17 years, the Sherwood Council has invested millions of dollars into maintaining and upgrading libraries every single year since we've been in government. The Sherwood Council has delivered 18 balanced budgets, and through our strong economic management, we've delivered 23 new and upgraded libraries over the last 17 years. And importantly, Mr Deputy Chair, as Councillor Howard has said, we are doing this in an environmentally friendly way by delivering cleaner and greener libraries, including at the new Brackenridge Library, which was delivered last term. It's one of our greenest libraries to date, with more than 200 solar panels installed, which is reducing carbon emissions by over 100 tonnes every year. Over the past 17 years, we've installed hundreds of solar panels, though, at facilities right across Brisbane. And in the last 12 months, we've installed over 200 new solar panels in Ashgrove, Holland Park and Mitchelton libraries. But we're not about to stop work there. The Sherwood Council is continuing our investment, with more to be delivered over this term. Mr Deputy Chair, I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to raise the Everton Park Library transformation, a vibrant library and community space for all Brisbane residents to love and enjoy. And last week, I joined the Lord Mayor in unveiling the designs for the brand. The Council is delivering $11.6 million in the new library for Everton Park, which will double the size of the current library. Our team's commitment to protecting library and civic services means that we deliver on our promises, like our library upgrade program announced at the last election. And through this commitment, we are making the proactive decision to future-proof and modernise the Everton Park Library, ensuring that this facility can be loved by locals now and loved by locals for generations to come. Brisbane's 33 libraries across the city are no longer just places to read and borrow books, but are vibrant community spaces meant to foster engagement and be a place for those of all ages to enjoy. Libraries play a role in the lives of so many people. They have evolved into community hubs that not only provide books, but also computers, Wi-Fi, play areas and community rooms, and just plain comfortable joy for residents who love to hunker down with a good book. As part of this significant transformation project, our Everton Park Library transformation will more than double the usable floor space of the current library, increasing from less than 460 square metres to over 1,000 square metres. This includes making significant improvements to both the grounds and existing infrastructure that make up the current site, which will include the following upgrades. There'll be enhanced visibility of the new library precinct, allowing for better visibility from South Pine Road for a stronger visual and physical connection to Fallon Park. The creation of a new balcony in terrace spaces, amplifying and complementing the existing tranquil settings of the library and its surrounding parkland. There'll be new multi-purpose spaces and formal meeting rooms that can be used and utilised by members of the community of all ages. There'll be new library collection spaces to streamline learning and leisure activities held within the facility. A children's development space specifically created to encourage literacy development and to encourage learning through play and a lifelong love of learning. A purpose-built quiet room will be used for independent work and study, along with varied seating options to allow for both individual and collaborative work. A state-of-the-art computer room coupled with an enabled Wi-Fi access will be there to support digital inclusion via technology access. Council's commitment to inclusion also means that we're ensuring the new Everton Park Library can be used by all members of the community, regardless of ability. On the grounds of the facility, we'll be adding new pathways, amenities and a dedicated off-street undercover car parking facility to enable an enjoyable and comfortable experience for anyone looking to use the facility. In addition, through the purchase of extra land, we're also adding new playground equipment onto the existing site to complement the facility being built on the grounds. This new Everton Park development not only delivers on our commitment to future-proof our libraries for years to come, but also to integrate and acknowledge Brisbane's vibrant and diverse civic and cultural history. For those of you who are not aware, the car park of the current grounds is shared by those intending to use Fallon Cottage, a workers' cottage built in the 1880s at its original site at the inaugural sawmill. A building of significant heritage, the cottage was relocated to its current location at Fallon Park in 1992. Since then, the Fallon Cottage has been used as a community centre leased by the Rotary Club of Brisbane and continues its enduring legacy as a community meeting room managed by the Everton Park Library. Deputy Chair, whilst this upgrade intends to reinvigorate the existing facility, our council is conscious to preserve the historical legacy of our facilities and educate those not familiar with our city's past. Although I'm incredibly excited about the Everton Park Library transformation, it is far from the only library upgrade promised and delivered by the Sherwood Council. We've successfully delivered over 23 new and upgraded libraries over the past 17 years, as I've said, all of which are and continue to be vibrant community spaces for people of all ages to use and engage with and enjoy. Over the next 2 years, we also plan to refurbish the Inala Library on Corsair Avenue to the tune of $1 million. The upgrades that this council has secured for that are as follows. The Inala Library will be upgraded with a brand new children's library, a bigger and better community meeting room, a new interior fit-out and the introduction of a new self-service return system. Over the next 2 years, the Sherwood Council will also deliver an upgrade to the Zilmere Library. Meanwhile, works are currently underway on the Carindale Library extension, which will create areas for more meeting rooms and creative spaces for the community to enjoy. The Carindale Library extension is to be completed by the end of the month, that is July, which I'm sure locals in the area will be excited to start using the new facilities. And so, Mr Chair, there really is no better friend of libraries than the Sherwood Council. A stark contrast to Labor, who left behind a legacy of closing down libraries, even going so far as to take a wrecking ball to the Acacia Ridge Library, something which I know Councillor Owen fought hard to put a stop to. But unfortunately, Labor did not heed Councillor Owen, nor residents' calls to protect the library. The contrast could not be clearer, Deputy Chair. Labor's policy is to demolish libraries, our policy is to build and protect libraries. Again, for 17 years, the Sherwood Council administration has protected and managed Australia's largest library service. We have never closed a library, and we will continue to deliver more library upgrades and new lifestyle and leisure opportunities for the residents of Brisbane. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the more than 300 hard-working library staff, including the wonderful staff at Everton Park Library, who are extraordinarily excited about the new upgrade. And as part of the Lord Mayor's visit, we also met some young mothers and young children who are very, very excited about the new children's area that will form part of the new library that will be built over the coming over this term. The library staff pour their heart and soul into their work. Something which has never been made clearer than in the past year is they have gone above and beyond to keep our city moving under very difficult COVID circumstances. I look forward to continuing to work together with the Chair and our hard-working council officers to deliver new lifestyle and leisure opportunities for our local communities, and I commend this budget to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on Program 5. Mr Chair, just like last year, it's a bit of deja vu in this place, Program 5. This was by far, Mr Chair, the most evasive information session out of every single program area. Stark contrast, Mr Chair, to what we see in committees under Councillor Howard. Quite complimentary I would be of you, Councillor Howard, week to week, but when it comes to actually answering the hard questions in this program, simple questions that only required a dollar figure response were dragged out for 10 minutes, and information that was clearly available in the budget documents was regurgitated in a slow and painful manner, all with the single purpose of avoiding the hard questions on this program. Last year, under the guise of COVID, we saw this program completely decimated, projects removed, some consolidated into other programs. The grants program has not recovered at all to pre-COVID levels in this program area. The carryover list, Mr Chair, is longer than my arm. Over 25 million carried over. Everton Park Library delayed, Yeronga Memorial delayed, Sandgate Bowls delayed, Maruka Bowls delayed, Clubhouse upgrades delayed, Whitten Barracks delayed, lighting upgrades delayed, Minipi Golf Course, well that's been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. Pools and aquatic centres delayed. The list goes on and on, Mr Chair. Once again, this LNP administration under Adrian Schrinner can't deliver things like road projects on time or on budget, can't deliver metro, can't deliver sporting and community upgrades. They can't deliver at all for the City of Brisbane. Community clubs and organisations, as I have said on repeat since I entered this place, are the heart and soul of our communities. But this Lord Mayor and this LNP administration doesn't care about them. This LNP administration ostracises and demonises and systemically targets any club, or for that matter, actually also in the case of Councillor Johnson, any councillor, community group or organisation who hold a different worldview to their own. On their watch, community clubs and organisations have closed, or worse still, have been kicked out of their homes like Cooperoo Cricket. Community spaces have been lost. And when we ask for details about what projects are funded, which projects are next on the list for improvements, the answer 9 times out of 10 was that those details simply haven't been worked out yet. We have amounts that appear in the budget against projects, against line items that we don't know where they'll be applied. I'm sure there will be a lovely announcement at some point, no doubt probably next week, about some of these projects that have suddenly very quickly been worked out by the Lord Mayor. But this applies from the big ticket items right through to the smallest ones, basic things like movies in the park. Apparently we don't know where those will be. Mr Chair, that is the level of secrecy that we see in this city. What we do know is that grants programs will be renamed, such as the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. This LNP administration and this Lord Mayor has absolutely no shame. Not content with putting his face in the residents of this city mailboxes every month at a cost of millions and millions and millions of dollars, he has to take it one step further and name the programs after himself too. He has absolutely no shame, Mr Chair. When it comes to homelessness and affordable housing, there is no significant increase or investment. All of the money is allocated to the Pathways Out of Homelessness grants every single cent of that program has been fully allocated before the financial year even begins. That in itself should send a very clear message to the LNP about the level of need in this city for those types of grants and support. When we walk into this place every week, we all walk past people rough sleeping on the streets of our city. It is shameful that those most in need in our city are not being looked after by this council. If we don't look after the people of this city who are most vulnerable, then what sort of city are we running? We must do more. We have an obligation to do more, but sadly, we won't ever see genuine commitment to the people who are most vulnerable in this city under Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and under this LNP administration. As I said earlier today, in this city, it is LNP first, developers second, and the people of this city come last every single time in Brisbane City Council.
Councillor Cook, can you... Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak in support of Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services, and I would like to thank the Chair, Councillor Howard, for her work in delivering this Schrinner Council budget. The social, cultural, environmental and economic wellbeing of our community is critical to maintaining our current high standard of living. The Lifestyle and Community Services program ensures that everyone in Brisbane can access relevant community resources, services and facilities. Opportunities are created for residents to be active, informed and involved in the community. I may have mentioned in the chamber before, and Councillor Davis just spoke about the Bracken Ridge Library and how wonderful it is. It is a vibrant community hub. It has created a wonderful place for residents in my ward. Brisbane libraries are not just a space for reading or borrowing a book, but they are now a community hub that provides facilities and activities for every age and interest. When I became the councillor for Bracken Ridge Ward, I advocated on behalf of my Zilmere residents and its surrounds for an upgrade of the Zilmere Library. I wanted to ensure residents and community groups who visited this library had the same access to the modern facilities and meeting spaces that now feature in our other upgraded Northside libraries. And as Councillor Davis said, Chair, this budget will see work begin on the enhancement and refurbishment of Zilmere Library to ensure it is a vibrant, attractive, welcoming, comfortable and safe hub for our community to meet. Another way this program is creating opportunities for involvement in the community is through the festivals and events, and the Schrinner Council values high quality and accessible festivals that celebrate Brisbane's diverse culture, arts and creativity. In the Bracken Ridge Ward, Council has a long and proud history of supporting Backyard Bonanza in Bracken Ridge, the Bracken Ridge Christmas Carols and the Zilmere Multicultural Festival. Chair, I attended the Bracken Ridge Lions changeover dinner last Saturday, where the support of Council was acknowledged and appreciated by the members who volunteer their time and energy to bring us Backyard Bonanza, or BYB as we like to call it in my community. This festival is held in conjunction with one of the Bracken Ridge Lions train days on the 4th Sunday of the month. In fact, Chair, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Bracken Ridge Lions, who will celebrate 25 years of running miniature trains at McPherson Park this Sunday. Unfortunately, due to COVID, they were not able to have this celebration last year, but we are very excited to be able to come together and celebrate this June train day. We are all very excited that Neil Mackenzie, who turns 95 in August, will be attending. Neil was instrumental in the design and project managed the construction of the current 5-inch miniature steam and electric 0.08 kilometre track. Neil was awarded with an OAM for his dedication to this major community enterprise, which has provided entertainment and affordable cost to many thousands of children and their families, including my own children and nieces and nephews, who were some of the first to enjoy the Lions Train Day. Backyard Bonanza has been funded through the Festival Funding Program since the 2013-14 Council budget and held on every May train day except for last year, where, like so many other festivals, BYB could not go ahead. This year, however, it will be held in October, on the October train day on the 24th, hopefully allowing time for the event to be able to go ahead safely. So many people ask me when BYB will be back, and there is a high level of excitement that this year it is going to be back better than ever. So much effort goes into organising this event, and it is a wonderful celebration of our local community. It provides a platform for the local community to raise awareness of various groups and causes. This family-focused event offers free kids activities as well as performances showcasing local talents. And of course, there will be the miniature train rides. The Zilmia Multicultural Festival is also a yearly festival and is scheduled to return on the 18th of September 2021. This festival, organised by the Jabiru Community Youth and Children's Services Association, is a vibrant mix of delicious foods, traditional and contemporary performances and original stall holders. The aim of this festival is to promote and share the diversity and rich cultural backgrounds of the Zilmia community and its surrounding areas. This festival has also been funded through the Festival Funding Program since the 2013-14 budget. Program 5 supports multicultural and refugee initiatives that aim to strengthen the relationships and connections with culturally and linguistically diverse communities and provides opportunities for them to engage in and shape the life of this city. Can I take a moment, Chair, to thank and acknowledge the great work our community development officers do in our community, and in particular Colleen Kelly, who looks after my community. These officers bridge gaps and improve how community groups operate. They are committed to our multicultural communities, whether it be providing them with grant information, engaging them in council programs, or working on events to bring other groups together. Another amazing group in our community are the members of the Brackenridge Baptist Church. Every Christmas, they bring us the Brackenridge Christmas carols at Norris Road State School Oval, complete with markets, great food, live professional performances, a lot of carol singing, and finishing with the much anticipated fireworks display. Let me tell you, Chair, if you want to get into the Christmas spirit, then I recommend you attend this fantastic event. It is so lovely to gather on a summer night under the stars with family and friends. Bring your picnic rug or chairs and soak up the warmth, cheer and goodwill. I must acknowledge Graham Ray and in fact his whole family who make this event such a success. More broadly, my community also values the signature city festivals that offer world-class entertainment and high-profile opportunities for Brisbane's creative workforce. When COVID prevented us enjoying these festivals last year, the community embraced the way Council adapted and pivoted so that not only were we entertained, but artists were provided performance opportunities through street serenades. This was so important for our local artists who have been unable to work. And the adaptation was so loved that residents have asked for more. And this has been one of the dare I say, positives of the pandemic. Chair, I attended some of the street serenades last year and it was such a unique experience. But importantly, it brought people together in a time when we really benefited from the interaction, albeit socially distanced. There were neighbours who had not previously actually spoken to each other, and they may have waved and acknowledged each other as they drove off to work or mowed the lawn, but they had not actually talked and spent time together. It was truly wonderful to watch them sitting together on deck chairs in the street, enjoying the live performances under the stars. There were a lot of proper introductions made at these street serenades and conversations that established friendships that no doubt have enriched the neighbourhood and provided support in these uncertain times. I know that many of my community groups have expressed interest in having more artistic performances in our suburbs, and I can't wait to welcome spring and get together outdoors again for these events. Another way that this budget is investing in the suburbs. This budget will again support the Brisbane Festival, which will take place from the 3rd to the 25th of September, the Brisbane Writers' Festival with a date yet to be determined, and the biennial Queensland Music Festival in May 2022. And Chair, these festivals will also generate jobs with the demand for accommodation and hospitality. Chair, this Sherwood Council budget truly is one that supports suburban outcomes, and I commend the program to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I raised this to speak on a couple of items. I don't necessarily want to take the 10 minutes I'm allotted because we on this side would like to get to the to Program 8, but that would probably be a Guinness World Record. So anyways, I'll just start on talking in regards to city entertainment 5.1.2.1, and that is cinemas in the suburbs. Now, the last time we saw cinemas in the suburbs, that was just before the last election, of course, and there was a allocation made by the Lord Mayor for those cinemas, movies in the park as they used to be called, I believe. And I know the ward right next to me, Callum Vale, they got 4. The Forest Lake ward got none. So it's about equity here, really. Now I know I think the questions were asked in regards to the information session where these cinemas are going to be, but I believe there was no answer forthcoming. They're still working it out. So I just call upon the Lord Mayor just to make sure that we be a bit even-handed about it. I have a fantastic little venue now with some seating in front of the lake stage, which would be an ideal spot for a movies in the park. But we've also had one that's been around for a long time over in the amphitheater, which probably seats about 1,000 people. So whether it be a small one or a large one, we can certainly handle in the Forest Lake ward with the existing infrastructure. Just wanted to comment on the funding for the library that's coming our way for the Inala Library. It's very much appreciated. I know the staff of the library are really looking forward to it. And there's going to be some disruption, of course, which is always going to happen when you're doing some reconstruction and other types of works. But that library really punches above its weight. I know the last time I asked for some statistics on patronage, they were I think number 7 out of the 33 libraries, I think it is. So I think they punch way above their weight. So that money will be well spent for my residents. But directly behind it, directly behind the library, is the Inala Art Gallery. I've spoken about this before. The Inala Art Gallery is the only suburban art gallery that Brisbane City Council has in their portfolio. This library has now, with the new management group, has been doing some fantastic work, and I would think, the last time I checked, I think out of the 52 weeks going forward, I think they've got a showing for 40 weeks out of the 52. They have a bit of a hiatus over Christmas. I think there's quite a little bit of money here in this particular cultural advocacy, and about $1 million. I would think we should have a really serious, hard look at sort of helping resource this art gallery. The current management group has really put a lot of hard work, and it's up and running very, very well. As I say, 40 out of the 52 weeks. And they're doing some fantastic work with the schools, the local primary and secondary schools as well, including the college, and make that space available for them for public showing, because artwork in schools, of course, the school community tends to look at it and see it, but of course the general community isn't really, don't usually have access to that. So the art gallery is a real great asset that we're not probably fully utilizing. I do have one of our community workers working with them at the moment to help with some sustainability of management, trying to attract more volunteers and things like that as well that want to do those administrative jobs. So I just hope that we can get behind that, Councillor Howard, and just have a good hard look at that. And it's an asset that this council has that really isn't probably up to the standard that we would expect. And finally, I'm sorry, Chair. No, I'll conclude my comments there.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
How do I reset? I can just chat for 3 minutes. Oh, there we go.
We should be right now.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to start my debate off today by, I suppose there's a few tail twisters, furphies going on in the chamber. The Menippi Golf Course.
That's been under construction for a year, Deputy Chair, a whole year. And before that, we worked for a very, very long time with a state government department. Can anyone guess which one?
Labor State.
The Labor State Government. Department of Environment. Yes, Deputy Chair. I think those on the other side would be very angry if we didn't work with them. So it is an important part of the process. And yeah, it just needs to be done, let's be honest. Another thing is the amount of grant funding our community groups are getting. Has anyone read the budget book? Like those on the other side, I absolutely love my community groups. They are the lifeblood of our society and I love working with them. So,
Don't be distracted.
well, I'll just state the facts then. So we've heard from the other side that we've cut funding. Well, that's ridiculous. This year, the funding is $5,750,000. It's up over $1 million from last year, and pre-COVID levels higher than that once again. It is the highest it has ever been, so it's just a fact. But Chair, we're not stopping there. Here on the Sherwood Council side, we're launching the Lord Mayor's Better Suburb Grants program. Now, for those also who haven't read the budget book, I'll give you a little explanation. The Lord Mayor's Better Suburb Grants will provide $3 million in funding. I think when we share this news with our community groups this year, for the significant funding up for grabs, they will be stoked. They will be very, very excited, because I know last year they were all wrapped. But this grant funding isn't for 1 year, it's going to be for 3, Deputy Chair. For the next 3 years, we will assist our not-for-profit community organisations and we're also going to help the ones not based in our community facility buildings, which I think is a terrific outcome. This grant program follows on from the Lord Mayor's direct assistance package that was provided last year during COVID. The Lord Mayor's Better Suburb Grant will also provide funding for a broad range of community projects that address community needs and support projects that make our suburbs better. But we all know the importance. We value their contribution and we always will. Like I said before, I absolutely love my community groups and sporting clubs and the rest. We know that water and power is often their biggest expense. Last year, we launched a program to install solar on our community facility buildings to help community and sporting groups. We also provided $5,000 as a rebate program to help cover the cost of water, and we'll be helping clubs again with this initiative. But we're not stopping there. We're also going to help our community groups and they'll be working with our officers to undertake audits of their field irrigation systems, smart water meters, installation of water-saving devices. And I don't want to hear that any clubs missed out, because every single club that has irrigation on their fields who chose to participate will be included in this program by the end of this financial year. Now, another exciting part of Program 5 is our investment into suburban community and multicultural festivals. Councillor Howard, are you the envy of the other chairs? Because you have a lot of exciting and fun things in your portfolio. Yes. Last month, I held the Brisbane Kite Festival in conjunction with my local Rotary Club. It was beyond a success. People are yearning for events. In years gone past, we'd had about 2,000 attendees. This year, we had 5, so we were a little underprepared. It was a bit stressful. The car park started at 10, the car park was full by 10:30 and food trucks were selling out by 11. Oh. But that's okay, that we got there in the end. But for the small businesses that came along, the not-for-profits, the local community clubs, they had an absolute fantastic day and they made a bit of money for their group. The Murray State School PNC sold popcorn and they made an absolute killing. So I would encourage all councillors to get their local PNCs, community groups involved in their upcoming events. It's a great way to support them. But small local festivals truly do bring our communities together. They celebrate local stories, they build a sense of identity and they support an inclusive approach to our Brisbane population. In this year's budget, there's $1.6 million dedicated to supporting suburban community and multicultural festivals. Once again, that's record funding delivered in the 2021-2022 budget for community organisations. Now, another initiative we've supported for years and will continue to support is our council cabs program. I absolutely love this program. I know many residents in Doughboy Ward are still a little bit worried about jumping on our public transport system. While COVID is pretty much non-existent in Queensland, tap wood, They are still worried about using public transport and don't want to put their family or friends out and asking them to drive them places. But the council cabs gives residents a sense of freedom and independence. It's a really great cost-effective transport option for Brisbane City Council residents. Residents are able to pre-book a council cab for $1 or $2.50 per passenger to their local shopping centre, where residents can do their shopping, visit the doctor's clinic, have a cuppa and a piece of cake. Honestly, they can do whatever they want and they love it. Every time I speak to someone who uses this service, they couldn't be more grateful. Now, I wanted to finish on a new project that I am very, very excited about. I read in the budget book this year that will support an establishment of women's sheds. Earlier this year, I popped over to Councillor Steve Toomey's ward, Deputy Chair, as he held a community meeting to discuss the possibility of establishing a women's shed at his Ferny Grove men's shed. Just to be clear, the ladies and men will be on separate days. The men wanted that. But good on them for supporting the idea and helping the women to get established. There was about 100 women there, all very, very keen to form a new club. During the meeting, it was obvious that women just wanted a place to connect, to be open, to let their guard down, and to have a safe environment to discuss what's going on in their lives. I know one of my community groups would be absolutely rapt to form a women's shed, so I'm extremely excited to hear more about this initiative. But our Lord Mayor's commitment to women, though, through our women's sheds, through our women's sporting facilities, domestic violence funding and other women's community groups is commendable. I don't see any other level of government doing what our Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner is doing. So I want to say thank you. So with this, Mr Deputy Chair, I am very pleased to recommend Program 5 to the Chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Program 5, and a few items that jump out at me. There's a lot of talk about how wonderful this program is from that side of the chamber, but and yet the facts speak for themselves in terms of those projects that are put on go slow, projects that are promised to have been delivered years ago are still being carried out now, all the while our communities suffer from this underinvestment in our suburbs. So while those residents that volunteer their time at our community and sporting groups continue to pay more and more in rates, they're getting less and less in services out in the suburbs. We heard Councillor Howard talk about the Brighton Bulldogs funding for female change facilities that the Lord Mayor himself went out and announced and told all of those club members out there before the last election they're going to get this new facility. Well, the money that has been provided to them is not enough. And they can't proceed with that project, and that support is simply not enough at $200,000 to build a whole new female change facility. I'm sure any council that's been involved in one of those projects knows that that is not enough funding. When we hear about our library upgrades, like the Zilmia Library, which has been a community that has been upzoned, and the scale of development has been increased exponentially under this administration, and we're finding out now that a much overdue Zilmia Library upgrade is going to happen in the next 2 years now, and that wasn't the commitment that was given to my community at the last election, that it would be 2 or 3 years down the track by then. And you only have to go to the end of Jennings Street that the Zilmia Library is located on to see a great example of suburban neglect, and that's the O'Callaghan Park sports ground there. A few years ago, there was a master plan completed in consultation with the lessees on site, and that identified what kind of upgrades were needed to cater for a rapidly growing community and for community clubs that are struggling as volunteer-run organisations to provide the services that people in the community expect, and the people in the community get involved in those clubs to be able to deliver. So certain items were identified that would be delivered by clubs through grants and things like that, and certain items were identified that would be specifically council related. Things like open space, access, roads, car parks, lighting, safety lighting and things like that. And that work was done years ago. This is the largest undeveloped community sporting precinct in the outer northern suburbs of Brisbane, and again it misses out in this budget. There's no funding for those community clubs that are on that site to upgrade their facilities, their council facilities, and carry out those works the council identified that would need to be done in the short, medium or long term. And there's no funding for the public space, public access parts of that plan as well. So while on the one hand we have a city plan and a neighbourhood plan that enables rapid development and rapid growth in population in Zilmia, we don't have the services that are meeting the needs of that growing community. We've got a library upgrade on Go Slow. We've got no funding for community and sports clubs and open space at O'Callaghan Park. This is a budget, I think, and this is a program that is a major missed opportunity for services in our outer suburbs, despite those suburbs picking up the tab for this Lord Mayor's advertising budget and rorts here in City Hall. We heard about the Zilmia Festival too, and I noticed in the budget book it's still called the Zilmia Multicultural Festival, and Councillor, the Bracken Ridge Councillor, Councillor Landers, I'm sorry, I genuinely had a slip of the memory. Councillor Landers referred to it as the Zilmia Multicultural Festival. It hasn't been called that for many, many, many years. I'm not sure if you've been to it recently, but it has been called the Zilmia Festival with an increased focus on First Australians over the last few years. So that is an all-inclusive festival for all of Zilmia. So that name has changed. I've noticed throughout the budget book, a lot of those festivals have the wrong names allocated to them, and there's a lot of festivals that are missing out. We heard from Councillor Johnston earlier in that amendment that important local festival there. Another important local festival in my community that's consistently missed out is the Vaisakhi Festival, which is run each and every year by the Punjabi Cultural Association for a few years at Tagum, and then this year at Curlew Park in Sandgate in partnership with St Patrick's College, who are a great support to that. And I know Councillor Landers put some funding in from the Community Fund, and so did I. And each and every year the members of that community organisation contact council, and I know they've reached out directly to Councillor Owen and Councillor Howard. And one of the members of that committee said to me that the response from Councillor Howard was, we're not going to fund that festival until you start running it properly, essentially. Last year, 2 years ago, 2019, when that was last run, there was an issue on the day with the traffic management company. They didn't turn up. No fault of that committee, and that was no reflection on the way in which that community event was organised, and yet that was the reason given that they weren't receiving funding. So this year, when I attended alongside Councillor Landers, and we both presided over that citizenship ceremony and welcomed all those new Australians, that was an amazingly well-run event and well regarded by the local community right across the north side, not just the Punjabi and Sikh community. And the proviso was if they run that event well, they would get festival funding. And because it's becoming increasingly difficult for that festival to be run entirely on piecemeal, maybe grants each and every year, and the community having to dip into their own pockets. And again, we see that no funding has been allocated to that festival on the north side, an important festival. So I've made the commitment each and every year to the Punjabi Cultural Association that I will advocate on their behalf, and I do, and unfortunately it falls on deaf ears with the LNP, and I'll make sure they know that.
Further speakers? Councillor Maddock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Deputy Chairman. I'd rise to speak in support of Program 5 Lifestyle and Community Services, and what is one of the very most important portfolios the Brisbane City Council has, because it is effectively the social infrastructure of our city, and what it brings to our community is absolutely invaluable. The work that the Lord Mayor has done, and Councillor Howard as the Chair, is outstanding, and the Lord Mayor's commitment to even greater funding within this program area clearly shows his strong commitment to diversity, multiculturalism and inclusive Brisbane, and supporting all of the different community groups that we have within our wards. And all of us face the pressures weekly of requests from us, from new and emerging organisations, new and emerging festivals, to support them, and we do the best we can with what we have. And thankfully, the Lord Mayor has provided even further funding this year to be able to make that a reality for so many more groups out there. But that's not what you would hear from those opposite, Mr Deputy Chairman, in the speeches that they have given to this point. To Councillor Johnston, she did in her speech actually say that there was massive increase in this budget line item. In fact, she said there was 3 times more. So at least she has acknowledged the significant contribution by the Lord Mayor to this program area, but that's not what you hear from those opposite, sadly. And it's interesting when you talk about festivals, and Councillor Johnston moved the amendment in regards to a festival that she wants to support in her board, an Australia Day festival, which is an outstanding event to support. All of us, Mr Chairman, undoubtedly have Australia Day festivals that we support in our wards, either through Rotary, Lions or other organisations, and all of us put into that. And all of us would love to have those festivals funded, but that's not always possible. And if not so, then as councillors, we put in the money to be able to make that happen, Mr Chairman. Councillor Johnston made the comment about how somehow LNP wards get actually more festivals than any other ward does. And I find that quite a curious comment, Mr Chairman, when she sits so closely with her colleagues. Obviously they don't have this conversation in caucus, because if they did and actually had a conversation about how many festivals they had, she would be very much surprised. Maruka Ward, for example, it has 6 festivals. How many over here on this side have 6? I have 1, 2 from Councillor Allen, 2 from Councillor Adams, 2 over here as well. 6. Oh, none. There we go, something going on there. But 6 in Maruka Ward. It gets better. Deagon, 6. 6 festivals over there. The Quiet Achiever over there from Wynnum Manly. 7. Come in, Spinner. Winner, chicken dinner. He gets 7 over in his area. Mr Deputy Chairman, what's going on there? And in Forest Lake, 4. So, Mr Chairman, when you look at festivals generally around this ward, I don't even have close to that. Like I said, 1 in my ward, 7 over there. So Councillor Johnston should be having a chat with some of her councillors. Maybe they would like to move an amendment in their budget line items to support her festival. It clearly shows, Mr Deputy Chairman, that this Lord Mayor is committed to providing festivals across our city, irrespective of which brand you are. It doesn't matter that you're an ALP ward. In fact, in some instances, it looks like it helps. It actually helps, Mr Deputy Chairman. So let's not get stuck into that rut and say that the Lord Mayor is not funding festivals and somehow there are more here on there, because there obviously is not the case. Now, Mr Deputy Chair, when you look at the comments that Councillor Cook made on the support of homelessness, now that is a very serious issue. To the credit of this Lord Mayor, he actually introduced a grants program, Pathways Out of Homelessness, with a 3-year rolling program of $1 million a year. No other council does that. Labor councillors, Lord Mayor, as the Lord Mayor just said, never introduced any grant support for homelessness whatsoever. And councillors opposite like to talk about how disgraceful it is that council doesn't provide housing for homelessness. But what's truly disappointing, Mr Deputy Chairman, is that they never have that conversation with their colleagues down in George Street, because that's where the responsibility lies for housing, and it has for a very long time. In fact, they get federal funding to be able to support their housing program, and they are derelict in their duty to every Queenslander who is homeless for the incredible shortfall in housing that they continue to carry on year upon year upon year. It is absolutely disgraceful what this state government is doing and not doing to help people in need, people who need affordable housing, people who are homeless. The not-for-profit organisations that are so grateful for the funding that the Lord Mayor has provided in this 3-year rolling program are desperate for that funding because there is a genuine need out there. And this council is doing everything it can, but the state government is failing them. And when they come in this chamber, and Councillor Shree's not here, this is his favourite hobby horse, they point the finger over here, but it needs to be down there because that's where the serious money is. It's over $350 million a year the feds give to the state to build housing. Where is it? Where is it and where is it going? What are they doing? The government's now raised its hands and is partnering with private developers and industry to provide affordable housing options across the city because they cannot deliver it on their own. So when you come in here and talk about this stuff, go down the street and talk to your mates, because this Lord Mayor is delivering on grassroots core services to help the homeless as much as they possibly can, in partnership with the not-for-profits that do an outstanding job within this city. Now, of course, we spoke, Councillor Cassidy spoke again about what was missing in his ward, and spoke about community organisations and libraries and all those kind of things. But it's fascinating, Mr Deputy Chairman, when you look through the program of works that are being delivered for his ward just in this financial year alone. As I said, there are 6 festivals. There were upgrades in his libraries in the 2021 period. Zilmia got an air conditioning upgrade. Sandgate got an air conditioning upgrade. He didn't mention any of that when he spoke about libraries before. Didn't mention about any of the investment, any of the works that have been brought in at all. CCTV cameras at the Deagon, at Sandgate Library as well. And then when he spoke about Zilmia and he said that it hasn't been delivered yet, the Lord Mayor's commitment was to deliver Zilmia within this term. And there's $1.4 million allocated for the refurbishment of that library within this term, and that's the commitment the Lord Mayor has made and will deliver on. Of course, there are so many different programs that are run within his ward that he does not mention that are funded out of this Lord Mayor's budget. The community health and wellbeing programs, there are locations across his ward, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 different locations across his ward that the community engages with, that Brisbane City Council provides through this service. There are also water efficiency direct assistance programs, and there were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 within the last financial year, and there are another 2 within the Inclusive Brisbane program plan that are going to be delivered within this financial year, and another 2 sites for the Resilient Clubs program that are going to be delivered within this financial year alone. So it just goes again to look at the things that are actually being delivered as the things that they choose not to speak about in this chamber. The Sandgate Bowls Club, for example, the Community Facilities Maintenance Program, they're in this financial year. It goes on and on. The Town Hall, Sandgate Town Hall, that everyone loves to visit, upgrade of AV equipment across the site. All of these things, core services that officers continue to support in existing assets, and refurbishments and upgrades that go on. You know, even within Councillor Johnston's ward, the things that she speaks about at the festival, but there are so many other things that are being delivered. 15 different sites that are part of the Active and Healthy program, the outdoor cinema in the suburbs program, and I heard Councillor Strunk speak before about how it hasn't been around for a while. There was this thing called COVID.
Councillor Hammond.
There was this thing called COVID that got in the way, but that program is rolling out again across the city. So there are so many different areas within all of their wards that they're continuing to get upgrades for within their facilities, support for their sporting clubs, support for their community clubs, the existing council facilities that they already have. Each and every one of these are supported, and that's on top of the core programs around Brisbane Festival, the support of community organisations, Q Music, all of the things that makes our city work together in a creative and inclusive way are part of this program area. Mr Chairman, that's what this program delivers, all of those different aspects locally and across the city. And you can see the hard work and the commitment that the Chair makes, that the Lord Mayor makes within this space, that it is delivering outcomes. Events like Brisbane Festival were more popular last year than they were ever before, because this city appreciates and values the importance of that cultural aspect, especially when we have things like COVID. But we provide support to all of our councillors, to emerging artists, to existing artists, making sure that our city continues to grow to be a creative place and a holistic place.
Your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. That was interesting. It's like listening to a socialist almost speak about the great work that the council is doing in terms of community services. I did find it interesting that Councillor Maddock and I actually attended this session of Lifestyle and Community Services. Councillor Maddock actually gave us more information in that time than the chairperson gave us in the whole speech. So it's good that you've got her notes. Maybe you could share them with the chairperson so that she's actually up with that information. Interestingly, but...
Deputy Mayor, please. Councillor Griffith, please continue.
Yes, being interrupted. Interestingly, there was discussion about homelessness, and it was actually the LNP and give themselves a pat on the back for dealing with homelessness in the city. It was the LNP who actually stopped us working in Brisbane Housing Company. Remember that great organisation where we did lots of good work with them, lots of innovative work with them, and it was the LNP who didn't want to support community service programs across the city. So let's not fool ourselves here and rewrite history. And then I looked through, I thought I'll go through and check, maybe I've got another few, I'll go through and check and see if I've got another few programs. Apparently I've got 6 festivals in my ward. Well, sorry, there's only 3 listed here. So if I've got another 3, if you could advise me about them, that'd be great, because the chairperson wasn't able to advise me of it. But no, there's only 3 listed here, Councillor Matic. So just check your facts. Now, I would like to go on and make some remarks in regards to this program overall. And my biggest disappointment is that there's no new library for the residents of Pallara again. Shame. Pallara residents miss out again. And I know that when I represent that area, I always lobbied this administration for a library. Those hard-working, decent, good people at Pallara who were setting up their homes, they really wanted a library. In fact, they wanted community facilities because they'd had a councillor before who delivered nothing for them. Nothing for them. In fact, that councillor delivered nothing for them. It's the only ward in the city still where that councillor has not been able to get them a library. Has not been able to get them a library, but we're getting a new one at Everton Park. That's interesting. Getting a new library over there, but the poor people of Pallara miss out again. I'm sure that we will make sure the residents know that their councillor is not delivering them a library. And so they should know. And I know last time the candidate, James Martin, committed to a library. Labor committed to a library. 2%. Labor committed to a library, and he's really interested in delivering for that community.
Councillor Griffiths, just 1 second, please. Just 1 second. There's far too much chatter in the room, please. Councillor Griffiths is speaking, and I would appreciate if the councillors on my left would stop interjecting while their own councillor is speaking. It would help.
So it's okay for them.
I'm addressing everybody, but Councillor Strunk, I've let you go a few times now, so I'm just shooting a shot across your bow, all right? Councillor Griffiths, please continue.
Yes, so much so that James Martin actually got a 13% swing to him. So the sitting councillor, an LNP councillor, lost 13% of her vote. One of the biggest losses of votes of any councillor, and was almost, what was the biggest swing? The biggest swing.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, I am. It was the biggest swing of any.
Councillors! Councillor Matic, you've had your turn. No. I'm not that generous.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, we believe that all wards deserve a library, including the ward down there. So hopefully one day that councillor down there can actually do some work and get her residents a library, because at the moment they're missing out, and they're missing out with her representation, which is such a shame for them. And I know from the constant calls I get from residents down there seeking service still, that they are not happy with the service they're receiving. Now, second point that was...
Councillors to my right, please.
We have an upset councillor over there. Second point is the outdoor cinemas in the suburbs. Now, this program is seeing almost $250,000, $219,000 put towards it. But unfortunately, the chair had no idea where that money is going to be spent. So that's delivering cinemas for the residents of Brisbane, not for the LNP, but for the residents of Brisbane. And I have written to Councillor Howard and the Lord Mayor and asked them, because Maruka Waters never received one of those, ever, that we should be, wards that haven't received it should be compensated and be able to receive those events as well. Because our residents actually vote, and they voted us in, and they voted this council in, so they should be receiving the same service. Thirdly, community facilities, and this is the big one for me. Maruka Bowls Club has now been empty for almost 2 years. Almost 2 years it's been locked up. And I laugh when I see the Lord Mayor on TV going, and we're looking forward to the Olympics because we're going to build these great facilities. Well, look at what you've done with Maruka Bowls Club. It's closed, it's falling apart, it's rotting, it's unused under an LNP administration. It needs $500,000 to $600,000 worth of work, and what have they delivered? Nothing. Nothing, just a $40,000 carryover. And they want a little not-for-profit group of local residents who are brilliant, really active local residents. They want them to go and find that money. You find that money, you find that $500,000, $600,000 and you fix it up. And now on top of that, they've gagged that group from speaking out. I have never seen anything like it. But I'll take this opportunity to invite the Lord Mayor, who's not in the room again, and Councillor Howard to come to a public meeting. It will be next Sunday, the 4th of July at 10 a.m, and it will be at the Bowls Club. And you'll be able to tell them why you voted against them getting extra money for the Bowls Club to bring it up to standard. I would welcome that. I welcome the Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard out there bravely to tell hundreds and hundreds of residents, because we've written to all 5,000 homes, tell them why you're not upgrading and not maintaining that council facility that was left over from Commonwealth Games. Let's see how brave you are. Finally, Councillor Howard, I asked for details about community facilities, planning and development. Councillor Howard was very light on this as well. We've done a master plan down at Acacia Ridge for that facility. I spoke about it earlier in the session. There seems to be no money for the design of this. So you usually do a master plan, the second year you do a detailed design. Apparently that money is going to fix up the mess that is the Enoggera community facility. So once again, I see this program, despite what the LNP say, this program is delivering really poorly for the suburbs. It's not delivering enough, and it's a very disappointing effort from the administration in terms of what they're actually doing for the residents of Brisbane. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of Program 5 today. And can I start with a very important component of this program, which is 5.9, customer service delivery. And can I extend a very, very heartfelt thank you to all of the council staff who work at the contact centre, because they do an amazing job and they are often dealing with situations where it can be quite difficult to understand what a situation is when you can't physically see it and the way it's described. And I must say that there are quite a number of staff that I often take the opportunity of passing on bouquets by way of glowing recommendations for their service, because they do an excellent job and they do need to be thanked for the effort that they do put in. There are a number of things that I would like to address. 5.3.2.1, the Sports and Rec Organisational Development Resilient Clubs Program. Now, I would like to say that 3 clubs in my ward have benefited from this program. One in 2021, which was Algester Little Athletics, and in the 21-22 budget, it will be Algester Sports and the Callanvale Leopards. So these are very important clubs in my local area, and whatever we can do to support clubs to be resilient is very important, because we have to remember that these community organisations and sporting clubs are based upon volunteers. And these people willingly give up their time, their energy and their dedication to support others in our local community, and it is to be commended. I'd also like to mention 5.4.1.3, the Inclusive Brisbane Plan, which will see inclusive and accessible toilets and showers installed into the Algester Guides and Algester Scouts. Now, this is very important because when we are dealing with these young people engaging in activities, it is vital that they do have these types of facilities available and that it does support those volunteers that are leading those groups of young people. In respect to 5.4.1.4, I'd like to just reflect on the fact that this is the third year of Pathways Out of Homelessness. It was introduced by this administration, as too was the Hoarding and Squalor Initiative. This initiative has had significant impact across many sectors and assisted many people in need. In relation to 5.6.2.4, I always like to get up in this chamber and talk about my Parkinson Aquatic Centre because it continues to grow from strength to strength. The number of people who are enjoying that facility is absolutely fantastic, and I think it is testimony to the fact that when we built it, we were of the philosophy that build it and they will come. They certainly have come, and the sheer patronage is proving that fact. In fact, I would like to put on the record that we would like to see further expansion, Councillor Howard, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, but I recognise that there are also other priorities right across the city. I'd also like to say a special thank you for the many active and healthy programs that are facilitated in many of my local parks, including at Callumvale District Park, Cole Bennett Park, Greenways Esplanade Park, Heathwood Park, Karawatha Park, the Pallara Parklands and Worrell Parklands. These active and healthy programs are vital to assisting the wellbeing of many residents in the community, particularly post-COVID. When we look at the outdoor cinemas, you would think from the statements from the opposite side of the chamber that there was an invisible wall between Forest Lake Ward and Callumvale Ward, which certainly is not the case. In fact, I actually have a small component of Forest Lake in my ward, and having previously represented 80% of Forest Lake, the residents of that ward are more than welcome to come to the outdoor cinemas. These are not exclusive events to an individual ward, and in fact, Heathwood Park is right on the border. So one side of the road is Heathwood and the other side of the road is actually Forest Lake.
Really that far?
So it's literally a stone's throw across the road. So what I'm saying here is that a lot of the arguments that have been put across by the other side of the chamber are quite nonsensical in the perspective that we place these events in an area where there is a growing community, where there is a young family community, and there are the opportunities to host these events without, overgrowing certain areas. Now, I would like to also reflect on some claims by Councillor Griffith that he doesn't know he doesn't know the festivals in his ward. Well, he's had the Acacia Ridge Party in the park, Christmas for Kids. Now, that's something I've been going to for over 14 years, and that has gone from being held over at Inala to moving over to Willawong, and it is something that is an important part of the Christmas celebrations for a lot of disadvantaged children. And I have always supported that event, and for him to say that he doesn't get all of these events in his ward, well, that is one that draws from multiple wards. The Crome Street Fiesta at Salisbury is another one in his ward. Maruka Family Fun Day, VSAC, a Sri Lankan experience. So I don't know why Councillor Griffiths seems to think he doesn't understand where a lot of his festivals are on. I think The other thing too, that the Parkinson Multicultural and Dragon Boat Festival, whilst Forest Lake was in my ward, that was a major event that I worked with the Hucker Association to establish, and the legacy of that has now passed over to the Forest Lake ward due to the boundary changes. And the Lord Mayor, Councillor Marks, Councillor Huang and I were all out there this year showing our support. But there's many different festivals. In my own ward, Halloween in the Park is a fantastic event for my local community. Christmas in the Park, the Great Aussie Pool Party, and also Teddy Bear's Picnic is coming to Pallara. So that will be a great one in September for the young families there. I'd also like to acknowledge a number of multicultural festivals that I have attended in the past, and I look forward to attending these. And once again, it is our city of Brisbane. There is no invisible walls preventing people from accessing these festivals, and they draw people from the multicultural community from all over the city. So I'd like to acknowledge Australia India Day Festival, I'm just going through these, Diwali, Indian Festival of Lights, the India Day Fair, the Korean Festival Day, the Mother's Day Multicultural Dumpling Festival, Panegyri, of course, the Parkinson Multicultural and Dragon Boat Festival, that goes without saying. Rajasava Festival, the Seniors Multicultural Dinner, the South Pacific Islander Christmas in the Park Festival, the Technical Multicultural Festival, Ugadi Festival, VSAC, the Vietnamese Lunar New Year Festival, Deepavali, World Refugee Day. There are so many ways that we look after our multicultural communities. Now, Councillor Howard, you know, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, you know how appreciative I am of the wonderful library staff who come out to my ward with the pop-up library. And when I was out there a couple of weeks ago at Pallara Parklands, the people who were attending with their young children were having a fantastic time, and they are very, very appreciative of the pop-up library in Pallara. And this is an important service, and certainly that pop-up library is well received in that local community. It does facilitate library services, and had the state government actually come on board and established the old Pallara State School as a multicultural hub and allowed a library to go there, they would have had a permanent structure.
Councillor Owen, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Cumming.
Just briefly, Mr Chair, Councillor Maddock claimed I had 7 festivals in my area. That's incorrect. My count is there's only 6. But I would like to point out few of them just get the basic 5,000 a year too. But one of them was the Wynnum Illumination Festival. It hasn't been held for about 5 years. I'm not sure why it's still on the list. I'll see if I can find someone to run it again this year. But the other one that demanded funding because of the genius of the young 25-year-old entrepreneur who started up last year and got funding from the state government, and this year has got funding from federal as well as council. That's Tom Oliver, the Wynnum Fringe Festival. Everyone here is invited to come along to the Wynnum Fringe Festival in November, December, which will be a great event on the Bayside. Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin, can you... Councillors, just a reminder that any questions, please direct them through the chair. Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Well, Councillor Cumming, I'm very pleased that we ended on such a positive note, because you are absolutely right. The Wynnum Fringe Festival was fantastic, and it was an absolute example of how we worked with the local councillor and with the new group to allow that festival to continue. They were we were very pleased to work with them. Can I just say to you, Mr Deputy Chair, I'm a little bit confused, because in one hand I was accused of being evasive, and the other hand I was accused of waffling during the information session. Councillor Griffiths obviously didn't listen to a word I said about Maruka Bowles. And through you, Mr Deputy Chair, I answered every single question very comprehensively. I provided a very detailed response to every question. And of course, as everybody in this chamber knows, the Lord Mayor only just handed the budget down on Wednesday. So it is only fair that we allow our dedicated officers the opportunity to continue their hard work in planning the schedule of works for this financial year. So just because people don't like the answer that they're given doesn't mean that the questions were not answered, because of course they were. I do want to talk about the furphies, and that's a great word, Councillor Atwood. There were lots of furphies that we heard from this side. The biggest furphy, of course, was from Councillor Griffith's baseless claim that the LNP stopped us working with Brisbane Housing Corporation. This is completely false. Council continues to provide financial services to them. We're working with them. We're working with them with the Pathways Out of Homelessness. It's a fantastic organisation. We actually had a speaker to council that came and talked about the good working relationship that we have. So I'm not quite sure where he got that from. And in terms of the Maruka Bowls Club, well, we've never stopped the group from speaking out. I mean, I don't know where he's getting that from either. In fact, we provided extra funding. We've already spent over $80,000 in upgrades and improvements for the Maruka Bowls Club. And if Councillor Griffiths had been listening in the information session, it was very clear that we have $20,000 worth of funding from the Morrison government, and that we will be looking at what else we can do. We're working very closely with the people who have won the tender, and we're trying very hard to get that group to get the lease signed. So that's sort of one of the areas. Now, I understand, I heard Councillor Cassidy say that it wasn't enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Will it ever be enough? So it never ceases to amaze me how Labor continue to oppose the important community programs like our Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants program. We've heard it said many times in the chamber today, this is the biggest ever community grant program in the history of Brisbane. It's more than $3.2 million of dedicated funding for community organisations in every suburb of Brisbane. Every suburb of Brisbane will have the opportunity for the grant. Now, let's have a little bit of a look at libraries. I thought that Councillor Griffith was very, very brave to sort of talk about libraries when, in fact, that was one that was, I think, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, to Councillor Owen. I understand that was in his area that was demolished. There was a library demolished. So this side of the chamber does not demolish libraries, we build them. So also in talking about libraries, we heard the councillor for Tennyson say that the Annerley Library is not open on a Monday. Sorry, it is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Annerley Library, open Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on a Monday, Annerley Library.
Councillors. Thank you, Councillor Howard. Please continue.
Well, thank you. Now, we also heard some comments about our Pathways Out of Homelessness program, and we heard Councillor Matic talk about it. And look, this is one of the programs that I'm most proud of, and I know that it was started under Councillor Matic's stewardship, and we've all worked very diligently to make sure that we're getting funding where it's necessary to assist those that are less vulnerable than others. Can I just say that the funding that we recently provided to Lillian's Place is just going to be nothing short of amazing, the work that they have done. And we're very, very proud of that program, and we just know that it's helped many, many people. We get amazing feedback from the organisations that it's helped, and it's just one of those programs that, to give the 3-year funding, has been something that has really been of benefit to those organisations, much the same way as our Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants will be. We understand that clubs have a need, and we also know that that need sometimes goes over several financial years, which is why some of the debate that we heard is just nonsensical. We're constantly working with our clubs and our organisations to make sure that we're providing the services that we can to them. Councillor Atwood mentioned the Women's Sheds, another amazing program that we're very much looking forward to delivering in this financial year. So, Mr Deputy Chair, if we move to the Australia Day pool party and citizenship situation, we were proud to sponsor that last year, just the same way as we will sponsor it this year if there's an application received. The funding provides the ability every year for people to.
Councillor Johnson, I'm only asking you to respect other councillors and put your questions through the chair, please. That's all. I'm not asking for anything other than that. Just a simple courtesy. Councillor Howard, please continue.
Thank you. So, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, as I said, we were proud to deliver the funding for the Australia Day pool party and citizenship ceremony at the Oxley Bowls Club for the 2021 event, and the Oxley Bowls Club will be able to reapply for sponsorship funding for their 2022 event. So we look forward to working with them and well into the future. Can I also say that the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants Program, being a new program announced by the Lord Mayor, the guidelines are now being developed, but I can assure the Chamber that every suburb will be eligible to apply for funding from the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants Program. And through you, Mr Deputy Chair, I would just commend the program to the Chamber.
Thank you. We'll now put the Lifestyle and Community Services program to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Howard and seconded, I believe, by Councillor Owen. Can you please ring the bells? Let it ring for a minute and a half. Councillors will now put the, what are you up to, sorry, Program 5, thank you. Program 5 to the Chamber. All those in favour raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those against? Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour.
The ayes have it unanimously.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
Seconded.
We've had a motion for the adjournment for afternoon tea from Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it.
All right, welcome back, councillors. We have quorum. We'll just wait for the bells. All right, we have quorum. Can I please call on Councillor Marx for the City Standards Community Health and Safety Program, please?
Yes.
Mr Chair, I move that the City Standards Community Health and Safety Program, the services of Council, the allocations for the operations and the projects and total project expenditure as set out on pages 102 to 116 for the years 2021 to 2022 through to 24 to 25 so far as they relate to Program 6 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Mark, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that for the City Standards Community Health and Safety Program, the services of Council, the allocations for the operations and the projects and total project expenditure as set out on pages 102 to 116 for the years 2021-22 through to 2024-25 so far as they relate to Program 6 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Marks, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This is my second budget as a chair, but my first with a dedicated program of my own. The newly reconstructed Program 6, City Standards, Community Health and Safety, has a clear and simple goal. It's to ensure the Sherwood Council is a resident-focused organisation dedicated to safety and high-quality maintenance across our city and suburbs. My colleagues know that I take that responsibility to heart, and I thank those councillors on both sides of the chamber who took up my offer of a ward visit when I first became chair. That is why I'm so proud to speak to this budget and recommend the program to the chamber. The Lord Mayor and Sherwood Council are delivering in the coming financial year for the residents of Brisbane. We're delivering on a record investment in maintenance and rehabilitations of our roadways, footpaths and bikeways. We're delivering on keeping Brisbane clean and green by funding the necessary works for the care of our trees, parks and waterways. We're delivering on a sustainable city by taking advantage of emerging and innovative trends such as the FOGO pilot program. We're delivering on an animal-friendly city and suburbs by facilitating and promoting responsible pet ownership. We're delivering on doing our bit as a local government to make Brisbane safe for its residents, businesses and visitors. Maintenance funding goes to the very heart of ensuring we meet the standards we accept and our residents expect across our CBD and suburbs. Mr Chair, investment in maintenance is where I will begin. Between budget outcomes maintaining the city and open space management, we see an investment in services totalling more than $270 million. It's at this point I wish to identify for all councillors who may have missed or not had the opportunity to read through the budget book completely, there are actually now 21 line items that have been moved to Program 6, which means the associated line items with the associate budgets are now in Program 6. They've moved from Program 1, 2 and 3. So the funding under the services 6.1.1.1, maintaining active transport infrastructure, is about ensuring the safety and serviceability of our network of footpaths and bikeways. All residents deserve and expect safe, active transport infrastructure, which is why the Sherwood Council has made available a record investment of more than $45 million for this purpose. Moving on to Service 6.1.1.2, maintaining the network infrastructure. There are a range of functions delivered through core funding in this service. To name a few, there's more than $31 million invested in ensuring functional and safe lighting in our public spaces. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank the councillors who have taken up on our offer and will be attending the lighting space program that we will be doing out there in Brisbane Square in July. Over $8 million allocated to grass cutting along our streets to preserve neighbourhood amenity and ensure safety and accessibility along footpath reserves. Almost $9 million committed to curb and channel maintenance, almost $14 million to repair potholes across the city. That means yet again the Sherwood Council has made available the resourcing needed to blitz potholes almost as quick as they're reported, and we thank the residents for letting us know the minute they happen. $4.5 million to maintain traffic signs, and the list of funding for core network infrastructure maintenance goes on. Mr Chair, the Sherwood Council is committed to Brisbane's credential as a clean, green and sustainable city, which is why we're yet again delivering on investment on the planting and ongoing maintenance of park and street trees. The number of trees in Brisbane is continuing to grow. Over half the city's urban forest is located in public parks and road reserves. The Sherwood Council is committed to a tree maintenance program that supports specialised early care of newly planted trees and responsibly manages the public safety of our mature collection. In the coming financial year, we're anticipating planting an additional 13,500 street trees across our city and suburbs. Mr Chair, keeping to the theme of the green, I'd like to draw the Chamber's attention to our green waste recycling service. Since its introduction, green waste recycling has grown to more than 113,000 households. There are over 117,000 green waste bins being serviced fortnightly in our city. The difference in numbers would indicate that some households have more than one green bin, which is fabulous. We anticipate an additional 12,000 green bins will be ordered and delivered next financial year. So since 2010, approximately 215,000 tonnes of garden waste has been diverted from landfill and instead has been processed into a reusable product. This is a clear demonstration of the community's commitment to reducing waste to landfill. It's also an endorsement of the work the Sherwood Council is doing to increase awareness of and interest in resource recovery. This is carried out particularly through our education programs that our officers continue to deliver to the community. Last year alone, we saw a 10% growth in uptake of the green waste recycling service. No doubt this is a contributing factor was the Lord Mayor's announcement that we'd waive the establishment fee, an initiative that we are continuing into the next financial year. In his speech on the 16th of June, the Lord Mayor announced that as part of the budget, the Sherwood Council would be undertaking a basic food organics, garden organics, otherwise known as FOGO, pilot. Now, the pilot is 14 weeks in duration and it will provide a trial service in selected areas to residents utilising our existing greenway collection service. Mr Chair, what do we mean by basic FOGO? The pilot service will allow the addition of food organics such as fruit and vegetables and unwanted packaged foods such as rice, bread, flour and pasta, obviously without the packaging. What the pilot won't include is proteins such as meat and dairy. Now, the purpose of the targeted pilot is to achieve a number of things. Primarily, it will serve to help us better understand household waste behaviour and infrastructure needed to support a broader rollout. This is not something that you can just ask every single resident in Brisbane to stick all their vegetable waste into a green bin and then we have to pick it up and then try and do something with it. We need to make sure it's done in a managed and calm manner and make sure that we can do the right thing by the residents. Mr Chair, one of the Lord Mayor's announcements last week that I know council and residents didn't miss is the return of curbside collection. Now, when we announced a pause of the service, we promised it would return as soon as we could afford it. Now, no one can forget that as a city we suffered severe economic impacts at the height of the pandemic. In fact, states like New South Wales are continuing to suffer severe economic impacts as the pandemic continues. So we acted responsibly by taking the tough decision to postpone the service in early 2020 and we diverted the savings into urgent economic recovery initiatives. It was not a decision we made lightly, but those recovery initiatives help those most in need. This is what a community does in time of need. It comes together and sometimes makes sacrifices for those who need more help. Sound financial management has meant a return of the service a year earlier than originally anticipated. Only a responsible Sherwood Council could have delivered this early return for residents. And we're looking forward to collections resuming as soon as the 12th of July. I am aware that all these services for the suburbs are up on the website, so if you're interested, please ensure you go and check the website for the date. Make sure you don't put anything out until you get that notifying letter from the council as to when your service will be. Mr Chair, you'll know Brisbane's been both wet and warm with our subtropical climate. Unfortunately, means we often have perfect conditions for mosquito breeding. Our city's beautiful coastal areas and mangroves are also ideal locations for salt marsh mosquito populations to thrive. That's why the Sherwood Council is again funding one of the most sophisticated mosquito management programs in Australia. We are well resourced to deal with mosquitoes, and when the experts say we need to spray, we do so. We are still the only local government to employ 2 expert entomologists that drive our treatment program. And I'm pleased to announce that by the end of 21-22, we will reduce our environmental footprint in sensitive areas with a complete replacement of our quad bike fleet. The tracked Argos and electric ATV buggies will reduce noise, emissions and damage to the environment, as well as increase our ground spraying capability. So, Mr Chair, the 21-22 financial year will also see some exciting changes to the way City Standards, previously known as Field Services, operates. In short, we will have the situation where what is currently known as urban amenities will become public space operations, and what is currently known as asset services will become program planning and integration. We did have a session here in the chamber to give councillors an idea of what their new structure would look like. A lot of work's gone into that, but it's not set in stone, and we're more than happy to take any suggestions that people have about what that might look like. But I do want to thank everybody that's been involved so far with the creation of that new structure. There are a number of people, obviously, that were very heavily involved in the budget preparation. We have the dedicated finance team of Luke Treston, Angie Chance. In the City Standards, we have Matt Anderson, Terry Bird, Brad Wilson, Scott Owen, Jamie Hall, Tammy Anderson and Janine Mackay. And in the Cars branch, we have Tash Tobias, Anne Lands and Logan Gunling. And of course, my PLO, Griffin. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Thank you very much.
Further speakers? Councillor Cummings. Councillor Cummings, please proceed. Could you please turn your microphone on?
Oh yeah, brilliant. This is interesting. This is an attempt to make this section of council relevant. They've had to load in a lot of other duties. Otherwise, you know, it was almost a stage where the one manager could do all the briefings of the committee because there was only sort of one manager's worth of work in the whole department. And so this now is an effort to make Councillor Marks relevant, and best wishes with making that effective. Of course, a bit of history. The Brisbane City Council used to run water supply and sewerage. We used to run building applications. We used to have a lot more employees, a lot more revenue, and a far greater justification for 6 chairs some years ago, and now we've got 7 chairs, so we shouldn't have that many. If we got in, we would scrap one of the chairs' positions. We promised that in the last election. We'll continue to promise that. Anyhow, I digress. This administration has been in office for too long. They've run out of ideas. So now they're rearranging the deck chairs in an attempt to make Councillor Marks look relevant. If Labor were in administration, they would bring in field organics, garden organics, FOGO to Brisbane. It wouldn't be a pilot, we'd be taking off with this. This is a scheme that has been introduced in 70 other councils across Australia. I was just listening to the radio this morning. Hobart Council is about to introduce it down there. 70. We're way behind the 8 ball, way behind. Taking out organic waste out of the waste stream instead of putting it in landfill, we can create hundreds of extra jobs, if not thousands, save ratepayers millions of dollars and address climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. FOGO creates 3 times as many jobs as traditional landfill. It would remove up to 80,000 tonnes of organic waste from Brisbane's landfill each year. FOGO emissions are carbon neutral, while organic waste in landfill generates methane that is 27 times more potent. The nutrient-rich compost resulting from FOGO can be used on council gardens or sold to farmers and other producers, creating a revenue stream that feeds back into council projects and services for our community. FOGO is the single most effective thing a council can do to reduce its carbon footprint. Another area where I think there's a lot of opportunity which is going missing is what I'd call commercial FOGO, and that's what happens when you get a group of restaurants together and they get all their scraps and put them into a composting machine and use it. And the best example I'm aware of, and this being done in Brisbane right now, is Howard Smith Wharves, who are doing a brilliant job and have won awards for their efforts in this regard. Howard Smith Wharves also take a strong line on accepting rubbish that can't be composted, and they won't accept things like plastics and bubble wrap. Whoever wants to deliver produce or whatever covered in plastic, they have to take the plastic out with them. It doesn't get left on their site. They also have a situation where when farmers deliver produce, they can pick up a load of compost from their composting system and take it with them back out onto the property. So council needs to look at introducing this style of arrangement with other restaurant areas around Brisbane, and even I know in my area in Wynnum Manly we're looking at that because there's a large number of cafes and coffee shops, etc., all of whom are generating waste that could be used for composting. Council would be doing something clever for the first time in a long time. Finally, I'm critical of council for failing my old favourite yellow top recycling bins to businesses in Brisbane. Businesses pay the same waste management charge to council as residential customers, yet they do not receive a yellow top recycling bin. This results in a large amount of waste going into the red bin that could be going to yellow bins. All council offers is a fee for service for recycling, which costs plenty and has been poorly taken up by the market. No wonder business ratepayers won't take up this scheme. Also, Councillor Marks was sort of boasting about the green waste bin, the level of take-up. It's way under 10%. It's been in for years now, and it's way under 10% of the total number of people in Brisbane, which I think is fairly ordinary take-up. Now, the curbside clean-up, which she mentioned also, that was a relatively small amount of money given the overall council budget. The funds could have been found from elsewhere. There was no need to scrap the curbside clean-up. It was a really stupid idea, and the administration's been punished for that. The power of our opposition here, our small opposition working hard, has forced them into backing down, forced them into reversing their bad decision, forced them into... They could have done the right thing, and the Lord Mayor could have said, oh, well, I'll reduce my advertising budget, my self-promotion budget for 1 year, and that'll pay for it. And he would have got some credit if he'd done that. He would have got some credit, but he got no credit at all because he didn't deserve any credit, and neither did the administration. And of course, I've also seen in this budget the amount of money for propaganda from the Lord Mayor is actually increasing this year. They're going to put out extra copies of that dreadful little newsletter that they put out. There's going to be more copies put out at greater cost to the ratepayers of Brisbane because of what they're doing, and that is a disgrace as well. So this is a budget that doesn't go far enough in this area. FOGO needs to be promoted heavily, needs to be taken, needs to start operating on a full basis as soon as possible, and so that Brisbane has some chance of catching up with all the other councils around Australia which are well and truly taken off with FOGO.
Further speakers? Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 6 and in doing so acknowledge the outstanding work the Sherwood Council is doing in relation to our city standards in community health and safety. We often hear that councils are about rates, roads and rubbish. We have moved beyond that in so many ways, but that doesn't lessen the importance of those services. Collecting the rubbish, maintaining our footpaths and bikeway networks, cutting the grass, maintaining trees are basic but vital services we undertake to ensure a healthy and clean city. These services are often taken for granted, but if we get that wrong, we certainly know about it very quickly from our residents. Chair, one of the first things I wanted to do after being elected last year was to accompany our rubbish contractor on a typical collection to gain a greater understanding of the job they do and the challenges they face. The main takeaway from that was how much local residents value and appreciate their weekly collection service. Growing up, I remember everyone in our street leaving a bottle of beer out for the garbos, as they were called then, at Christmas time as a thank you for the job that they did. In those days, it was much harder work. The driver would have to hop out at each house, pick up the metal bin, tip the rubbish into the truck, and so forth. I asked Craig, the driver I accompanied that day, if that still happened, and I'm pleased that the tradition still continues. Although he pointed out it was more likely a bottle of wine, but then we were doing the run through Brookville. Chair, the state Labor government could learn a thing or two from the Sherwood Council when it comes to managing waste. I refer specifically to their decision to not commit to future advance payments beyond next year to offset the waste levy charges. In their usual sneaky way, they want the charge to appear on residents' rates bills to give the impression that it's a council imposition and not theirs. By abandoning the future advance payments to offset waste levy charges beyond the 21-22 financial year, the Sherwood Council will potentially be denied $37 million to offset a rates rise to cover the $75 per tonne waste levy. As the Lord Mayor rightly pointed out last week, Labor's regressive decision will add $88 to the average Brisbane rates bill from next year. It is a shame, absolutely. If it's not reversed, it will equate to a 4.6% increase on the average rates bill. Labor's decision to not commit to future advance payment offsets really stinks. It's absolute rubbish to pass the buck to council and to do the state government's dirty work by collecting the waste levy and penalising ratepayers, while at the same time they fail in their delivery of the necessary investment into recycling and resource recovery for Queensland. Chair, as the Lord Mayor said last week, this budget is one for the suburbs. This, of course, means we as councillors must look carefully at our priorities when it comes to allocating funds for projects under the Suburban Enhancement Fund. My wish list for 21-22 includes a number of footpaths, and I know I won't be able to deliver every one of them. But together with my local asset services team, we will sit down and determine which ones are the most important to best meet the needs of my community. On that subject, I want to acknowledge my appreciation of the Asset Services West team. Under the leadership of Adrian Patterson, this team is professional in everything it does and genuinely has the interests of my residents at heart in helping me find solutions to their issues. Officers have always been available to meet on site with residents when I've requested that, and that's helped them understand what we can and can't do in relation to their requests. In a ward the size of mine and with a large amount of bushland, it's fair to say grass cutting and tree maintenance can be a challenge at times. But again, we have regular schedules in place to manage grass cutting, and while I mightn't always agree with the recommendations of the arborists, I appreciate the reasons behind whether a tree stays or is removed. Another important role undertaken by city standards is ensuring adherence to our city laws. Our compliance team does a great job, sometimes under very difficult circumstances. Again, the compliance officers I deal with have always been willing to accompany me when I meet with residents over a disputed issue. In those situations, it can become both heated and emotional, and they are sometimes unfairly blamed for what they have or haven't done. In a lot of instances, residents don't understand that the laws are the laws and that a compliance officer can't overrule a decision simply because that's what a resident has asked for. What does frustrate me, though, is when compliance is dragged into a good old-fashioned neighbourhood dispute. They are obliged to investigate when a complaint is made, even if it's proven later to be vexatious. The time lost to investigating these complaints could have been much better directed elsewhere. I have one of those situations in my ward right now. A well-respected rural-based business feels they're being targeted by council because a neighbour keeps lodging complaints despite no infringements having been issued against the business to date. I understand the points made by the business and compliance officers and hope that this one can be resolved without either party having to resort to legal action because of this latest complaint. Chair, I referred earlier to our city laws, and as I said in the chamber last week, I'm pleased that the Sherwood Council is amending the health, safety and amenity local law, specifically in relation to the dumping of shopping trolleys and littering in our suburbs. For reasons I can't explain, littering is a bigger issue in my community than it should be. I'm surprised by the number of calls we regularly receive to the ward office about shopping trolleys left on footpaths or in our waterways, or advertising material that's dumped on front lawns, sometimes for days before it is cleaned up by the owners. We need to collectively take more pride in how our communities are presented, and I'm pleased that the Sherwood Council is showing the necessary leadership to provide more clarity about around the relevant laws. As has been discussed during the course of this debate, Brisbane is an emerging city on the international stage, and we are the preferred city for the 2032 Olympic Games. The world is watching and making their judgments on what we say, what we do and say. These amendments couldn't have come at a better time, and they are necessary in ensuring how Brisbane will be perceived by visitors and an international audience of millions over the next 11 years. Chair, we have now 4 major shopping centre precincts in the Port Vale ward, 2 at Kenmore and / Chapel Hill, 1 at Bellbarry and the other at Moggill. And I appreciate that Coles, Woolworths and Aldi are making genuine efforts to address where shopping trolleys end up, but the problem still continues. I don't know if increasing the frequency of collection within the car park areas will totally solve the problem. Ditto with self-regulation. The answer may well be having to confiscate trolleys or increase fines, and I'll be keen, as I know Councillor Marx will be, to see what other ideas come from the consultation, particularly from those with the most to lose, which are the shopping centres themselves. The implementation of a self-assessable code for the distribution of printed materials also appears to be a good start. So hopefully the days of drive-by dumpings are coming to an end, and that distributors will be required to place materials and newspapers in letterboxes. Chair, in the time remaining, I would like to refer to some initiatives from the 21-22 budget which I know will be appreciated by local residents. First, of course, is the resumption of curbside collection 12 months earlier than scheduled. While my residents understand the reason behind the cancellation and support the decision to reallocate funding to small business and community groups that did it tough during the pandemic, they are nevertheless happy to see this service return. And as it turns out, all of the areas within my ward were due for collection when it was postponed in April last year. So they are now over the moon that they will be among the first to receive that service when it resumes next month. Another great decision is the allocation of $227,000 under safety fences and guardrails at Pinjarra Road. I met with a deputation of local residents and police at Pinjarra Hills recently, and this was among the issues raised at that meeting. I also hope that I can provide a missing footpath link for them from my SEFT allocation. Chair, in summary, I want to place on record my thanks to Councillor Marx as Committee Chair and thank her and her dedicated team for helping ensure Brisbane becomes and remains Australia's most livable city. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on Program 6 and I'll start off with these program outcomes. Managing and reducing the Brisbane's waste and litter. Now, there used to be a line item in the budgets over the last number of years, litter prevention, but somehow it sort of disappeared. I know we're still doing the work because I know the team is still out there, of course. I always mention this item simply because the team that actually undertakes that work on behalf of Brisbane City Council, at least in my area, and I've had good reports from other wards as well, they do a terrific job in trying to initiate those litter prevention strategies. And in my case, a lot of the community groups have undertaken this work on behalf of Brisbane City Council, I suppose. It is a core service for Brisbane City Council, and it's sad that, of course, residents, after they've paid the rates, they still have to do those sort of core services that that they pay their rates for. But it is a function or an event that a lot of satisfaction comes from those community groups who do undertake that work on behalf of the City Council. I've got about 2 or 3, I think it's 4 now, 4 good-sized groups, mostly church-based, which is terrific, who undertake this work on a regular basis. And we do have one Leo's Club at St. John's College who are out there at least once a month doing this work. So, and the other reason I mention this is simply because that line item, I used to say, well, we haven't really increased the funding for this over a number of years, and I would have thought that being that such a great program, I'm thinking that it should probably be expanded. Maybe having another team out there doing the same work that the current team is doing. But it's all been rolled into, I think, 6.3, and so I just don't know how much money we're actually spending on that program now. The other waste minimization, of course, is the FOGO program, or the FOGO trial, which is underway. I did ask, of course, of the 3,000, I think 300 homes, I believe, the chair said that we're going to be part of that trial, where they would be and how much funding is actually being spent. She answered that the Lord Mayor will make that announcement later. So maybe the Lord Mayor can, oh, hang on a minute, he's not in the chamber. Where's your leader? Your leader hasn't been in the chamber almost all day. Our leaders have been here. For goodness sake, this is his budget. This is the Lord Mayor's, but not your budget, the Lord Mayor's budget, we keep being told. Anyways, I digress. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Oh, God, anyways. So anyways, FOGO, I think, listen, a trial, listen, the Penrith City Council has been doing this work for 10 years, for goodness sakes. I mean, why are we trialing this? But just do it. Just do it. The people of Brisbane are backing it. It's a no-brainer. They'll do it. Now, a trial of 14 weeks, quite frankly, after viewing a couple of videos of how it's worked in other places, 14 weeks is really not long enough to really undertake a full understanding of what is going to be needed in our space called Brisbane City Council, because we are a very large council, much larger or larger than any other council, as we're constantly told. The education program alone is going to take more than 14 weeks, I'll tell you right now. War on Waste had a video, and I'll tell you what, they explained why it's going to take more than 14 weeks to actually change people's habits. And you can't hold a stick over them and say, you're going to do it or we're going to do this. You've actually got to take the time and the patience to educate them, because they will, in the end, they will change their habits. And I'm no different than anyone else, right? It's taken me a while to separate some of those soft plastics and things the way I should. It's really changing your habit of years, right? So 14 weeks is not long enough. I'd really love to see the report coming out of this 14-week trial, because honestly, I just don't think it's going to really do it justice. And are we just, this is like almost like a Band-Aid approach, just to say that, oh, we're doing FOGO. And then we'll say, oh, it's too hard, or it's going to take too long, it's going to take too much. I don't know what's going to come out of it, but we'll see. The flying gangs, I want to pay tribute to the flying gangs. My God, the people that go out and collect the illegal dumping, and we know what was caused, why that came about. And I just want to pay tribute to these guys, and probably girls as well, that have gone out and done some huge amount of work over the last 12, 14 months because of the cutting of curbside collection. And it wasn't paused, it was cut for, it was announced to be cut for 2 years. It was not supposed to happen for 2 years. It's not a pause, that's a weasel word. As one of the commentators in the ABC loves to say, Steve Austin, one of those weasel words, and spot on it is. It was cut. It was cut for 1 year, and now, because there was such an outcry, and really that outcry actually started in my ward, the Forest Lake ward. There was such an outcry that we ended up doing a petition. It was all over social media. People were just incensed, the fact that it was just about to happen in my ward, and it got cut. It got cut. And we can say, oh, COVID-19 and all the rest. Well, I challenged the Lord Mayor to show me any documentation from any medical person that said that you should cut curbside collection because the COVID-19 virus could be on those items that are sitting out there. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that documentation. I'm sure if it existed, he would have raised it in the chamber over many, many occasions. See, that's why I cut it. That's why I cut it. But we've never seen that. We've never seen him actually produce that. Again, one last thing. In regards to pool inspections, I thought it was quite curious that the target for inspecting pool fencing in Brisbane City Council is only about 1,000 inspections a year. So I asked the question, how many pools are there in Brisbane? And the chair knew exactly, so I give her credit for that. 83,000 pools. So if we're targeting 1,000 pools and there's 83,000, it's going to take 83 years, if there's not more new ones, to get around to all the pools. Now, to the credit, the council officers did 1,600 this year, which is more than their target, which is terrific. And I know it's a lot of hard work. I know to try to inspect the pool does take a lot of time to actually engage with the owner, make sure that they're going to be there, and then go into the property. You can't just walk into the property. I don't believe you can just walk into the property and have a look if the owner's not there. So all I say is that if it's going to take like 83 years, maybe we should increase the number, maybe double it. How about that? Double it, then it'll only take about 40 years. But anyways, I'll just finish my comments there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak about Program 6, and I'm thrilled to have Councillor Marx as the chair for this wonderful initiative that we call composting, because it was a great pleasure for the people of Taringa to have Councillor Marx down for the launch of not only the Taringa Community Garden, but also the launch of the Taringa Community Composting Hub. And I can tell you what, Chair, it is extremely popular. On any given Wednesday afternoon working bee, there are at least 15 to 20 people there pitching in, turning over the compost, turning it into mulch, and then putting some of it into bags for sale. It is really working a treat. We obviously have our composting caddies available to everyone in Brisbane so they can collect their compost and then, as my colleague Councillor Adams was saying before, take it down to the local composting hub to dispose of it properly, which means not going to landfill. And why is that important? Well, I spoke this morning about reducing carbon emissions. And this City Council, Brisbane City Council, has reduced carbon emissions by 40%, reduced the carbon emissions of landfill by 40% by redirecting green waste out of landfill and into composting. And of course, it gets mulched and put into reuse in parks and other facilities. But these composting hubs are fantastic. We have 23 of them throughout Brisbane, including one in St Lucia and one in Taringa, where Councillor Marx joined me for the opening. And alongside that, we also offer, the Sherwood Council started offering last year and continues to offer a $70 rebate for all residents of Brisbane, not just ratepayers, to partake in composting at home. And that means that they can get a rebate on a qualifying composting system or a worm farm and begin to use that at home, which will reduce their food organics and garden organics themselves. What a fantastic initiative. And I was just down at a school in Indooroopilly, and a few of the prep parents had donated their worm farms to the prep. What a great initiative, because that school no longer has any food waste going to landfill. It all gets put straight into the appropriate compost or worm farm, and I think that's fantastic. Now, I want to pay credit to the former leader of the opposition. For those watching, that's obviously Councillor Cumming, and I'm really sorry that he got knifed on the night of Riverfire 2019, because that man is a fierce advocate for FOGO. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite understand the logistics behind it, because he quoted Penrith, and I know he likes the system in Hobart, but those two places have some serious differences to Brisbane. Penrith has only 50,000 approximately people, not 1.2 million like we have here. Hobart has 6 suburbs, not 190 suburbs like we have here. The volume of green waste and food organic waste that would need to be collected on a weekly basis throughout Brisbane is enormous. Now, I heard the former Labor leader say Labor's ready for takeoff. Are you really? Where are you going to put it all? You don't have the processing plants. What are you just going to like click your fingers and then, oh, look, oh no, don't worry about it. We've collected all the waste and we're just going to put it in these processing facilities that we don't have. Bah! That's why you have a trial. I don't hear you out there canning the Premier with her trial of battery storage that was just announced, or canning the Premier on her trial of hydrogen cars that she just announced. Why not? Well, because probably you don't just launch into these things without ironing out the creases and figuring out what actually needs to be done. And that includes building massive processing facilities to process all of the food organics that are coming in. And I will just read out a few things that can go into the FOGO bins. Obviously, it includes things like fruit and vegetables, coffee grounds, fats and oils, flours, grass clippings, kitty litter, leftover scraps excluding meat and dairy, some newspaper, paper plates, paper towel. You get the idea. It's a fantastic initiative, and I'm very supportive of reducing our landfill by removing the food organics and garden organics. Of course, it is the Sherwood Council that offers a $30 fee waiver on the establishment fee for your green top bin, and that gets collected on the consecutive second week on the opposing day from your yellow top bin. Makes a lot of sense. That means we still maintain a weekly rubbish collection. But it is interesting to hear that Labor would probably have to cut the costs of the rubbish collection, and wait for it, the Hobart and the Penrith City Councils have reduced their rubbish collection from weekly to fortnightly. So I'd like to see the Labor statement come out to say that they're reducing their weekly collections to fortnightly, because I'm sure they hadn't thought that through. That's going to cause a few conniptions. Oh, the maggots in the bin. Oh yeah, on a hot summer's day. Yeah, Penrith and Hobart don't have that problem, do they? Yeah. The point of the story, Chair, is that we have a unique situation in any local government in Australia. 1.2 million people generate a lot of waste. You can't just click your fingers and introduce FOGO. Starting with a trial is the smart and sensible thing to do, and I applaud the Lord Mayor for doing this, because I think it's a fantastic initiative for our city. I'm going to move on to what I think is the coolest line item in the entire budget, and that is the thing called the flying gangs. I mean, that just sounds like a 1980s comic, doesn't it? It's pretty cool. But what it is, of course, is responsive management to emerging maintenance issues. If you have a trip hazard in a footpath, they'll get out there and grind it off. Or if the sign's fallen over in the middle of the roundabout, they'll get out there and put that up. A branch has come down in a public park, they'll get out there and fix that. What a fantastic service the Sherwood Council offers the people of Brisbane with these suburban flying gangs. Congratulations to everyone involved in that. And I just want to point out that that's in line item 6.1.1.2, maintaining our, I can't even read my own writing, but something infrastructure. That's embarrassing. So anyway, the other point that I'd like to make is that Brisbane has 2,160 parks, and that is a lot of parkland, which covers, wait for it, 60,498 hectares of grass. And can you imagine doing that with your little Victor push-on mower there, Chair? That would be a big task. So congratulations and thank you to all of the hard-working people out there cutting the grass. 17 cuts a year is the average in Brisbane, so I want to pay tribute to that. I'd like to pay tribute to the Asset Services Team West. Those guys bend over backwards to make, I'm speaking personally, make Walter Taylor Ward look spectacular. They are always accommodating to my often bizarre requests for things such as signs and, I don't know, footpath stickers and so on. But we move along with these things, and these guys do it very cheerfully and always do their very best for the people of Brisbane to make it a better place. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this program area. I wonder if the flying gangs gave Councillor Mackay the box cutters he had to use to remove his name from those footpath stickers that he was caught doing that morning. But I just want to help Councillor Mackay out a little bit with FOGO. He's tried his best to understand it, I think, Chair. But I think we should just actually go through some of the facts of FOGO and what a transformational 21st century recycling program that would be for a city like Brisbane. Now, Councillor Mackay claimed that Penrith had 50,000 people. It in fact has 200,000 people, and that system has been in place now for over a decade. I think it's coming up on 12 years. And he talked about the difference between that Western Sydney Council in Penrith and up here in Brisbane. And the biggest difference, of course, is that they have a strong Labor mayor down in Penrith, a forward-thinking Labor administration that 12 years ago made the decision to introduce a full FOGO system. And Councillor Mackay points out that the general rubbish collection is now done fortnightly because all that organic material has been taken out of that bin. So he's talking about maggots being in the fortnightly bin. I'm not so Councillor Mackay is now saying that he wouldn't use FOGO properly. He would continue to put organic material in a bin that is collected fortnightly, because the bins collected weekly that contain all of the organic material, whether that is meat scraps, fruit and veg scraps.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
Would Councillor Cassidy
Councillor Cassidy, we take a question? Councillor Cassidy's declined. Please, Councillor, please continue.
So fruit and veg scraps, meat scraps, coffee grinds, tea bags, dog and cat droppings, all of those things. And if I suppose nappies were completely biodegradable, they could be included as well. Or the contents of reusable nappies. The contents of those reusable nappies, Chair, could be put in there. But those bins are collected weekly. Those bins are collected weekly. So all of that stuff that Councillor Mackay claims would be smelly and creating maggots is already going into a bin that's being collected weekly. It's already going into a bin right now that's being collected weekly. But the only difference between Brisbane and Penrith is that in Brisbane, all of that organic material is put straight into landfill. 80,000 tonnes each and every year of that organic material is being put into landfill. But in a council like Penrith and 70 other councils, as we've heard, around Australia, that is put into an industrial scale hot composting system. So all those pathogens are killed. It is rapidly turned into a very valuable resource that those councils can either sell for profit or use in our community sporting precincts and places like that. So FOGO is the single biggest thing a council can do to reduce carbon emissions, dangerous greenhouse gas emissions. We can create our own carbon credits so we don't have to, like we saw in the program that Councillor Davis handed down, we don't have to continue to buy overseas carbon credits. We'll be creating a whole new market here in Brisbane of carbon credits that, whether council uses them or not, can be sold on that market that we heard about. And it creates jobs. It creates permanent, full-time, ongoing jobs, Chair, that pay for themselves through those revenue streams. 3 times as many jobs is created in a full FOGO system, in industrial composting, than in traditional landfill. So people are ready for it. People are ready for it. The example has been set around Australia with 70 councils. If Councillor Mackay doesn't think it gets hot down in Western Sydney, he needs to go check those summer temperatures down there, Chair. If it works in a large Western Sydney council like that, it can work in Brisbane. We've surveyed now almost 2,200 Brisbane residents, and 98% of those respondents, and that survey is ongoing, 98% of those respondents say they support Brisbane going FOGO today. It's an absolute no-brainer, Councillor Strunk, and we think this go slow pilot program is not the way forward. It's not progressive. It's not leading. In fact, it's the story of this Schrinner LNP council. It is continuing to play catch-up, making bad decisions and then trying to mop up as best they can after them. We see that in curbside collection, that stupid decision to cut curbside collection, which is a basic community service that ratepayers had already paid for, and instead paying for advertising, as we heard from Councillor Cumming. We see it in mozzie spraying, where they continually underspend in that budget. Finally, after Labor's calls for better equipment, we see now more of those machines that are going to be, those Argo machines, put out into the field, and we have consistently said more resources need to be put into those basic services like mosquito spraying. We're finally seeing some of that. We just hope we don't see the habitual and persistent underfunding of that program that we've seen on Councillor Marx's watch over previous years. And we see in footpaths, we see the Lord Mayor over the last few days try to scramble on footpaths. Councillor Adderman has said that he's going to use his CEF fund to fund some footpath upgrades, and he even said himself, he just admitted that it's not enough. It's nowhere near enough. We know there's only 18 new footpaths being built under capital, and we know on this program where those 1,000 broken and dangerous footpaths stretching 1,600 kilometres, that's where these are located. And increasingly now we're having requests from council officers who are being starved of maintenance funding saying, perhaps as a councillor you could think about using CEF funding to fix broken footpaths. So the Lord Mayor goes out onto the radio and says, oh, I don't know what they're talking about with these 18 footpaths. They can use this CEF funding to fund new footpaths. And then all these council officers who are starved of funding come to us and say, can you please use some of that CEF funding to fix broken and dangerous footpaths, Chair? It is absolutely gone mad, but it's the tale of this administration, Chair. They're more about themselves and their rorts here in City Hall than they are about our suburbs. And we see that through botched major projects, that ratepayers are being asked to pay more and more, and they're getting less and less when it comes to basic community services. And in this program area, we also see this dreadful practice of contracting out. More and more basic council work is being contracted out. Whether it's really basic work like footpath restoration or new footpaths being built, mowing, landscaping, the landscaping and median strips we heard about in the last couple of weeks, bus stop upgrades, which is basically pouring concrete and putting a post in and maybe a shelter shed at them, road repairs, fixing potholes in roads. We've had confirmation in the information sessions that over 30% of basic road resurfacing work now is being contracted out, which means less job security for people here in Brisbane. It means less control over that work, Chair. So this program area is very much the tale of this LNP administration, more focused on themselves and the suburbs of Brisbane, and that is not good for ratepayers and it's not good for workers.
Further speakers? Councillor Matic.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak in support of Program 6, City Standards, Community Health and Safety, and the great work by the Chair and by the Lord Mayor in investing in this program. And listening to those opposite, Mr Chairman, as they have for yesterday and most of today, you always hear their side of the story as opposed to the reality of how much this Lord Mayor and this administration is investing within their city. It's fascinating, Mr Chair, that they don't choose to properly look at the book, the Suburban Works program. When you look at the size and breadth of what this particular portfolio delivers, it's about 3/4 of this book. That's how big this branch is. That's how much money is invested within the doing of this city, and it covers virtually every aspect of all of our wards. That's how vital and important this Lord Mayor prioritises those works. And it's fascinating to listen to those councillors opposite recite a little bit of history and give us their own interpretation of how certain things work. For example, Councillor Cummings, with his interesting speech, spoke about the councillor first to talk about her portfolio. But what he didn't mention about Councillor Marks, he said that they rejigged the portfolio to give a relevance, and if they were in, they would cut a particular chair. Well, it's fascinating, and he was here in the chamber, Mr Chair. The last time that an extra chair was added to the portfolio was the ALP. It was the ALP, and it was during the split council, and they brought up Victoria Newton at the time to be the Public and Active Transport Chair. I cannot believe that Councillor Cummings does not recall that particular event. And I know that Victoria is in the back room over there listening to this. You should have given her your speech. I'm assuming she wrote it for you, Councillor, but you should have given it to her to check.
Through the chair, please.
Mr Chair, such hypocrisy from those opposite. It's those people that do those kind of things, Mr Chair, and yet they stand here and criticise the councillor for doing her job in a legitimate role and being able to rejig this particular portfolio to reflect proper customer service delivery and create those efficiencies. He goes on about fee for service, and he's been doing that since Councillor McLaughlin was the chair in regards to recycling. He's smiling right now. He knows the answer to that question. He knows that the reason that Brisbane City Council does not compete in regards to pricing in recycling is because the competition policy specifically does not allow Brisbane City Council to undercut other private providers. It's the law. But he knows that, and year upon year, he's continued down that road. And then, of course, he has spoken about FOGO, and so has Councillor Strunk and Councillor Cassidy. It's really interesting, the whole argument they have about FOGO. Mr Chair, there's literally no disagreement on the importance of FOGO to deal with the issues of reducing waste and reducing the carbon footprint of the city. What they kind of miss, or what they choose to ignore, is the road that every other council in Australia that has gone down this road has taken. Brisbane City Council has the largest waste contract in the nation. It collects more waste than any other council does. All of these other councils work on a smaller scale. Councillor Cassidy chose to correct the comment around households. Councillor Mackay mentioned it was 50,000 residents. What he specifically meant to say was 50,000 households. 50,000 households, Mr Chair. It's a huge difference to what Brisbane City Council collects. And they talk about how we should just dive in straight away. And they raise some key points about how you should move general waste to fortnightly. Well, thank God they're not in, Mr Chair, because I'm sure the people of Brisbane would love that, to just immediately come in, introduce FOGO, take all of the food and protein wastes, and then transport them to a site that is yet to be constructed.
Where's it going?
Where's it going to go? Is it going to go to existing transfer stations? Where else will it go? And then, of course, the contracts that need to follow in regards to the byproducts that are created, the standards that need to be met for those contractors who wish to purchase that product, or in some instances, in some other councils, they actually give it away because that company pays for the processing. And, of course, the collection of general waste going from weekly to fortnightly. Could you imagine what Brisbane residents would say if we immediately went into a FOGO process and decided to just swap over weekly to fortnightly waste collection? What would they say about that? I'm thinking Councillor Cassidy probably thinks that's a great idea, but for the benefit of all Brisbane residents, we don't think that's the case. And so it's important to run a trial. It's important to be able to go out and say to the people of Brisbane, we're going to run this trial, we're going to see how it goes with some basic garden waste and vegetable waste. We're going to see how we're going to process it within our existing areas. We're going to see what we then do with that particular waste, and then transition slowly to a higher program. Because when you have as much waste as this city collects, you want to make sure you do it right. Because if you make a mistake at the start of the process, the implications and ramifications financially and socially are significant. They complained about the fact that the Lord Mayor had to deal with the issue of curbside collection to address the more pressing issue of COVID, and they carried on endlessly about that, even though the Lord Mayor quite clearly said that it was only a temporary measure. Could you imagine what the people of Brisbane would say if you went from weekly to fortnightly? That's the kind of thing that the other side of the chamber chooses to miss. That's the kind of thing that the other side of the chamber chooses not to think about. But this administration, this Lord Mayor, is totally focused on to deal with our waste in a sustainable way, but not only importantly that, to bring the people of Brisbane with us on that journey. And the other thing that they failed to mention as well is the significant work that this administration has done in increasing the amount of recycling that goes into that yellow top bin to 80%, higher than any other council in Queensland, reducing the amount of general waste and dealing with the capture of those emissions within those areas. Mr Chairman, this portfolio and this Lord Mayor and this Chair are onto the right path in dealing with waste and delivering for our city and making sure that we do it in a way that meets the needs of the community and continues to build on our great reputation. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on Program 6 and just make a few comments in relation to what is really the engine room of council service delivery for our community, and that city standards, community health and safety. Firstly, I just wanted to make a few remarks about Councillor Matic, who's joined us again. For the past 18 months, it's been like he's been missing in action. I mean, perhaps it was shell shock after the election, but somebody today has poked him and woken him up, and he's decided he's going to join us. But instead of advocating for his ward, one of the most marginal, I think he won by what, 300 votes? It is the? Oh, sorry, I thought it might have been Councillor Wines. Sorry, but what, 300 votes I think were in it. instead of advocating for his ward and his residents, he spent all day today simply criticising others who are trying to progress issues and initiatives for their residents. He's still at it. He's still at it today. It's
All
like
right, councillors.
it's like
Nearly
one of
the end of
those-
the meeting. Please calm down and just allow the speaker to be heard in silence.
It's like one of those toys, you know, that you have when you're a kid and you put it
Point
away
of
in the
order.
cupboard and you get it out one day,
Point
you
of order,
wipe it
Mr.
off,
Chair.
off it goes.
Point of order, councillor Hammond.
Can the councillor actually speak to the budget, not play the person?
Thank you, councillor Hammond. Councillor Johnson, can I please ask you to come back to the program area at hand, please?
Yes, I just thank Councillor Maddock for joining us today and for his insightful observations for the residents of his ward, Paddington Ward. It's been a quality intervention today.
Councillors.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but anyway. Look, I do want to make a few comments. Firstly, I don't want to give Councillor Marks a kiss of death, but I believe she is trying hard in her portfolio and she is responsive to issues when they are raised with her, and for that she deserves a lot of credit. And I know that her heart is in the best place in terms of delivering for the people of Brisbane. There are a few problems, though, within the portfolio, and there are a couple of things that I want to put on the record today. Firstly, as has been my concern for many years now, there is still a problem with grass cutting in certain areas around the city. While some of them in my area have been redressed after multiple visits with Councillor Marks and senior council officers, we still have roadsides that are not being mown properly. I just don't understand why that's the case. We have contract supervisors, we have citywide contract supervisors, and we should be able to mow properly and to a quality standard along roadsides on arterial roads. And the fact that that's not happening, and the fact that it is done on a complaints basis is fundamentally the problem here. Because if you what we have to do is keep complaining and someone will go out and mow, but then it goes back to the way it was. So, you know, to me, that's a contract management issue that needs to be addressed. And I think that delivering a quality service for the amount of money, I think it was nearly $9 million, $8 million and something, that this council's putting into mowing, that would be a significant outcome for our community. And I know that it's a difficult job. It's hot in summer, it's pouring rain. In winter, you don't really want to mow, and then everyone wants 3 mows at the same time in summer. So I appreciate it's a difficult job, but we need to have consistency with respect to the level of services for the city. And unfortunately, you know, I just don't believe that's happening. The biggest outcome, of course, in this portfolio is the return of curbside collection. Now, you would have thought butter wouldn't melt in his mouth when the Lord Mayor, who's again not here, I think he's been in the budget the last 2 days for probably half an hour at most, but he announced with some pride that curbside collection was coming back to Brisbane. Now, that's through no effort of his own. Thousands and thousands of Brisbane residents signed petition, wrote to me, wrote to council, attended meetings, they spoke up. And to be honest, the only people who were listening were the Labor councillors. They've been fighting hard for the return of curbside collection since the Lord Mayor announced it was cut. And I think it's a pretty small person that doesn't acknowledge that they have played an integral role in getting curbside collection back up and running in the city. I would just say, I've heard the explanation from several councillors who are trying to justify, well, it was only every second year. Well, on the other year, we used to have a free green waste collection service. Now you've got to pay for the green waste collection service in a bin as well. So there's some differences with what happened historically. My ward was one of those that missed out in 2009, 20? Yeah, early 20. And I note that most of those suburbs are back in the list for August, but most of my residents do have to wait until 2022 for their curbside collection. Unfortunately, because of the way the Lord Mayor announced this, people thought curbside collection was back immediately. And certainly I've noticed right around my ward, people are already putting things out on the footpath, which is problematic. The Lord Mayor did not temper his comments by saying, you know, it may take a year before we get to your suburb. So there's a little bit of a problem going on there. I just want to say a couple of things about the asset services reorganisation. I've said this when it came through council a few weeks ago. I am extremely concerned about the reorganisation of asset services. It strikes me that this is a reorganisation with a purpose, and I hope that purpose is not cutting salaries and job opportunities for staff in asset services. I am appalled that they're all going to have to reapply for jobs because all the jobs are changing and all the different positions are changing, and I just fear that that is not a good process. I don't know why asset services is changing to something with planning in the title. Servicing our community is something to be proud of. Yes, we need more planning, but we certainly need people who are the doers, the engine room of what council does. And I know a few councillors have said, oh, we've gone beyond roads, rates and rubbish. That's our core business. That is what we are here to do, and that's what this portfolio is all about. And it is not, in my view, necessary to massively reorganise that department to lessen the connection with the local community, to lessen the connection with councillors, and to create new and more complex silos that council officers will work within. So I fear for what will happen with this reorganisation. I mean, the one thing that we all do as councillors is every single day, sometimes on multiple times a day, we talk to officers in asset services in our region. Well, they just won't exist anymore after this. Some of them will be in North Civil, some will be in South Civil, some will be in open space, something or other. It just seems unnecessary to me. It's almost like there's been some sort of KPMG sort of report that's gone on and someone's gone, oh, this is a good idea and let's go and do this. And I just don't know. I haven't heard from any officers about it. I'm meeting with my officers next week to talk about the budget. I will be interested in their views on all of this because I'm very concerned about it. I just want to make a few remarks about what's actually in the budget. It's not quite the biggest budget program going. There's 14 pages in a book that's some 300 pages, so it's not that big. And in the schedule of suburban works, there's only 3 pages. So just to give everybody an idea of what's in there, footpath and bikeway reconstruction. Now, this is the money that council invests in fixing damaged footpaths. There are 1,100 damaged footpaths around Brisbane, and there are 80 that are getting funding this year. 80. So that's a tiny percentage. I don't know, that's about, what, 7 or 8% of footpaths on the waiting list are going to get fixed. So there is $13.4 million to fix these footpaths. Interestingly, there is 2 in Tennyson Ward, under the average, of course. Ipswich Road, Annerley, it's been confirmed, is on Councillor Griffith's side of the road.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Any further speakers? Any further speakers at all? Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Cummings stated that myself and Program 6 were irrelevant, which means that he thinks all the officers who work in this program are irrelevant, and I find that comment distasteful, and I'm sure that the officers who work very hard out in his area would also be very disappointed to know that's how he feels. I've actually spent some hours with the officers out there in the Wynnum Manly ward, and I can tell you they're very proud of the work they do. In particular, I want to mention Rick, who I've spent a bit of time with, and he's very passionate about what he does out there in your ward, Councillor, coming through you, Mr Chair, and I would suggest he would be very disappointed to hear your comments. Under an ALP council, we would actually see our suburban streets crawling in maggots. Councillor Cumming mentioned again, through you, Mr Chair, Hobart as having FOGO. Now, they are very different temperature to us, not to mention that they actually only have 23,000 dwellings. Brisbane City Council has more than 1 million residents. I know that other local government areas have been mentioned as well, and there's another one I want to mention that was in the news recently as having a trial. That's the Lockyer Valley. Now, they have 15,000 households, and they will be trialling FOGO, just like what we're doing. The only difference is that their trial is fully funded by the state government to the tune of $320,000. Well, apparently, Lord Mayor, through you, Mr Chair, Brisbane City Council gets no funding, but Lockyer Valley, 15,000 households, has $320,000 of state funding to provide the 900 bins. So now our trial will involve 3,000 households, and our pilot program is open to those who want to participate. And can I say that I would take advice on any FOGO from my waste manager any day than those on opposite side of the chamber. Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Cumming has also brought back to the chamber the good old Flessonomics. He said 10% of properties have green bins. Well, there's 113,000 properties have a green bin, so that's about 22% of rateable properties, which include multiple dwellings where it may not be practical or necessary to have a green bin. Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy also said that he thinks people are ready for it. I agree. Unfortunately, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Strunk doesn't agree with it, and he thinks 14 weeks is not long enough for residents to learn about FOGO. I actually put my faith in the residents, and I'm pretty sure that they would take this on board, this pilot, and be very, very happy to have it. Through you, Mr Chair, I also want to confirm, would Councillor Cassidy please confirm that he would be more than happy to have the full FOGO processing area in Deagon. Understanding that would mean that there is 150,000 tonnes of food waste being trucked into his ward. So that is 10,000 trucks per annum full of food, organic waste, no doubt crawling in maggots, being trucked straight and directly into his ward. So if he would like to let me know where he would like that truck to, I will certainly let the officers know, and we can get that arranged for him. The other thing is, I also wanted to thank you, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Adaman, who mentioned the CARS officers. That's another area in this this portfolio that obviously Councillor Cumming thinks obviously is irrelevant. I would like to suggest through you, Mr Chair, that Councillor Cumming actually speak to Councillor Strunk, given that the officers are dealing with a very serious situation in his ward right now as we speak. And we would definitely not be able to manage to do what we do without our compliance officers. As far as the reorganising of the structure goes, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Johnson seems to see that they think there's boogeymans there in the corners. Look, there are none there to be seen, there are none to be found. This is, as we've been told repeatedly in this chamber for the last few years, that the way we're doing things isn't working. So this is your opportunity where we are taking a huge step and doing a massive restructure. The officers are on board, and we plan to make this city even better today than it is tomorrow, even better than it is today. Thank you. Bye.
We now put the program for city standards, community health and safety. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Landers and Councillor Owen. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. We will proceed to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Those against, please say no and raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it. The voting being 25 in favour, unanimously.
The ayes have it. We'll now proceed to the Economic Development Committee, please. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the Economic Development Program for the Services of Council, the allocations for operations and projects and the total project expenditure are set out on pages 117 to 127 for the years 2021 to 22 through to 2024-25, so as far as they relate to Program 7, be adopted.
Second that.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hammond, that for the Economic Development Program, the Services of Council, the allocations to the operations and the projects and the total project expenditure as set out on the pages 117 to 127 for the years 2021 through 22 through to 2024-25, so far as they relate to Program 7, be adopted. Is there any debate? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and it's with great pride again that I stand to speak on Program 7, which is the perfect partner for the planning, policies and framework that we set out in City Planning and Future Brisbane to make sure that this is where the rubber hits the road. To make sure Brisbane meets its full potential for economic growth and job creation, this program is making sure that we continue to have a strong focus on local business. The Lord Mayor has unashamedly said that he wants to be the most small business-friendly council in Australia, if not the world, and we are well on track for doing that as well. It's about attracting new capital to the economy. It's about driving economic vitality in the suburbs, and it's about bringing skilled workers and visitors to Brisbane. This program is absolutely vital as we come out of the impacts of COVID-19 and take the advantages of the opportunities you see, as the state government said, of a strong, powering economy to make sure that we take those advantages as the capital of the city. On top of that, we also need to look at our digital capacity and the opportunities we have with data, being digitally ready and using innovation as it comes to us to make sure we can future-proof our economy as well. We also look at the Brisbane's Future Blueprint, as I mentioned, that came out of Program 4 through our survey a few years ago, and make sure that we create a city of neighbourhoods. We create more to see and do. This is where Brisbane EDA comes to the forefront in expanding the work that the Economic Development team do in this portfolio to make sure that we align across Council and across Brisbane EDA with our strategies and our program plans to achieve long-term economic prosperity. This is also where we get our teams out on the grounds and, as I said, supporting our local business. We are the fastest growing capital city in Australia. We can imagine the opportunities that are coming for South East Queensland in the next few years, but we need to keep that sustained focus on local businesses, because we know when local businesses do well, which is 92% of our business population in Brisbane, then Brisbane is going to do as well. And this is where we need that competitive advantage. And that competitive advantage comes from supporting those small businesses that work so hard day in and day out. And we know through the Lord Mayor's business forums, we know through our workshops, our skill programs and our business liaisons officers who have been out there busily door knocking non-stop since the 4 of them hit the ground in September last year, over 6,000 doors of businesses they've been in. We know that local businesses are doing the hard yards. They have got their heads down and their bums up and they are working. But that sometimes means you don't have the time to take a breath, stop and work on your business, not in your business. And that is the role of the Economic Development team in Council and the Brisbane Hub through Brisbane EDA to support those businesses to work on their businesses and make it easy for them to find out how we can help them with that economic growth so that it's there for them to be able to use those opportunities as well. I mentioned the small business liaison officers. They are doing an absolute fantastic job. Chloe and the team are out and about there. But we're also out there with our local economic support by making sure we've got programs for social enterprises. The the recent program of social enterprises, we had 11 different businesses that we put through a program for 16 weeks with mentors to specifically help them with the issues that they have. We have had more than 2,000 feet just walk in the door at the Brisbane Hub, hundreds of workshops that you've heard me talk about every week, and off the back of our local business partnership initiatives in Oxford and Mount Gravatt and the ones we've done over the last few years, we have the work skill shops, we have the networking in the suburbs, we have the maker entrepreneur programs that were so successful last year. We had to also introduce a weekend because there were so many makers that wanted to be involved. It's going from strength to strength, and our capacity is growing as we learn exactly what the businesses of Brisbane need as well. I asked Councillor Strunk earlier today in program 4 when he was saying, but we need to put more initiative there, we need to put more money in to make sure that they can do up their shop fronts. Well, this is the program where it is. The Shopfront Activation Grant. Up to $5,000 that the businesses match to do up their shop fronts so they can get out there and give it a lick of paint, or they can put in the DDA compliant stairs, or do an awning, or plant some planters in the front of that, but make it more attractive for people to come to their shop. There is also what I call the Tinder for empty shop fronts, where we have the empty shop front and then the pop-ups. So we'd like to trial whether it's the right space for them. So $2,000 to the shop front owner, $2,000 to the pop-up, set them up for a couple of months and see how it goes. We've had some that's continued. It is a thing that ebbs and wanes, but we are working on it to make sure that we have the opportunities to fill those empty shop fronts, give our locals the reason to come down and love their local neighbourhoods and spend their money in those shops as well. And of course, Brisbane EDA, Mr Chair, through you, I have to say, the adaptations they've made from Brisbane marketing to do that laser focus on the business hub and tourism marketing events to ensure that we get the visitors into Brisbane, that there is more to see and do, and we are supporting those tourism experiences as well through the business hub to make sure, again, we remember tourism businesses are small businesses. So we support them to make the experiences better. Don't send your friends and relatives down the coast, up the coast or out west when they're here for a weekend. Stay in Brisbane, enjoy the tourism experiences, and if they're a small business, show them the business hub.
Adams, please, can I please ask you to stop there?
My pleasure.
Under the provisions of section 74(6) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate for the budget programs, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further amendment or debate. Every budget program not yet debated, and every budget program debated but not yet voted upon, and every budget program partially debated and voted upon. Therefore, I will now put the motion for the adoption of program 7, the Economic Development Program. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. I will now put program 8, the City Governance Program. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. I will now put the Businesses and Council Providers Program. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. In all instances, the ayes have it. The ayes have it on program 7, program 8 and Business Council and Providers. Can I please have the Lord Mayor, can I please call upon you to move the adoption of the resolution of rates and charges and the annual plan and budget?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that Council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 2021 to 2022, including all provisions and appendices as set out in pages 181 to 276 of the annual plan and budget document, and that we also adopt the annual plan and budget contained in the 2021-2022 annual plan and budget document, comprising of the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 9 to 17, including the summary of recommendations, the statement of income and expenditure, the statement of income and expenditure for business and council providers, the statement of financial position, the statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecasts, and the statement of financial ratios. and that we also adopt the revenue policy and revenue statement as set out on pages 167 to 180, and adopt the budget programs for programs 1 to 8 and the businesses and council providers, and the rates and charges as set out in the resolution of rates and charges 2021-22. Also, the fees and charges are specified in the document entitled Schedule of Fees and Charges, including all provisions and appendices, and the cost recovery fees are specified in the document entitled Register of Cost Recovery Fees, including all provisions and appendices, and that we delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of the powers under the Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and any fees and charges set out by way of delegated power, as recorded in the Register of Delegations, on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegations and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the Schedule of Fees and Charges. Set out any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, on the conditions set out in the General Delegations, Conditions of Delegations. You can tell the lawyer wrote that one.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the Council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 2021-22, including all provision and appendices as set out on pages 181 to 276 of the annual plan and budget document. To adopt the annual plan and budget contained in the 2021-22 annual plan and budget document, comprising the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 9 to 17, including the summary of recommendations, statement of income and expenditure, statement of income and expenditure businesses and council providers, statement of financial position, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flow, summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, statement of financial ratios, the revenue policy and revenue statement as set out on pages 167 to 180, the adopted budget programs for programs 1 to 8 and the businesses and council providers, the rates and charges as set out in the resolution of rates and charges 2021-22, the fees and charges as specified in the document entitled Schedule of Fees and Charges, including all provisions and appendices, the cost recovery fees as specified in the document entitled Register of Cost Recovery Fees, including all provisions and appendices, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010, to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and any fees and charges set by way of delegated power as recorded in the Register of Delegations, on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation. Is there any debate? The Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I seek the following further information about the annual plan and budget, specifically the rates. What is the rates cap for residential properties for 2021-2022?
Lord Mayor, please. Lord Mayor, would you please present on the budget and title, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, the phase we're going into now is general debate on the budget. So we've been through the programs one by one, and now it's the general debate about the budget. I wanted to start with some thank yous. First of all, thank you to my colleagues in the administration, particularly to the Deputy Mayor, Krista Adams, and the Finance Chair, Councillor Adam Allen. Like me, I know that every single member on this side of the chamber wakes up every day with the same aim, which is to go to work each day, to roll up the sleeves and to build a better Brisbane. And that is a vision and an ambition that we share, and it is one that drives everything that is in this budget, making the Brisbane of tomorrow even better, and this budget funds the programs that do exactly that. I want to thank the council officers, many of who have been engaged in working with us to prepare this budget. This is a process that takes a significant period of time. Many hundreds, if not thousands of hours of work, lots of meetings, lots of discussions, and lots of burning of the midnight oil as well. And I mentioned that the councillors on this side of the chamber share an ambition for a better Brisbane, and that is also something that is shared by the officers of this council. but they also share with us an ambition for responsible financial management. They actually do. They do. And there's something that they pride themselves in, and something that time and time again they work with us to deliver. And so I want to thank the officers from the CEO down, from Colin Jensen, the CEO, the CFO, Paul Oberly, Divisional Manager, Bill Lyon, to Mark Russell, Tanya Nish and Catherine Swift, and all of the other officers in the finance and budget sections of Council, not only in the central one, but also in the program areas that have worked to make this possible. We want to thank you for your efforts, and we have, I know, worked hard to deliver what is a fantastic budget that will deliver real outcomes on the ground. Now, no budget happens in a vacuum, Mr. Chair. There's a whole range of things that impact on any budget, and whether it's your family budget at home, there's no such thing as a static budget. There's no such thing as a budget that happens in a vacuum. Situations change, circumstances change. Now, when it comes to Council's budget, general economic conditions are important. Natural disasters have an impact. The rate of population growth has an impact. The rate of business investment has an impact. The property market, changes in property valuations, they all have an impact, and particularly pandemics. Pandemics have an impact. Now, we in Brisbane have been very fortunate compared to so many places around the world, but it would be a lie to suggest that there hasn't been a financial and economic impact of this pandemic. And we saw last year council revenues hit significantly based on the impact of that pandemic. And that is money that we'll never get back. It's money that disappeared into the economy because of that pandemic. And that is just the reality of the financial situation that we're in over the past 12 to 18 months. Now, if you look around at the councils around us, now I won't mention specific names because I know each council has had their own challenges, and each council has found this past 12 to 18 months financially challenging and struggling. But you will see the rate outcomes and the dollar increases in the bill in almost every case are significantly higher than what we've seen in Brisbane. Significantly higher. So the dollar bill, the dollar, I guess, increase in the bill is significantly higher in virtually every other council around us. And in many cases, the percentage increase, and also, particularly, in every case, the general minimum rate as well for residential properties, all higher in other councils around us. Now, I don't take any delight in that, but it is just the reality that we have worked incredibly hard to keep rates as low as possible. Now, last year, contrary to what the opposition keeps on saying, rates actually went backwards. The average residential rate bill went down by 0.5% last year. And it went down for two reasons. The first reason was we introduced a 6-month COVID rebate. And the second reason is that we delivered the Kingsford-Smith Drive project, a fantastic project for the City of Brisbane, and one which the people of Brisbane love and enjoy, under budget. Under budget. $15 million under budget. And that money was paid directly back to every ratepayer in the City of Brisbane in the form of a $29 rebate on their rates. And the combination of the COVID rebate and the Kingsford-Smith Drive rebate meant that the average rate bill went backwards by 0.5%. Now, there's the first time in the last 25 years that we've seen rates go down, and in fact, I think probably in the last 35 years. The first time in the last 35 years that we've seen rates go down. Now, there's only one other occasion where the rate bill went backwards, and that was during the drought. And the reason the rate bill went backwards was not because rates went down, it's because people stopped using water. That was when water was on the bill. And so people stopped using water, they paid less for water, their average bill went down. But it wasn't because rates went down, it's because their water use went down. Now, if you look back, and I mentioned the drought, if you look back to other situations you might want to compare us to, the global financial crisis in the mid to late 2000s. Rates went up by over 5% after the GFC. There was an impact on the budget and rates went up. After the 2011 flood, rates went up by 4.5%. There was an impact on the budget and rates went up. And so we have worked incredibly hard to deliver a significantly lower outcome than that. And I know that any dollar of an increase is something that people would prefer not to see. I understand that. But the reality is here, we are right in the midst of the biggest population boom that we have seen in years, potentially in decades. We are now the fastest growing capital city in Australia. And so if we do not invest in better infrastructure, in better suburbs, in new ways to get around, in better public transport, then our livability will suffer. And so we can't afford to do that. We can't afford to take the foot off the accelerator. And so when you consider that the challenge ahead of growth is massive and that will continue, we've taken a significant hit in revenues in the last 12 to 18 months. To deliver the outcome in terms of rates that we have worked incredibly hard to do that. And it has been a team effort and one that we will continue to do to make sure that rates are always lower under the LNP than they would be under Labor. Now, we do remember, now Labor has blocked this from their memory, the multiple 6% rate increases under the person that they idolise, Jim Sawley. Their hero, the person they idolise, the person that they claim was the best thing since sliced bread. 6% rate increases on, I think, about 4 different occasions. And that is the Labor record and that is the Labor legacy. But they don't want to talk about that. But let's talk about what we did do during a pandemic. Now, it was important, and we gave the people of Brisbane the commitment that we would do several things when we were approaching the lead up to the last election. We said that we would work to keep Brisbane safe and functioning. We would focus on those things that would get us through, and we would also keep the budget strong and balanced. Now, all of you remember, we were up at Mount Cootha, at the side of Mount Cootha, and we said we have delivered 16 balanced budgets in a row, and if you re-elect us, we'll deliver 4 more. That's what we intend to do. So despite the biggest impact, the biggest pandemic that we have seen in our lifetime and beyond, we were able to deliver a balanced budget last year. And today, the budget in front of me is also a balanced budget. Now, I know that doesn't mean much to Labor, and I know Councillor Cassidy last year said, it's bizarre. He used the word bizarre in explaining our desire to have a balanced budget. It's bizarre, he said. Now, it's not bizarre to me, it's not bizarre to you, it's not bizarre to our finance team, and it's not bizarre to the people of Brisbane that we would want to have a strong and balanced budget. But the reason we need to do that is to keep building more infrastructure and investing in better suburbs for the future.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Extension of time has been proposed by Councillor Adams, second by Councillor Landers. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
Point of order.
The ayes have it. Councillor Johnston, point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just checking, Mr Chairman, whether extensions of time are allowed under budget debate guidelines. I didn't think they were.
The limitations on extensions of time are explicitly for budget program debate, and this is budget in the whole, so I will allow an extension of time. Sorry, we have had that vote. I'll do it again because all those in favour of the extension of time, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, another further 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Isn't it ironic that the person who spoke the most in this budget debate doesn't want anyone else to speak? And the person who was criticising for apparently not speaking enough now doesn't want me to speak. But anyway, we're used to that kind of flawed logic. Now, approaching the pandemic, we knew that to keep Brisbane safe and functioning, we need to keep the basic services going. We needed to keep cutting the grass, collecting the rubbish, collecting the recycling. We needed to keep building the major projects that were required, whether it's Brisbane Metro, whether it's road intersection upgrades, whether it's resurfacing roads, fixing footpaths. All of those things were essential to continue on. And these are the things that we did. And we knew we needed to keep supporting local business. And we were able to waive fees at the critical time when it made a difference. And we were also able to gear up our local buy procurement policy, where we invested more than $800 million in the past 12 months with local business. A massive injection into local business. And so all that's happened in the past 12 months is that Labor has criticised everything we've done, just as they've criticised everything in this budget. But what was their alternative roadmap? What was their alternative plan? I was hoping to hear one last Friday in Councillor Cassidy's response. But he mentioned the LNP 55 times. He attacked me 100 times. Very personal. It says a lot more about him than it does about me. But we didn't hear a single alternative agenda or position put forward. What we did is we heard them claim credit for the return of curbside collection, like it was their fake urgency motions that made all the difference. And we heard them oppose every other initiative that we did. Now, look, Councillor Cumming, I have a lot of respect for Councillor Cumming, and I think he's the only... I mean, look, we don't always agree on everything, but I do have respect for him. He's the guy you can have a chat with in the lunchroom, because he's always in the lunchroom, but but Councillor Cumming would remember that under Labor, there was no annual large items curbside collection. It only happened once every 2 years. So Labor's curbside collection happened once every 2 years, and the LNP made it an annual thing. Now, I won't rub the ink spot by saying who made it. Actually, I will. It was Campbell Newman. It was Campbell Newman, and I know that Councillor Cassidy thinks he is my rock climbing buddy, but I have to say, that is a lie. We were abseiling, not rock climbing, okay? and we were raising money for charity, for actual men's mental health. Men's mental health. So, but yes. Anyway, it was Campbell Newman that made the curbside collection an annual event. So it's the LNP's annual curbside collection, Labor's biannual curbside collection, just to make sure the record is clear. But look, we understand curbside collection is a very popular thing. We understand people wanted to see it back as soon as possible, and that's why we worked to bring it back as soon as possible. And it was interesting because I was looking through some old files. I was doing some cleaning out of my office just over the past week, and I found an interesting article. And this was an article from the 2010-2011 budget, where the budget in reply speech from, at the time, Councillor Shane Sutton had some interesting lines in it. They had some interesting lines in it. Lines like, "This is a budget where you pay more and you get less." Has anyone heard that before? They've actually recycled the same speech from like 10 years ago. And what more? Councillor Sutton said, if you spent less money on marketing, then you might be able to pay for other things.
We might avoid silly voices, particularly...
And so literally... Literally.
Lord Mayor,
Actually, Councillor Sutton doesn't speak like that. I know she doesn't speak like that.
Please, can we refrain from the silly voices, particularly because Shane was a lady and did not have a voice like that. All right, so please.
I was getting carried away. But the point is, they literally plagiarised a speech from 10 years ago. They didn't even change it. And guess what? There's been a few elections that we've won since then, despite Labor saying the same thing again and again and again and again and again. Why? Because people know it's rubbish. People know it is rubbish. So until Labor changes their line and updates it from the one they used 10 years ago, they won't have much credibility when it comes to what they're saying about this budget. And there was a saying in the military that generals are always fighting their last battle. And we saw from Councillor Cassidy's response, he was still fighting the last election that they lost badly. He was, you know what, it's his go-to thing. He talks about the rorts, these imaginary rorts that don't exist, that were rejected by the people of Brisbane, not because no one heard it, everyone heard it. They spent $2.1 million on advertising. Everyone heard it, but people rejected it because it simply wasn't true. And secondly, because Labor doesn't have an agenda. They didn't come to the election with an alternative public transport agenda. They didn't come to the election with an alternative active travel agenda. They didn't come to the election with anything. They simply said, end the rorts. And people were like, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. There was actually no evidence of any of that. And so what we saw is Councillor Cassidy reverting back to the failed 2020 election and just repeating that message. And his budget in reply speech made it clear that he hadn't actually read the budget. He just cobbled together his last 6 months of chamber speeches and put them into his budget in reply. It was about outsourcing. It was about his views on China, which are very questionable. It was about, actually, let's speak about outsourcing. Councillor Cassidy is very clear on the record that he doesn't support outsourcing. He's made that very clear and he's told that to his union overlords. Yet he appears to have outsourced his role to Councillor Johnston during this debate. He has outsourced the debate to Councillor Johnston. Yet he takes the extra money as Leader of the Opposition and he takes the walking around money. I wonder if he's giving Councillor Johnston any of that extra money because he's outsourcing. He's gone onto freelancer.com and he's like, Nicole, can you do this for me? I'll pay you. But that's what's happened. So he's not really against outsourcing. What we see from Labor is empty rhetoric, which is all political, not based on any fact, and actually not based on them actually reading the budget. This is a fantastic budget. It is a strong budget. It's a balanced budget. It's a budget for the suburbs. It's a budget that directs 86% of all council funding into the suburbs, but it's also a budget that invests in the major infrastructure projects we need as we grow. Those projects have been labelled by Labor as a vanity project. So let me make this clear. They don't support Brisbane Metro. They call it unnecessary. They don't support Victoria Park. They call it unnecessary. They don't support green bridges. They call them unnecessary. Under Labor, there would be none of those things. No Metro, no Victoria Park, no green bridges. They're all unnecessary vanity projects according to Labor. They've made it clear where they stand on those things. And we know that our city will simply not cope without those transformative projects, without better public transport, without the record investment we're making into projects like Brisbane Metro, without the extra money for ferry services and new city cats that are locally built here in Murray, without the extra money for Victoria Park to help meet the needs of our growing community, and Oxley Creek transformation, and parks right across Brisbane and sporting fields right across Brisbane. These are the things we're investing in. These are the things we're very proud of. And these are the things, Mr Chair, that I commend to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the budget. And this is fundamentally a budget for the Lord Mayor's self-promotion, not the people of Brisbane. So fresh, the hits of spring 2020 had a few bangers, Chair, but the LNP, the hits of Schrinner, have had a lot of clangers in this budget. And I'm just going to spend a bit of time going through the best of the best when it comes to the LNP's clangers of this budget. The Metro that the Lord Mayor just spoke about, Chair. This project has been so poorly planned from the start that we've had redesign after redesign after redesign. We've had now $300 million cost blowout. We're having an extremely soft launch in 2023. We now read in media reports, and the tunnel under Adelaide Street that is critical to this project might be built a couple of years after the first few of these overseas made buses put onto the so-called Metro, which we now know, when it's fully operational and open, will just be a couple, 6 or 12 maybe, of these buses in 2023 rolling up and down the existing busway that the Labor state government built all those years ago and broke the back of congestion at that time. So that's what this so-called transformational project is. It is being used by this Lord Mayor to self-promote. We know that $1.6 million of ratepayers' money has been used out of the Metro budget for promotion and for advertising and for fly-throughs and glossy brochures, just so this Lord Mayor can get some self-promotion. On the green bridges that the Lord Mayor talks about, Chair, we know that they're not funded. The cat's out of the bag on that. Councillor Murphy has let slip a few things throughout this debate and the information sessions. He confirmed that only the first 2 green bridges, if you can call them that, the Kangaroo Point pedestrian bridge and the bikeway extension at Breakfast Creek, will be delivered. If the Lord Mayor doesn't get funding from other levels of government, it is now clear as crystal that these green bridges won't be built. So despite the Lord Mayor going out to the West End community and to St Lucia and to Toowong and saying to those people, these bridges are locked in and they will be built, we find out over the last 2 weeks that the revenue that's been built into the budget to ensure that they are delivered is fake. It's simply made up. It's just a figure that has been pulled out of the sky, and when questioned, the chair of the Public Transport Committee said, well, we hope to get that money from somewhere else. But the Lord Mayor has made it clear and abundantly clear that if they can't go begging to other levels of government and get this funding, that these projects won't be built. So the centrepiece of this Lord Mayor's election campaign and his last 2 budgets that he says will transform this city is a fake metro and disappearing green bridges, phony green bridges. On curbside collection, the Lord Mayor spent a bit of time talking about that, and they are particularly sensitive when it comes to curbside collection. The Lord Mayor said the curbside collection was a popular service, and it absolutely is, and it's something that's made them very unpopular around Brisbane. When you get anyone and everyone coming up to you in the street as a Labor councillor and saying congratulations, because those people know that we on this side of the chamber stood shoulder to shoulder with the people of Brisbane and said, you pay your rates, you deserve basic community services, and that's why we didn't let up. That's why we didn't let up. The Lord Mayor likes to say those 13 motions that we moved over the last year in council here were fake when we called on him to reinstate curbside collection. Well, he had to do it. He had to do it. He might have been dragged kicking and screaming to the curb, but he eventually did it because that pressure was applied to him. And we know that illegal dumping was directly correlated. The rise in illegal dumping was directly correlated with curbside collection being cut, because Councillor Marx herself confirmed that in the information sessions. We've been saying that for some time, and the LNP continue to say, no, there's no connection. But Councillor Marx said that she hoped that illegal dumping would now fall because curbside collection was being reinstated, and she said that very clearly during that information session. So that was a dreadful decision by this administration, this LNP administration, and that goes to show how out of touch they are with our suburbs. Now on FOGO, we've been calling for this to be introduced. This This is the recycling of the 21st century, and as we've just talked about in the last hour or so here in the program areas, this is somewhere where this administration is so backwards it's not funny. We've got all these weird conspiracy theories that, and Councillor Marks said, the streets of Brisbane will be covered in maggots because somehow organic material is not currently going into bins, but under FOGO it would be going into bins. I'm not quite sure. On the one hand, and then she's going to dump it all in my ward, apparently. So on the one hand, this administration says, yeah, we're going to do FOGO quietly, only for over 14 weeks, but we like FOGO, but we're not sure we like FOGO or not. And then on the other hand, when we put forward a revolutionary policy idea for Brisbane to go FOGO, to join those 70 other councils around Australia, to remove 80,000 tonnes of organic material, to reduce our carbon emissions, to increase jobs here in Brisbane, the LNP say, it's terrible. It's terrible, you can't do FOGO in Brisbane. So the LNP say, yeah, maggots on one hand, but they're going to do it on the other hand. They are very, very confused when it comes to FOGO, I think, Chair. On public transport, we've seen 67% of Brisbane's ferries slashed from the fleet. That's 6 out of 9 ferries will not be returning to the river, and we know the effect that's having on Councillor Cook's community over there at Norman Park and further in towards the city as well. That's a basic community service again. It's public transport. It's paid for by the public, and the public expect that maybe when those decisions are announced by the Lord Mayor at 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, they might actually be consulted about it. And I know from talking to that community alongside Councillor Cook, just like talking to the community about the decision to cut curbside collection, those people are not happy. Club grants, cuts to grants for our community clubs, Chair. Grants were cut by $3 million this financial year. We've heard all sorts of spin from LNP councillors opposite that there's new money somehow, but we know what they do. They rename things and they shuffle them around. But when you actually go into the funding that is available for community clubs, it is going down. Clubs are struggling to pay their water bills, to keep their lights on, to keep the doors open, to welcome members of the community into those clubs, and we're seeing less money go into them. The Lord Mayor at one point said that curbside collection had to be cut so we could support community clubs. When we pointed out that there wasn't any more money going to community clubs, in fact there was less, he then said it was for other things. Then it was because we were something to do with COVID and it wasn't safe for curbside collection. So they're all over the shop. They're all over the shop trying to cover up, Chair. When it comes to other basic community services like footpaths, we know that only 18 new footpaths are going to be built in Brisbane. There are 6,152 streets in Brisbane that have no footpaths whatsoever. And this Lord Mayor has the gall to go out on radio and say local councillors can just build their own. They can just build their own footpaths using Suburban Enhancement Fund. And then we find out later that he's also asking councillors to spend more of that Suburban Enhancement Fund doing other basic works on community clubs, on repairing footpaths. And we know that there are 1,000 broken and dodgy footpaths around Brisbane stretching 1,600 kilometres. I mean, this is not a budget for the suburbs, Chair. That is an absolute joke. And on rates this year, the highest increase in 5 years. This Lord Mayor is reaching $90 million deeper into the pockets of Brisbane residents. And every single Brisbane suburb will be facing a rates hike. In every other budget in recent memory, there has been some that have gone up and some that have gone down. But this Lord Mayor has made a decision to increase the rates on every single suburb in Brisbane. And Councillor Maddox, suburb of Paddington, what are they going up? $137, I think, a year. I mean, that's a pretty big increase. We've heard Councillor Maddox talk an awful lot over the last 2 days, criticising other local councillors, but he didn't talk about anything in his community. And I think when his community finds that out, and when they find out they're having the single highest rates increase in this city, they'll be pretty upset, Chair, I think. Some of those suburbs like Paddington up 6.7%. Residents are paying more and more and more and getting less and less and less in services, Chair. And on rorts and advertising, Chair. And on rorts and advertising, Chair. Living in Brisbane, Chair. that little publication that this Lord Mayor will protect with everything he's got because he likes to shove his face on it and stick it into letterboxes. There is a rule that this Lord Mayor uses when he develops a budget, Chair. If he can't stick his face on it and he can't use it for self-promotion, he won't fund it or fast-track it.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
I'd like to move an extension.
You need a seconder.
Seconded.
An extension of time has been proposed by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The Living in Brisbane newsletter, Chair. This is just emblematic of this administration's obsession with self-promotion over basic services in our suburbs. Residents used to have to put up with 9 or 10 of those additions each year. Now they're going to have to put up with 11 of them. Now, instead of $5.2 million, that advertising budget has gone up to $6 million. On the Living in Brisbane publication alone, it is absolutely incredible, this insatiable appetite that the LNP have for self-promotion using public money. What they don't understand, Chair, it's not LNP party money. This is ratepayers' money. Oh, got a little reaction out of that one. It's not LNP money, it's public money. Couldn't quite get that one. No. Couldn't quite get that one, yeah. So in the last year, we've seen $3 million spent on billboard advertising, that $1.6 million on metro advertising, all the while that launch is getting softer and softer and softer for that bus project. And, you know, as we see these enormous rates increases, that $90 million extra in rates that residents are going to have to pay are funding this addiction to advertising. We've talked about the deficiencies in neighbourhood planning area in this budget. It's not something the Lord Mayor's game to talk about. We heard him on the news the other night saying on the one hand they'll listen to residents, but on the other hand the draft plans that they shove into people's faces are the ones they have to accept. That's what they're going to get. And we see that in neighbourhoods right around the city. We see character homes demolished. We see those enormous hotel developments being shoved right next to small residential unit blocks. We're seeing developers riding roughshod over the community's needs and wants. And in the words of Councillor Cook, when it comes to this administration, it's LNP first, developers second and residents last every single time, Chair. And on outsourcing and contracting out. I know this is, the Lord Mayor spent a bit of time on this, it's obviously a sensitive topic for him. Actually, I think all of those ones, curbside collection is pretty sensitive about, Chair, contracting out, public transport, FOGO, they're pretty sensitive about these things that we talk about a lot, Chair, because they know that these are the things that are resonating now with the residents of Brisbane. Now, this Lord Mayor made a political decision to snub local jobs in this budget. That wasn't an economic decision, that was a political decision because it's in his LNP DNA. He ordered electric buses from China and all those metro vehicles from overseas because that was a political decision. It was. Well, I'll tell you I'll take that injection, Lord Mayor. I'll tell you how I feel about local jobs. I value them more than you do, Lord Mayor, through you, Chair. We will always. All
right, councillors. Please allow Councillor Cassidy to be heard in silence.
We will always stand shoulder to shoulder with Brisbane workers when this Lord Mayor chucks them on the scrap heap, Chair. That's how I feel about local jobs. We feel very passionately about supporting local manufacturing and local jobs here. There was a 30-year partnership between council and a local bus manufacturer, and nearly 1,000 local buses rolled off that production line in that time. And those workers are proud of the work that they did, and Brisbane residents could be proud that right here we made vehicles. Right here in Brisbane, we made those vehicles that was transporting those people around. But this Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, decided that he would rather purchase buses from overseas than support local manufacturing. We see that those expensive metro buses, $252 million on 60 buses. That's $4.5 million a bus. And we know that the extra capacity on the busway, whether it's on the northern busway or the southeast busway, are going to come from other changes that the metro project is proposing to do, if they're delivered ever at all, Chair. But you could get 250 locally made articulated buses for that budget. But we know what the Lord Mayor was seeking to do with those metro vehicles. We all remember that he promised a subway system that would rival Tokyo and Paris. They said that at media conferences. They put that in writing. They put artist impressions out of red brick tunnels that trains would be zooming through. So the Lord Mayor knew that after a devastating back down and a realisation that all he could deliver was a busway project, he had to buy something that looked a little bit like a tram. And that's why residents are paying through the nose. That's why we're seeing these enormous rates increases, because we're seeing enormous cost blowouts on projects like the Metro, and inevitably, if he decides that he's going to fund these green bridges, enormous cost blowouts on that project as well. And we're seeing it's not just on buses that we're seeing this contracting out, we're seeing it week in, week out. And under the LNP, the more disposable a worker is, the better it is in their eyes. And we see with those contracts being contracted out, that those workers are more at risk of exploitation and modern-day slavery. And that's not just a risk, that's actually happened. We saw that with the IT contract, that the LNP made that political decision to sack all those Brisbane-based local workers and ship those jobs offshore. And we saw that modern-day slavery was occurring. And it was a union that stepped in. It was a union that stepped in and helped those workers recover those wages. So those big bad unions that the LNP like to talk about, they've got the back of Brisbane workers, Chair. They're sticking up for people. We see the most basic work being contracted out. We're losing control. We're losing control of the quality of that work, and we're losing control of the cost of that work. Every time we need to resurface a road or get a company in to fix basic services like footpaths, it has to go through a lengthy procurement process which costs ratepayers more, it delays the work, and it doesn't support local jobs. So this budget shows, Chair, I think pretty clearly that under the LNP, Brisbane residents will continue to pay more and more and get less and less.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the council budget and the annual plan as a whole, and I would just like to put on the record just a few general observations about the budget and a few summaries about the budget overall. Firstly, I'm really disappointed. We hear from the Lord Mayor time and time again that there is no alternative being offered in this place to the budget. And, you know, that's fundamentally untrue. I think pretty much anybody who's been listening to this over the last 2 days has heard me stand up program after program and put forward amendments, small but important amendments in my ward that talk about the importance of funding projects like pedestrian improvements, drainage, festivals and community life. And yet the LNP have voted against every single one of them. Every single one of them, including in a program where there are 150 community festivals being funded and just one in Tennyson Ward. And the councillors of the LNP didn't have the heart to approve $5,000 for Oxley. Now, that's just despicable behaviour in my view, and that reflects the problem with this LNP administration. They do not act fairly when it comes to the allocation of ratepayers' funds. They do not act transparently when it comes to the allocation of ratepayers' funds. And they literally have no heart when it comes to making sure that all wards are properly accounted for within the budget. And I find the decision, particularly on Oxley, to be an extraordinary one. There's barely anything for Oxley in the budget, barely anything at all. And yet, meanwhile, their own festivals are funded, and they all stood up and talked about them and said how important community life was. LNP councillor after LNP councillor on the other side, but apparently it's only important if you're in an LNP ward. Well, unfortunately, that's the standard we've come to have from this Lord Mayor, and his failure to invest in all of Brisbane's suburbs is put on stark contrast here today. I want to note the following. I've asked numerous questions throughout this budget process asking for just basic information about certain items. None of them have been responded to. Not a single one, including of the Chair yesterday, which is based on legal advice from the Chief Legal Officer of the City, who said, and I quote, "We should know exactly what is in the budget so we can vote on it." Now, the Deputy Chair has not got back to me about that. The Lord Mayor hasn't said what the rates cap is.
Point of order. Sorry, I neglected to do that. 7.5%.
That's not a point of order, but it's happened. So, Councillor Johnston.
Well, I'm happy to take that interjection from the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor has just indicated that the actual rates cap is 7.5%. So, let me be very clear. Whilst he's out there publicly stating that rates are increasing on average by 2.5%, the real increase for residents is up to 7.5%. And you can see that in some of the suburbs around Brisbane. So I know that my suburbs...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Johnston take a question?
Councillor Johnston, will you take a question?
Sure. Let's have a go.
Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Johnston, do you understand the concept of an average?
Councillor Johnston.
Let me be clear. I've got the list in front of me here. I understand the concept of an average. But my point is the Lord Mayor has been deceptive when he tells people what the rate rise in this city will be. It can be up to 7.5%. 7.5%. Let me be clear. He's just said the rates cap is 7.5%, and we know that it's high because under the list of suburbs, there are many that are well up in the high sixes. 6.9% is not uncommon. So many of my suburbs are experiencing above average rates growth, and that is unfortunate. Because they are definitely getting less for their money, and that is really disappointing. I have some concerns about a couple of other things, just very briefly. Footpaths. Now, this has been one of the most interesting parts of the budget over the last few days. Very clearly, Councillor Murphy told everybody publicly that there are only 18 new footpaths being delivered in the active public and active transport portfolio, and there are no other capital-funded footpath works to be delivered under this budget. Now, yes, there is money in the Lord Mayor Suburban Enhancement Fund, but that has to be allocated across road projects, parks projects, playgrounds projects, fixing projects, community leasing, you name it. The fact that this council is funding just 18 new footpaths, $1.6 million, around the city is appalling. It is shameful. And the fact that the Lord Mayor wanted to get up and argue it the other day publicly on radio and try and deny that that was the case was wrong. It is very disappointing when this council fails to invest in the walkability of neighbourhoods. We know that is critically important. We know that there is not enough pedestrian infrastructure being delivered around the city. I'm also concerned about taking on almost $500 million in debt. I believe it's $435 million, which we've only heard some very brief remarks about, which is for the acquisition of of land for Olympics projects. Now, for years, the Lord Mayor has publicly told the City of Brisbane that we will be reusing infrastructure. It's been at the heart of the strategy for the delivery of the Olympics in Brisbane, that we will be reusing existing facilities. Yet in this budget, the Lord Mayor wants to take on $500 million in debt for Olympics projects, but there's not been a single word about what it's for. Nothing. And that is hugely problematic. I don't know what they're up to and what they're going to do with it. I presume it's a slush fund for the next election. So this $435 million will sit there, and the LNP will suddenly have all this money for infrastructure upgrades for things in the lead up to the next election. And, you know, I've got my crystal ball out here, but I'd have my money on that one all up. So I would like to know why there is a difference between what the Lord Mayor's publicly saying and what he's doing in his budget, which is taking on debt for unnamed projects. Taking on more debt, $500 million in debt. There's no tree projects happening around the wards. There's about 8 across the whole city. There's so many failures to deliver for local services in this budget, and it's just so disappointing. And we can see why. It's because of the big projects that have been botched, and they're just sucking up so much money, like the Metro. So I'm really disappointed that the LNP couldn't support a few small projects in Tennyson Ward that would significantly enhance the livability of the city. And I suspect that that yesterday is the reason that they've been so cranky today. And, you know, if that's what passes for leadership and strategy in this council, the behaviour of the LNP, particularly before lunch today, then that reflects very poorly on them, I think. And a few people have said that to me who've been watching. So I just think that this LNP administration have yet again failed to deliver for everyone. The Lord Mayor claims it is a budget for Brisbane suburbs. I would just say that it's a budget for some of Brisbane suburbs, not all of them. And as is the case, this Lord Mayor and his team fall short on delivering for all residents of the city, which is within their responsibility as councillors. And it is really sad to see the new councillors learning about this from the LNP. You would think that perhaps they would stand up for things in their own areas. You know, to watch Councillor Hutton sit there and say nothing about Oxley when she knows what an important event it is was truly a very sad thing to see. I would have had a bit of respect for her if she'd even walked over and said to the Lord Mayor, this is something you've got to fund. But to listen to these backbench councillors stand up and say how important these initiatives are in their own wards and then vote against them in Tennyson Ward is really, really disappointing. It's just the air conditioning, I think. So with that, I'll just say this budget certainly may have some good aspects,
your time has
but not all.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. In reference to the advice that you sought from the Deputy Chair, that was yesterday. I have reviewed it, and the question you were asking was about substantive program debate, and the advice you were reviewing was about amendment debate, and they are not comparable. Are there any further speakers? The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is very much a tale of two budgets. There's the budget that's in black and white, budget that's been printed out, a budget that we all have in front of us, and that's the budget that funds record amounts to basic services, record amounts to new infrastructure, record amounts to the suburbs. And then there's the second budget, which is the budget that only exists in the minds of the opposition, which is a completely different budget. It's a budget that is not based on any fact or nothing in writing, but just on a political line. It's a budget where they really determined their response to this budget before they even saw the budget. And I'm still not convinced they've actually read the budget. But you can see repeated use of inaccurate information. Now, I'm going to go through a couple of examples here. We heard Councillor Cassidy talking about living in Brisbane. We know that he loves living in Brisbane. Well, we know that he hates living in Brisbane because it's a community newsletter that tells people what their council is doing on their behalf out in the suburbs. And they don't like people to know what we're doing. They would prefer people to be kept in the dark. But his constant reference to living in Brisbane, he's bandied around a $5 or $6 million figure. And so this is the way it rolls out, right? He stands up in front of the TVs and he says, living in Brisbane costs $5 or $6 million, and if you cut that, you could fund curbside collection. But there's a little bit of a problem with that claim because living in Brisbane doesn't cost that. In fact, he had to cobble together not 2 years of living in Brisbane, not 3 years, but 4 years of living in Brisbane to get to that amount. Yet curbside collection costs $6 million every year, and in fact this coming year, it's going to cost even more than that. And so he's literally made it up. He's literally made it up. He's like, how do I get to $6 million? Oh, let's just add in 4 years of living in Brisbane. But he doesn't talk about denying the community access to important information about what's going on, about what's happening in their area, about what projects are happening, about what upgrades are happening, what services are providing. He literally just makes stuff up. And then let's take the example that they used yesterday, where they put up on social media that I had cut 67% of ferry services. 67, that's what they claimed, okay? 67%. And then you look in the budget, and the budget goes up from 20 million this year to 23 million next year. What? They just make it up. They make it up. And I can only assume that they're talking about wooden monohull ferries, right? That's the only explanation I could imagine. But even then, they can't get the numbers to add up, because there were 9 monohull ferries. We're going to bring back 3 of them, plus 5 kitty cats equals 8. So we're down by 1 ferry. That's not 67%. They cannot add up. They do not have any credibility when it comes to numbers. Now let's talk about footpaths. Unfortunately, Labor councils, because they outsourced their job this time, fell for the line that Councillor Johnston used, which is the claim that only 18 footpaths would be funded this year. Now, when Councillor Johnston believes something, she can be very convincing, okay?
Councillor Johnston, Lord Mayor.
But let me tell you what the facts are. Funding for footpaths in the coming financial year goes up. And it doesn't just go up by a little amount, it goes up by millions of dollars. We're increasing funding for footpaths. Now, how many new footpaths did we build this year? So the year's almost finished. How many? Was it 18? Was it 19? Was it 20? Was it 50? 280 streets had new footpaths in them. 280 streets benefited from a new concrete footpath. Now, let me take you through that. 60 streets benefited from new footpaths through the footpath reconstruction project, where you take an old or damaged footpath and you replace it with a brand new, wider footpath. No, that's not a fix. That is a complete replacement. That is a different thing. That is a different thing. And so a fix is fixing a crack. That's a fix. This is a new footpath, an entirely new footpath.
Councillors, please allow the Lord Mayor to be heard in silence.
114 streets were delivered through the councillors' suburban enhancement funds. Yeah, and so they apparently that fund is not enough to deliver footpaths, but it delivered 114 streets. 21 streets were delivered through the Safer Paths to School project. 13 streets were delivered through the Safer Paths for Seniors project, which is now complete. 72 streets were delivered through the COVID suburban priority projects extra funding, which I allocated in this year's budget. So all up, 280 streets across Brisbane benefited from new footpaths. Now, to suggest that only 18 streets would get new footpaths is laughable. But that's what Councillor Johnston bold-faced did, because she completely misrepresented what Councillor Murphy said. He said in his program, that's the only funding for footpaths. Well, last time I checked, there was more than one program in the budget, and the majority of footpath funding is in other programs. But no, that's right, no. And Councillor Johnston was so committed to pushing this myth that she told the journalist, Steve Austin, that she has the transcript of the budget information session. And here's the transcript. Has anyone else seen this transcript? Where's the transcript? Where is the transcript? And Steve was convinced that he had the transcript. I assume that the transcript is Councillor Johnston taking a note in the meeting and giving it to Steve Austin. That's not a transcript. But that's what's happened, sadly. The reality is we're putting more than ever before. Well, someone told a really big porky. If you'd like to out them,
God.
if you'd like to out them, please do.
All right. Okay, councillors, we have about 2.5 minutes before the budget's over. Can we please be silent as we go into the conclusion? The Lord
Anyway,
Mayor.
look, the reason that I'm talking about
I've just asked everyone to be quiet. Could you please be quiet? The Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The reason I'm talking about these specific examples, whether it's footpaths, whether it's living in Brisbane, is that what the opposition says cannot be relied on. They make stuff up. They don't understand numbers and they haven't even read the budget properly. And so when they make a claim about the budget, you need to take that with a grain of salt because it's just made up. It's fabricated. You've got to fact check everything that these people say because 9 times out of 10, it's just plain wrong. It's just plain wrong. And then to add insult to injury, they recycle a 10-year-old budget speech from Councillor Sutton. But that's okay. I understand why they would do that. The reality is this budget delivers more than ever before, whether it's for the suburbs, whether it's for basic services or whether it's for the infrastructure our city needs as it grows. I am proud of this team effort that we put together. I am proud that it is a strong and balanced budget. And I can assure you that while we're at the helm here, there will be many more strong and balanced budgets to come.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Please ring the bells. All councillors are present. We'll proceed to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. And all those against, please say no and raise your hand. No. And any abstentions, please raise your hand. Clerks, please read the result when you're ready.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it, and that concludes the presentation and consideration of the annual plan and budget, and I declare this meeting closed. Councillors, recall that in 15 minutes we will start the special meeting. So councillors, if you'd please exit the chamber so the clerks can prepare the room for the meeting, and then we will return here in 15 minutes, or according to my clock, 6:20. Thank you, everybody.